Ano ang MELCs? Saang memorandum nakasaad ang tungkol sa paggamit ng MELCs? Ano ang laman ng MELCs? Ano ang basihan ng competencies na nasa MELCs? Binago ba ang basic education natin? Bakit kailangan ang MELCs? Pwede ba akong gumawa ng kontekstualisadong kagamitan? Pwede bang ituro uli ang MELCs pag di natutunan ng mga mag-aaral? Iilan lamang ito sa mga posibleng katanungan meron ang ating mga mahal na kaguruan. Hello everyone and welcome to online orientation and the most essential learning competencies for teachers and school heads. Sit back and just relax. For those who are presently struggling to find a net connectivity, don't be stressed. If you missed some parts or want to review, the recording for this session is posted here on the Tayo Masbate Province FB page. To acknowledge the presence of our school's division superintendent, Madam Nene Armirioli Sexo 5. Good morning, ma'am. Let me also acknowledge the presence of our two assistant schools division superintendents, Sir Raimundo M. Canton Hoss and Sir Melchizedek C. Tonko, who are with us today. A very warm greetings to both of you. To the Chief of Curriculum Implementation Division, Madam Ma'am Dorothy Aldeño. To the Chief OIC of the School Governance and Operation Division, Sir Mark Anthony M. Ropa. To the Public Schools District Supervisors, Education Program Supervisors, Senior and Education Program Specialists. To all SDO personnel, to the elementary and secondary school heads, to teachers. Good morning! We appreciate your taking off your busy schedules to join us today. Let us start this virtual orientation with a Philippine National Anthem via video presentation, and let us invoke our God Almighty to guide us through a prayer to be led by Ma'am Helen D. Cadiz, EPS 2.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik ko'y bugay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisitil, sa nagatak tutok sa simulat sa langit ang pagkaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng patawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang ituwin at araw niya kailan ang ay di magtitindig. Lumang ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya na kay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Let us pray. Loving Heavenly Father, we come to you this hour asking for your blessing and help us we are gathered together. We pray for guidance in the matter of hand and ask that you would clearly show us how to conduct our work with spirit of joy and enthusiasm. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in our work. Help us to work together and encourage each other to excellence. We ask that we would challenge each other to reach higher and farther, be the best we can be. We ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, who taught us to pray, Our Father in heaven, who art in heaven, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sinned against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let's get started with our Chief Education Program Supervisor for CID, Ma'am Dorothy Daniel, to give us a statement of purpose. Ma'am?
Thank you so much, Ms. Tintin.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tintin. To our Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Nene R. Morioles, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Raymond Cantonhos, Sir Mel Tongko, my CID family, the SGOD family headed by Sir Mark Rupa, the OIC Chief, school heads, teachers, greetings of peace, love, and joy. As we all prepare to take off for the opening of school year 2020-2021 under the new normal, where we will employ modular distance learning modality, it is imperative to keep abreast with the recent development in our department, specifically on curriculum and instruction. Hence, the orientation on most essential learning competencies for teachers and school heads. Today's virtual convergence is based on the issuance of Division Memorandum numbered 98, Series 2020, titled online orientation, and the most essential learning competencies for teachers and school heads, with objectives of first, orienting the participants with the what, why, where, and how of most essential learning competencies, and second, providing an avenue to devise appropriate learning activity sheets anchored on the MELC. For the activity proper flow, you can see on screen the sequence of the most essential learning competencies walkthrough with our education program supervisors in the respective learning areas. We shall be starting with the overview of the MELC by Sir Juancho Azares, to be followed by Ma'am Gloria Fontilar, then Ma'am Helen Titong, Sir Rudyard Balacano, Ma'am Imelda Rihuso, Sir Manuel Chudoro, Sir Noel Aban, Ma'am Jean Antipolo for kindergarten, Sir Efren Vargas, Ma'am Marma Capellan, and Sir Martin Espayos. That will be followed by open forum, and hopefully by 4:30 or 5 we can end this program. That's the package we have in store for you today. Just stay tuned, stay connected all throughout the entire activity. Thank you so much, and leaving you again and again my favorite tagline: face the challenge, embrace the change, and this new normal. Be safe, and God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That's it, mga ka-Shield Plus. This activity basically aims to explain how DepEd conceptualized the listing of these competencies and how can teachers and learning leaders ensure the delivery of these across learning modalities. Again, listen with your ears and hearts because this orientation will answer your questions in relation to how teaching will happen considering this set of learning competencies. As of this very moment, ladies and friends, we have 7,415 teachers and school heads and PSDSs who successfully signed in. Okay, to inspire us, we shall now hear important message from our dear schools division superintendent. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present our schools division superintendent, Ma'am Nanny R. Marioles, CESU 5. Ma'am?
Hi, thank you, Tin. Can you hear me?
Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Maayo na aga sa tanan to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Nong Cantonhos and Sir Mel Tongko, to the CID team headed by Ma'am Dottie Daniel, and of course to the SGOD team headed by OIC Chief, Mr. Mark Rupa, to the OSDS personnel, to our dear school heads and teachers. Happy Teachers Month to everyone. And I hope that you will enjoy the different activities that are in store for you that we will be providing you until October 5. So first of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for the successful school dry run and for hurdling restless days and nights preparing the modules just to ensure that everything is ready for the opening of classes on October 5. My salute to all of you, my dear teachers and school heads, for making all this possible. This may be an unprecedented times because of the pandemic, but we have showed that through unity and cooperation, we can really beat all odds for our learners, our Mas Batanyo children. And of course, to complete the package of preparation, today you will be able to get a thorough understanding of the revised K to 12 curricula, which were already used in crafting the SLMs, and we call it the MELC, or the most essential learning competencies. This is the DepEd's response to develop a resilient education system, especially in these times of crisis. You know, from over 14,000 competencies, it was streamlined to 5,689, and that's a reduction of about 60%. But this doesn't mean that our learners will learn less. But this is just to ensure that we only focus on what is essential given the challenges in the learning delivery this year. In fact, as part of the Sulong Edukalidad, the K-12 curriculum review and update is really one of the covered reform areas. So we already expect that kahit na walang COVID or kahit na walang COVID, there will really be the K-12 curriculum will really be undergoing review and up, updating. My fellow educators and Mas Bateños, we have done so much. We have done so much actually since March. From Shield 1, Shield 2, then we have now the Shield Plus, the module preparation, the dry runs, the series of dry runs of the RBIs and the modular distance learning and other supplementary learning activities are being conducted now and will be conducted. But it is still a long and tough journey, a journey of the uncertain. We may have successfully taken off, but we're not even halfway. The battle is yet to begun. But surely this battle is worth fighting for because this is for the future of our Masbateño learners. Let's keep the courage, passion, and love for our learners, for these are the best weapons that would lead us to victory. Salamat sa damo-damo sa iyo pagporsige kag paningkamot. Despite the scarcity of resources, despite the negative feedback that we receive from all over against the department, I know we will be able to make it to the finish line with flying colors. Para sa bata, para sa bayan, and because here in Deped Masbate province, we shield today for a better school of tomorrow. Again, a pleasant morning, everyone.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the very inspiring and insightful messages you imparted this morning. Your words will surely linger in hearts and minds. Thank you very much, ma'am. For us to give the essentials to keep in mind while watching FB Live, we will call in a very active and witty PSDS, Sir Rene Atibagos, to give us the activity mechanics.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. For us to be guided on the things that we need to do while watching right now at FB Live, I'd like to discuss with you the mechanics uh, on this activity. First, choose your best spot. It is understood that the reason why we are here is for us to learn new things. So we really have to choose our best spot para wala tayong mga buffering. Okay? For our next, if your signal is unstable, don't panic. It's because it's recorded and we can have a review on the things that happened in this live online virtual orientation on MELC. And the next one is participate in the activities. There is a chat box, a comment section in which you are going to write down your questions, and that will be answered during the open forum. And remove distractions. Okay, kung may mga mga maingay kayo na mismo ang bigay ng instruction na wag muna silang ingay dahil kayo ay nanonood at nakikinig sa ating mga speakers for today. And next, stick to the time frame. Kung ano yung naka-schedule, yun ang dapat natin tingnan, no? Na time. Okay? And next, the comment section is not for cooler conversations. Please, huwag kayong maglagay ng kung ano-anong mga comments dyan. Only for this topic on the issue on most essential learning competencies. Huwag kayong maglagay dyan ng inyong mga paninda. Maiwasan natin ang maglagay ng mga kung ano-anong mga comment. Just stick to the point. Stick on the issue in which this is about what are we going to use, how are we going to use the MELCs. Next, professional comments are advised. Yes, be professional in giving comments. We are all teachers, so it is understood that we really have to give comments that are in accordance to our profession. Next, make use of the software engagement features. Try to explore things. Okay. Lahat naman tayo hindi natin alam yung mga bagay-bagay, pero natutunan natin because of this pandemic. Everybody is learning. And the next one is supervisors will be presenting the MELCs in their subject areas, one after the other. Questions are most welcome. So you really have to give questions and just write it down in the comment section. And then reserve your questions for best attention. And that's during our open forum. Your questions will be answered. You need not to worry about that. And then here in the clearinghouse, this will be the time for us to answer questions and agreements after. If you have some questions, just write it down in the comment section and that will be answered. Okay. Next. Replay can be watched after the live show. So just log in to DepEd tayo Masbate Province so you can make a review in case there are brownouts or there are buffering that may happen while watching the FB live. So don't worry, we have a replay of this activity. And thank you very much. Just sit back and relax. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Sir Rene. Okay. So this time I'd like to introduce today's first presenter, but before that, just like what Sir Atibagos said a while ago, let me remind you that again, recorded version of this webinar will be available and we love to hear from you. That's why feel free to write your questions needing immediate responses using the Padlet link, which will be posted in DepEd Tayo page. And for those of you just joining us, welcome. Konting twist muna tayo. Unang tagapagsalita. Maliit man sa tingin, sa angking talino ikaw ay mapapailing. Mga katanungang paano at bakit may MELCs, kanya ay ilalahad at sasabihin. Di ko na kayo paghihintayin. EPS Juancho Azares, magbibigay ningning.
Grabe talaga ng taga.
Okay, Sir Juancho, go on po. Magbigay ningning ka na po. Sir Wanch?
Yes, Tin.
Yes po.
Nagaburabod an akon. Huna-huna sana sa iyo si maayo na aga sa tanan. Of course, to the diversity of the language in Masbate and the whole Philippines, let me greet you maayong aga, mapia kapipita, kapyan kapa no Diyos, siya mavuka oya, asamulaikum, marhay na aga, na imbag abigat, masantos ya agew, nakasta nga uma, mayad-ayad nga agahon, maayong buntag, mayap aabak, magandang umaga, maganday bayong boka, maradyaw na buntag, di huhurot, buenos dias, mapia mapita, maupay nga aga, maayad-ayad nga aga kaninyo tanan, yakan asamulaikum, maayo na aga po sa ato tanan. Mine is, of course, to present you the overview of the most essential learning competencies, or the MELC. This presentation is, of course, from our dear Director 4 of the Bureau of Curriculum Development, our very own Jocelyn Andaya. And this is the option for going beyond most essential learning competencies, or the MELCs. Of course, we know for a fact that this most essential learning competencies is not only intended for the COVID, but of course, they have had series of activities so that they can come up, or they will be able to come up, and they came up with the most essential learning competencies. Okay, I'd like to be honest with you that I have also knowledge about the most essential learning competencies, that it is not a departure from the K to 12 curriculum. The standards along content and performance are retained. And number 3, focus on the attainment of the 21st century skills. Number 4, the codes and tagged materials are retained for merged and retained competencies. As we progress on our presentation, you will see what are the merged competencies and what are the retained competencies. All learning areas will still be taught. And this is aligned with Sulong Edukalidad framework. As what I have mentioned earlier on, that there were phases so that this MELC was crafted. And I asked Ma'am Doti about the different phases that the educators, both the private sector and the public sectors, were involved in crafting the most essential learning competencies. And as you can see on the screen, that there are themes. First is intended curriculum, implemented curriculum, assessed curriculum, and attained curriculum. In intended curriculum, we have the curriculum guide, or the CG, in which I believe that the teachers are well adept to this. They understand and they know the curriculum guide set by the Department of Education. Of course, we have the curriculum standards, the textbooks, and learner materials. And as what I have mentioned earlier, that this is not intended for the pandemic. They have had this before the coming of this virus. And for the implemented curriculum, we have the lesson plans, instruction, student learning activities, And in the assessed curriculum, we have the content of national test, content of region, division test, content of classroom assessment. And the last theme or column is the attained curriculum, which includes achievement of national tests, achievement of region, division test, and achievement on review specific assessments. Of course, you will ask, what is the focus of the review? Why there is a review, or why was there a review on the learning competencies set by the department? Of course, the focus is first, the articulation within and across learning areas, identification of gaps, issues, and concerns across learning areas and grade levels. And the most important one, I believe that the biggest room ever is the room for improvement or the areas for improvement. That's why we are continuously improving the educational system of our country. The review covered the following. Of course, the mapping of the essential and desirable learning competencies within the curriculum. You will see here what is the essential, or what are the essential and desirable learning competencies within the curriculum. What do we mean by essential? And what do we mean by desirable learning competency? The identification of prerequisite knowledge and skills needed to prepare students for essential learning competencies, and the analysis of the interconnectedness of prerequisite knowledge and skills among the learning competencies for each subject area or learning area. All right, we go to the desirable learning competencies. What may enhance education, but may not be necessary in building foundational skills. And on the other hand, we have the essential learning competencies. What the students need are considered indispensable in the teaching learning process to building skills to equip learners for subsequent grade levels and consequently for lifelong learning. So in this particular presentation, we were able to compare the desirable learning competencies and the essential learning competencies. Okay, next is the characteristics of essential learning competencies. What makes it essential? Learning competency is essential if, number one consideration, it is aligned with national, state, and or local standards. The framework example, scientifically literate Filipinos. Number two, it connects the content to higher concepts across content areas. Number three, it is applicable to real life situations. And this is very important. This is significant. The application of what I have learned in the school to real life situations. And if students left school after this grade, it would be important for them to have this competence above many others. And the last one, it wouldn't be expected. I would like to highlight this one. It wouldn't be expected that most students would learn this through their parents' communities if not taught at school. All right, we go to the most essential learning competencies. And the big word here is endurance. I happened to view once before I slept one very rainy morning a rainy evening, the budget hearing of the DepEd, in which was a question and answer with the USEC Dag San Antonio. And what was the most important word, big word I got from him is the word endurance. A learning competency is considered enduring if it remains with learners long after a test or unit of study is completed, or if it is useful beyond a single test or unit of study. Will it test? No? No? All right. Examples of such learning competencies include: number one, research skills, reading comprehension, writing, and to segue, actually, I am now in our division storybook writing workshop with LRMS process, because we believe that the teacher should be equipped with the necessary writing skills so that they will apply this to, of course, teach their children how to write effectively. So that's one of the important things here. Map reading, hypothesis testing, which are essential in many professions and in everyday life. Okay, this is the process of identifying the MELCs. Of course, what I have mentioned earlier, that we do not do away with the K-12. It's still there. The 12 curriculum guide, of course, going to the essential learning competencies until such time that they were able to come up with, or the Department of Education as a whole came up with, most essential learning competencies, or the MELC. All right, as a general rule, learning competencies are retained, merged, clustered, dropped, and rephrased. All right, I'm going to walk you through about the retained learning competencies. All right, retained if it satisfies the endurance, again, the big word, endurance criterion, which greatly contributes to lifelong learning, is a prerequisite skill to the next grade level. Okay, the next is merged or clustered if they have the same objective or learning intention, thus can be combined into one comprehensive learning competencies. As what our dear Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Nene, has said and mentioned earlier on, that there was a streamlining of the competencies set by the Department of Education. And in the succeeding slides or presentation, you will see what were the learning competencies merged or clustered. And there were also learning competencies dropped if they are too specific and articulation is similar to that of the learning objective. Number two, deemed appropriate to be introduced in an earlier quarter or grade level, or moved to a later quarter or grade level. Next is recurring. And the last one is subsumed in another learning. And of course, the next theme is rephrased so that it would be more concise. All right, we go to the comparison on the number of learning competencies between the current curriculum guides and MELC. Okay, the current CG versus the MELC. As you can see here, the learning areas starting from the kindergarten. Okay, the mother tongue or MT, AP or Araling Panlipunan, edukasyon sa pagpapakata or ESP, English, Filipino, math, mapping, or the music, arts, PE, and health, or physical education and health. We have science, TLE, senior high school core, senior high school applied. We also have the STEM, the UMS, ABM, sports, and the arts and the science. Okay. As you can see there, the total in total MELCs for kinder is 66. Mother tongue is 135. 255 for AP, uh, starting from course grade 1 up to grade 10. In ESP, there are 313 MELCs from grade 1 again to grade 10. To 696 for Filipino, starting from grade 1 to grade 10. 543, I should say, from grade 1 to grade 10. 997 in MAPE. 187 from grade 3 to grade 10 in science. 694 for TLE from grade 4 to grade 8. Senior high school core in grade 11, we have 409. 169 for senior high school applied. STEM is 347. UMS is 171. 167 for ABM. For sports is 149. And the arts and design is 87. Compared to the current CG, as you can see, in the total for kindergarten up to grade 12, in relation to the different learning areas I have mentioned, the total MELCs is 5,548 compared to the current curriculum guide, which totals of 14,148. So there is actually a big difference. Okay? And we also have the percentage of MELCs as compared to the CG. Okay? I know that you know how to read the percentages, so I think there's no need for me to read everything in the comparison of the percentage of MELCs to the curriculum guide. All right. We have also the current CG versus MELC of comparing the two, the current CG and the MELC through this graph. Okay. And then we also have the percentage of MELCs per learning area as compared to current CG. All right. Okay. This is the visual representation of the percentage of MELC per learning area as compared to the current curriculum guides. Okay, that's for kinder, mother tongue, araling panlipunan, ESP, English, Filipino, math, MAPE, science, and TLE. We also have for the senior high school core, senior high school applied, the STEM, UMS, ABM, the sports, and the arts and design. All right? As shown in the table graph, there is a significant decrease in the number of learning competencies to be taught for the school year 2020-2021. Almost two-thirds of the learning competencies from the current curriculum guide were either one, dropped, subsumed, or merged under the identified or rephrased MELCs or the MELCs. Okay? With this, both learners and teachers are given ample instructional space to address the challenges amidst global pandemic in the educational landscape. Okay, I think that's the end of the presentation of the overview of the most essential learning competencies. And now, I'm going to turn you over to the server, and thank you, Tintin, for allowing the learning resource management education program supervisor to be part of this work of the school divisions office of Masbate province. Thank you very much, Ma'am Nene, Sir Mel, who happens to be here right now with us, because alam niyo naman ang mga manananggal, usong-uso na po yan. Sir No, and our dear chief, you know, Ma'am Doti was here Sunday, and ako ngayon, nagkakaroon ngayon kami ng session, but we stopped for a while for me to give my my few patara-tara dito sa most essential learning competencies. Thank you very much, Ma'am Doti, to the OIC Chief of the SDOD. Thank you very much. And to all the teachers out there, to the school heads, thank you very much. Maayo na aga gihapon sa iyo na tanan.
Isang mainit na pasasalamat handog namin sa iyo, EPS Juancho Azares. Maliwanag na pagtalakay iyong ibinigay. Maraming salamat po. Pangalawang tagapagsalita, hindi lang isang ulirang asawa at ina, isang uliran ding manggagawa, MDL brochure, gabay para sa magulang, siya ang may akda. MELCs ng asignaturang ESP, kanyang ipapaliwanag. EPS Gloria E. Fontilar, opo, wala nang iba. Ma'am?
Maraming salamat, Tin. Good morning po. Good morning everyone sa aming butihing SDS, Ma'am Nene, at sa aming dalawang Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Raymond and Sir Mel. Sa aming Chief, syempre, si Ma'am Doti, at sa Chief ng SGOD, at sa kanyang mga kasamahan, si Sir Mark Rupa, at sa aking mga kasamahan na din sa CID. Sa inyo pong lahat, mga guro, mga school heads, lahat po na umaantabay po sa atin sa kasalukuyan, binabati po kayo ng inyong lingkod ng isang masaya at magandang umaga. Sa araw po na ito ay tatalakayin natin ang paggabay sa mga guro, orientasyon sa most essential learning competencies o MELCs ng edukasyon sa pagpapakatao o ESP. Karamihan po sa slide decks na gamit ko ngayon ay hango sa National Orientation on the Most Essential Learning Competencies in ESP na ginanap po noong Hunyo, at dinagdagan ko na lamang po ng iba pang slide decks para maiangkop sa kasalukuyang pagtitipon. Narito po ang daloy ng diskusyon natin sa araw na ito. Una, ESP sa panahon ng pandemya, kahulugan at layunin ng MELCs, susundan po ng paraan ng pagpili ng MELCs, pagkatapos po, paano gamitin ang MELCs, at ang panghuli po ay ang pagtalunton sa MELCs sa bawat key stage. Bakit po may MELCs? Ano ang konteksto nito? Kanina po ay naipaliwanag na po sa atin ni Ginoong Juancho Azares ang dahilan kung bakit tayo po ay may MELCs. Pero sa konteksto ng edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, ginawa po ang MELC upang matugunan ang mga pangangailangan sa pagtuturo, pagkatuto, or teaching learning sa panahon ng krisis o emergency dulot ng mga kalamidad o pandemya. Ano nga ba ang papel ng ESP sa panahon ng pandemya? Sinasabi po natin, malimit nating naririnig, ng edukasyon sa pagpapakatao ang itinuturing na heart of education. Sa asignaturang ito, tinuturuan natin ng mga mag-aaral hindi lamang ng mga kaalaman o konsepto, kundi kung paano ito mailalapat sa tunay na buhay o real-life situations ng tama, angkop, at naaayon sa kung ano ang mabuti, hindi lamang sa sarili, kundi para sa kapwa. In other words, mas pinagtutuunan natin ang kahalagahan ang karakter ng bata kaysa sa kanyang talino. Dahil sabi nga po, ang edukasyon sa isip na hindi nagbibigay edukasyon sa puso ay hindi tunay na edukasyon. And I hope everybody realizes this. Both the home and our schools realize this. Hindi lamang sana ang mga honors and medals ang pagtutuunan natin ng pansin o ang mga core subjects na tinatawag natin. We want to develop holistic individuals, meaning they are not just globally competitive or world-class, but we strike a balance by likewise developing their character. The soft skills are more important actually than intelligence. People in social skills, communication skills, character or personality traits, social and emotional intelligences can help our children achieve their dreams. Palagi po tayong nagko-complain sa mga bata sa mga pag-uugali nila ngayon. But are we partly to be blamed? When I say we, I mean parents and teachers. Hence this question, at home and in our schools, what are really our priorities? The honors and laurels that we can reap or the formation of the character of our children? Very true po, values are caught. Hence, we need to set good examples for them to emulate. But values can also be taught. Hence, we teach our children what is right and true, what is appropriate and becoming. Ano ang tao, sino siya, ano ang kanyang misyon. Hindi lamang nabubuhay ang tao para kumain at mag-enjoy sa mga bagay na ibinibigay ng mundo, kundi mas may malaking dahilan po ang kanyang buhay. There's something deeper and larger than life, and that is being humane. The term humane encompasses the best qualities of mankind. Qualities like love, tenderness, compassion, empathy are just examples. Ang ESP bilang asignatura, bakit edukasyon sa pagpapakatao? Actually, dati, good manners and right conduct, naging values education, tapos ngayon po, edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. ESP, edukasyon sa pagiging ganap na tao or education in becoming human. Ang paglikha ng pagkasino ng tao tungo sa pagbuo ng sarili. If you are an ESP teacher, you should have memorized this already. So you will be guided that as you teach, you aim to develop children who decide and act responsibly for the common good. Yan po ang tunguhin ng ESP. Isang kabataang Pilipino na nagpapasya at kumikilos ng mapanagutan tungo sa kabutihang panlahat. Sa pagtatalaga lamang ng sarili sa kanyang kapwa, mabubuo ang sarili. Kaya, ang pagpapakatao po ay pakikipagkapwa. Once again, I'd like everyone to remember this tunguhin ng ESP. Kasi alam ko po na hindi karamihan po, lalo na sa elementarya at sa sekundarya na rin, ang nagtuturo ng ESP ay mga advisors. So please remember this so that you will be guided. Ang tunguhin po natin sa ESP, isang kabataang Pilipino na nagpapasya at kumikilos ng mapanagutan. This is very important, tungo sa kabutihang panlahat. I'd like to give time to this conceptual framework, batayang konsepto sa edukasyon sa pagpapahalaga. Sa ESP po, palatandaan ng functional literacy, once again, ay ang kabataan ay nagpapasya at kumikilos ng mapanagutan, ayan po, tungo sa kabutihang panlahat. Ibig sabihin, nilalayo ng ESP na linangin ang pagkataong ethical ng mag-aaral. Ang ESP ay naglalayong gabayan ang mag-aaral na mahanap o matagpuan ang kabuluhan ng kanyang buhay, ang papel niya sa lipunang Pilipino upang makibahagi siya sa pagtatayo ng pamayanang pinaiiral ang katotohanan, kalayaan, katarungan at pagmamahal. At upang maipamalas po ito, kailangan taglay niya ang 5 pangunahing kakayahan o macro skills. Yan po ay ito po sa gilid dito sa spiral, pag-unawa, pagninilay, pagsangguni, pagpapasya at pagkilos. Ang mga macro skills na ito ay nililinang sa 4 na tema sa bawat taon sa paraang expanding spiral. Ito po ang mga tema. So mga tema po mula sa baitang 1 hanggang 10. Tema 1, pananagutang pansarili. Tema 2, pakikipagkapwa at katatagan ng pamilya. Tema 3, paggawa tungo sa pambansang pag-unlad at pakikibahagi sa pandaigdigang pagkakaisa. At tema 4, pagkamakadiyos at preferensya sa kabutihan. And when it comes to spiraling po, sa kinder at grades 1 to 6, ang tema 1 po ay para sa quarter 1. So quarter 1 mula kinder hanggang grades 1 to 6 ay tungkol sa pananagutang pansarili. Para naman po sa quarter 2, ang tema ay pakikipagkapwa at katatagan ng pamilya. At para sa quarter 3, ang tema ay paggawa tungo sa pambansang pag-unlad at pakikibahagi sa pandaigdigang pagkakaisa. At para po sa quarter 4, ang tema 4, pagkamakadiyos at preferensya sa kabutihan. At para naman po sa conceptual, sa grade 7, by grading period po. Tema 1, tungkol sa pananagutang pansarili. Tema 2 sa grade 8, grade 9, tema 3, at grade 10, tema 4. Buong taon po siya pala, hindi by grading period. Pero sa elementarya po ay by grading period ang tema na yan, ang mga tema na yan. Pero sa ating grade 7 to 10, by grade level. Ano ang mga MELC? Kanina po ay nabanggit na rin po ito ni Ginoong Asares. Ito po ay mga lubhang mahahalagang kaalaman, pag-unawa, kasanayan at pagpapahalaga na dapat matutuhan ng mga mag-aaral sa panahon ng krisis, kalamidad o pandemya upang maging produktibo at mapanagutang mamamayan. Bagamat po hindi pa man nagkaroon ng pagsusuri ng ating mga essential learning competencies, wala pa man, hindi pa man po dumarating ang pandemya. Ano ang layunin ng mga MELC? Ituon ang pag-aaral ng ESP sa mga lubhang mahahalagang kaalaman, pag-unawa, kasanayan at pagpapahalaga ayon sa sitwasyon at yugto ng pag-unlad ng mga mag-aaral sa panahon ng krisis, kalamidad o pandemya. Paano pinili ang MELC? Paraan ng pagpili ng MELC, syempre, kung pag-uuri kung essential o desirable ang bawat LC. Deliberasyon, pagkatapos po, ng pagpili, ang competency ba ay essential o desirable. Tapos nagkaroon ng deliberasyon ng mga essential LC. Pagkatapos po niyan ay ang pagpapasya ng mga MELC ayon sa criteria. Sa baitang 1 hanggang 6, binawasan po ang bilang ng mga LCs. Pero sa baitang 7 hanggang 10, binawasan po ang mga paksa. Siyempre, pag binawasan ng mga paksa, may mga competencies po na aalisin, pero hindi tuloy ang aalisin. Merong minerge, sabi nga kanina ni Sir Wancho, meron pong na-retained, etc. Ang LC ay essential learning competency. So, masasabi natin na essential ang isang learning competency kung, una, sinasalamin nito ang mga pambansang pamantayan sa pagkatuto or standards. May kaugnayan ito sa mahalagang konsepto sa ibang asignatura. Nabanggit ito kanina din ng unang tagapagdaloy natin lamang ay sa wikang Ingles. So, may kaugnayan po ito sa mga mahalagang konsepto sa ibang asignatura na ilalapat syempre sa buhay or real life situations. Lubhang mahalagang pag-aralan nila ito kung ikukumpara sa ibang LC, lalo na kung titigil sila sa pag-aaral sa susunod na taon. Sa paaralan lamang ito matututuhan kung hindi nila ito matututuhan sa mga magulang at komunidad. So, maituturing pong essential ang competency kung siya po ay nagtataglay ng mga katangian na yan. Paunawa po, kanina, sabi nga ng natin, binawasan lamang ang bilang ng mga LC sa baitang 1 to 6, ang bilang ng mga paksa sa junior high school, ngunit, ito po ang emphasis, ngunit hindi ang mensahe o esensya ng mga paksa or LC. Mga batayan sa pagpili ng mga MELC sa edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, mga criteria sa pagpili ng mga MELC, developmental tasks ni Robert Havigurst, mga pamantayan sa pagkatuto or learning standards, and then istruktura po ng curriculum. Mga criteria, talakayin po natin isa-isa, mga criteria sa pagpili ng mga MELC. May po dito, REL. Anong ibig sabihin ng REL? R stands for readiness for the next level of learning. May taglay po na prerequisite sa susunod na antas ng pagkatuto. Unit o baitang. Endurance, pangmatagalan. Kailangan ito po sa maraming propesyon at mailalapat sa buhay. Siyempre, kung mailalapat mo sa buhay ang isang competency, that's enduring. And then third, leverage. May maximum na pakinabang. May maximum po na pakinabang, mailalapat sa maraming disiplinang pang-akademiko. Nililinang ang mga kaalaman, pangunawa at kasanayan na kailangan sa maraming disiplina. Magbigay po tayo ng isang halimbawa ng competency sa ESP. Natutukoy ang magiging epekto sa kilos at pagpapasya ng wasto at hindi wastong pamamahala ng pangunahing emosyon. Napakaganda po ng learning competency na yan. Yan po ba readiness for the next level of learning? May taglay bang prerequisites sa susunod na antas ng pagkatuto? Meron po. Kasi sa mga susunod na aralin sa edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, ito po ay matatalakay. And then, endurance, pangmatagalan. Siyempre, kahit matanda ka na, kahit maia-apply ito sa real life situations, the importance of really controlling one's emotions, wastong pamamahala ng pangunahing emosyon. Leverage, of course, may pakinabang. So, yun po ang ibig sabihin. Mga pamantayan sa pagkatuto or learning standard, gabay pang curriculum. Curriculum guide po natin sa Mayo 2016. Noong May 2016, ang latest ito po. Di ba may mga CGs tayo, bawat asignatura? So isa po yon sa pinagbatayan. So doon po, mayroong pangkalahatang pamantayan or general standards, and then may pamantayang pangnilalaman o ang tinatawag nating content standard, and then pamantayan sa pagganap ang tinatawag po nating performance standards. So mga pamantayan sa pagkatuto or learning standards. Ano ang dapat malaman at maunawaan sa paksa ng mag-aaral? Yan ang pamantayang pangnilalaman or content standard. And from there, ang batayang konsepto or essential understanding. Ano ang pinakadapat na matutuhan ng bata sa aralin na yan? And then, ang learning competencies. Gagawa na po ng learning competencies. Ang pamantayan sa pagganap or performance standard, ano ang dapat maipakita ng mag-aaral bilang patunay ng pag-unawa gamit ang produkto or tangible output o pagpapamalas ng mga kasanayan or demonstration of skills. Tinatakda rin ang level of proficiency na dapat ipamalas ng mag-aaral bilang patunay ng pag-unawa. Ang pang-apat po ay istruktura ng kurikulum. Sa baitang 1 to 6, ang mga LC stands for Learning Competency, na may nakapaloob na batayang konsepto kahit hindi direktang binanggit ito. Halimbawa, sa baitang 1 or baitang 1, grade 1, unang markahan, nasasabi na nakatutulong sa paglinang ng sariling kakayahan ang wastong pangangalaga sa sarili. Baitang 3, ikatlong markahan, nakapagpapahayag ng isang tanda ng mabuting pag-uugali ng Pilipino ang pagsunod sa tuntunin ng pamayanan. Sa junior high school, ang 4 na uri ng mga kasanayan sa pampagkatuto o LCs sa bawat paksa batay sa 6 na kasanayan sa cognitive process dimensions. Nandoon po siya sa DepEd Order number 8 series of 2015 or Policy Guidelines on Classroom Assessment for the K-12 Basic Education Program. Kung dito po sa istruktura ng kurikulum, para po doon sa mga nagtuturo ng edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, sana po naaalala nyo na bawat paksa, mayroon po tayong 4 na competencies. LC1, 4 po yan lagi. LC1 is for knowledge, LC2 for comprehension, analysis, and evaluation, LC3 comprehension and synthesis, and LC4 application. So sa knowledge, LC1, lahat po ng LC1, Learning Competency 1, na nasa ESP, sa junior high school po yan. So anong kaalaman ang kailangan upang maipamalas ng mag-aaral ang pag-unawa? Sa LC2, ano naman yan? Comprehension, analysis, and evaluation. Anong kasanayan ang dapat maipamalas tungo sa pag-unawa? Sa LC3, ito po ang pinakamahalaga. Comprehension and synthesis. Dahil dito po, dapat matutunan ng mga bata ano ang pinakamahalagang mensahe na dapat maunawaan ng mag-aaral. At sa LC4, of course, application, lahat po ng LC4 natin, if you notice, application po siya. Paggawa, ano ang dapat maipamalas ng mag-aaral bilang patunay ng pag-unawa ng batayang konsepto. Ang batayang konsepto kasi po nasa LC3. Mga katangian ng batayang konsepto o essential understanding, EU na nasa ikatlong learning competency. Ito po kasi, pag batayang konsepto, dapat natututunan ito ng bata at dapat talagang kahit saan sila magpunta, essential, very essential yung ito yung pinaka dapat natututuhan ng bata at mai-apply sa real life situations. So ano ang katangian ng batayang konsepto? Endurance, pangmatagalan o panghabang buhay. Kailangan ng mag-aaral ang LC na ito dahil or kahit tapos na siya sa pag-aaral, mailalapat niya ito sa mga konkretong sitwasyon ng buhay at sa anumang propesyon o curriculum exit na pipiliin niya. Hindi ito maaaring maaanod sa pagbabago ng panahon. Hindi maaaring mawala. Discipline-based, batay sa mga disiplina ng ESP. Nakaangkla ang batayang konsepto sa 2 disiplina ng ESP, Etika at Career Guidance, Ethics. Ang expert system of knowledge, ipinapahayag nito ay nangangailangan ng matibay na batayan mula sa malalim na pag-aaral o pagsasaliksik. Needs and coverage o may nakapaloob na mga konsepto. Ang malaking mensahe ng batayang konsepto ay maaari pang mahimay sa maliliit na konsepto. And syempre, ang EU o batayang konsepto, essential understanding, dapat po potentially engaging. Mapupukaw nito ang interes, atensyon at pakikilahok ng mag-aaral. Lubhang mahalaga ang mensahe ng batayang konsepto sa buhay ng mag-aaral. Kaya napupukaw nito ang kanyang interes, atensyon at pakikilahok. Ibig sabihin, nakaka-relate po ang mga mag-aaral. So, paano gamitin ang mga MELC ng ESP? Una po, pag-aralan ang bawat MELC ayon sa pamantayang pangnilalaman at pamantayan sa pagganap ng bawat quarter o paksa. Pangalawa, isaalang-alang sa bawat MELC ang pinakamahalagang mensahe na dapat tandaan ng mag-aaral. Hindi lamang ang gawain o pagpapahalagang nakasaad dito. Ito ang batayang konsepto. So mga gabay na tanong, ano ang pinakamahalagang mensahe na dapat maunawaan ng mag-aaral pagkatapos na maituro po ang isang paksa? Ano ang kahalagahan ng paggawa ng gawain o pagsasabuhay ng pagpapahalagang nakapaloob sa LC? Sa baitang 1 to 6, mahalaga ang paghinuha o pagtukoy mismo ng mga guro ng batayang konsepto na ipinahihiwatig ng isang LC o kalipunan ng mga LC kahit hindi direktang binanggit ito. Halimbawa po, baitang 1, unang markahan. Ang learning competency po ay nasasabi na nakatutulong sa paglinang ng sariling kakayahan ang wastong pangangalaga sa sarili. That's in grade 1. We teach that in grade 1. Ano po ang batayang konsepto? Nandyan na po, nakatutulong sa paglinang ng sariling kakayahan ang wastong pangangalaga sa sarili. So pag yan ang essential understanding, dapat po nasa isip at nasa puso lagi yan ng bata kahit saan siya pumunta, kahit anong edad na niya, na mahalaga po na alagaan ang sarili. Dahil ito po ay nakakatulong sa paglinang ng sariling kakayahan. Isa pang halimbawa, baitang 3, ikatlong markahan, nakapagpapahayag na isang tanda ng mabuting pag-uugali ang Pilipino ang pagsunod sa tuntunin ng pamayanan. Ano po ang batayang konsepto or essential understanding? Isang tanda ng mabuting pag-uugali ng Pilipino ang pagsunod sa tuntunin ng pamayanan. So maganda yan. Pag essential understanding yan, ibig sabihin kahit tumanda ang bata, kahit saan siya pumunta, alam niya na kailangan sumunod sa tuntunin ng pamayanan. That's what you call essential understanding, lasting. Sa baitang 7 hanggang 10, isang halimbawa ay ang learning competency na ipapaliwanag or na ipaliliwanag na ang isip at kilos-loob ang nagpapabukod tangi sa tao. Kaya ang kanyang mga pagpapasya ay dapat patungo sa katotohanan at kabutihan. Ang ganda po ano. Ang batayang konsepto po dyan, ang isip at kilos-loob ang nagpapabukod tangi sa tao. Kaya ang kanyang mga pagpapasya ay dapat patungo sa katotohanan at kabutihan. Precisely, that makes him different from animals. The will and the intellect. Third, sa kung paano gamitin ang MELC ng ESP, bigyang prioridad ng pagtuturo at pagpili ng learning resources ang paglinang ng batayang konsepto na nasa ikatlong LC ng paksa at ang ebidensya ng pagkaunawa nito ang performance task na nasa ika-4 na LC. So very important, LC3 and LC4. Gamitin ang mga module o learning resources na nabanggit sa teacher's resources ayon sa 3 hakbang sa itaas. O yung mga nabanggit ko po. So, sa baitang 7 hanggang 10, Maaring gamitin ng mga gawain sa learner's module bilang pagtatasa or assessment ng pagkatuto. Halimbawa sa Baitang 7, unang markahan, ikatlong LC, paksang talento at kakayahan. Napatutunayan na ang pagtuklas at pagpapaunlad ng mga angking talento at kakayahan ay mahalaga sapagkat ang mga ito ay mga kaloob na kung pauunlarin ay makahuhubog ng sarili tungo sa pagkakaroon ng tiwala sa sarili, paglampas sa mga kahinaan, pagtupad ng mga tungkulin at paglilingkod sa pamayanan. Ano ang maaaring gamitin sa pagtatasa? Maaring pagbasa ng may pag-unawa ng babasahin sa pagpapalalim. Pagsagot sa tayahin ang iyong pag-unawa. Pagbuo ng batayang konsepto gamit ang graphic organizer at pagpapaliwanag nito. Now, I'd like to stress, why am I telling you this po? Na meron namang ready na po na self-learning materials. Ready na siya. Well, just in case, wala namang forever. Wala naman po ang pandemyang ito forever. So, pag kayo na po ang gagawa ng inyong mga sariling DLP, ng inyong mga pagtatasa, alam nyo na po kung paano gawin. So mahalagang tagubilin. Nagsisilbing minimum essentials o essentials lamang ang MELC sa panahon ng pandemya. Hindi dapat isakripisyo ang kalidad, lawak, breadth at lalim or depth ng mga dapat matutuhan ng mga mag-aaral sa panahon ng krisis o pandemya. So resulta ng deliberasyon ng ESP team, meron pong mga enhanced o binagong LC. LC na nirebisa upang pagbutihin ang pagkakalahad. Meron pong merged o pinagsamang LCs. Dalawang LC na pinagsama dahil nasasalamin o naipapahayag ng ikalawa ang diwa ng una. And then meron pong mga LCs na dropped, isinantabi dahil hindi sila isinama sa mga MELC dahil hindi naman ito prerequisite sa mga nauna o sumunod na LC o naulit lamang ito sa katulad na LC. Look here. Paghahambing ng bilang ng mga MELC at LC na nasa curriculum guide, yung curriculum guide na inalabas noong Mayo 2016. Ito po ang latest. Sa grade 1, ang red po ay ang MELCs natin, ang yellow ay ang LC na nasa CG. So, kung ikukumpara po natin, sa grade 1, 70 na lang po ang MELCs sa dating 21. Sa grade 2 naman ay 24 dati, 23 na lang. Sa grade 3, 22 dati, 70 na lang. Sa grade 4, actually, walang inalis, walang minerge. Kasi from 13, 13 pa din. Sa grade 5, 31 po, dati 27 na lang. Sa grade 6, 13 po, 12 na lang. At sa grade 7, 64, 44 na lang. At sa grade 8, 64 at 52 na lang. From 64, naging 52. And sa grade 9, from 64, naging 51. And sa grade 10, from 64, naging 56. So, bilang ng binago, pinagsama, isinantabi, at mga MELC. So, sa baitang una, bilang ng LCs na nasa CG, ito po ang tabular presentation ng kanina na pinakita ko. So, bahagdan, dito na lang po tayo, bahagdan ng MELCs sa grade 1, 81%. Sa grade 2, 100%, grade 3, 77%, grade 4, 100%, grade 5, 84%, and grade 6, 92%. Sa grade 7, 69%. Sa grade 8, 81.25%. And sa grade 9, 81.25%. And grade 10, 87.5%. So pagtalunton sa MELC sa bawat key stage, kanina po ay nabanggit ni Sir Rene na ito po ay recorded. So, hindi ko na po iisa-isahin yung pagtalunton ng mga MELCs na binago, etc. Dahil kukulangin po tayo sa oras. So, ang gagawin po ninyo dahil recorded ito ay i-review nyo na lang. So, let us just have a glimpse ng mga MELCs sa bawat key stage. Sa grade 1 po, ayan. Unang baitang, ang mga isinantabi, example lang. Isinantabi na kapagpapakita ng wastong pag-uugali sa pangangalaga sa sarili. Bakit isinantabi? Dahil nakapaloob na po siya sa LC 3. So ilang halimbawa lamang po yan sa 4. Please review it na lang po. Sa grade 2, ayan, 0. Sa grade 3, halimbawa ng isinantabi, nahihikayat ng kapwa na gawin ang dapat para sa sariling kalusugan at kaligtasan. Halimbawa, pagkain, inumin, kagamitan, lansangan, pakikipagkaibigan. Bakit po isinantabi? Dahil nakapaloob na sa LC6 and all the rest po. Sa ikatlong baita, okay. Yan po. Ikaapat na baitang, 0. Ikalimang baitang, andyan po, 5. Halimbawa ng isinantabi na kapaghihinuha na nakapagdudulot ng kabutihan sa pagsasama ng maluwag ang pagsasabi ng tapat. Isinantabi po siya dahil maaaring malinang sa pamamagitan ng iba pang kasanayang pampagkatuto. Sa ika-6 na baitang, halimbawa po ng isinantabi, nabibigyang halaga ang mga batayang kalayaan na may kaukulang pananagutan at limitasyon. Bakit po? Dahil prerequisite para sa mas mataas na antas. Masyado siyang mataas. Prerequisite na sa mataas na antas. Sa ika-7 baitang, isang halimbawa lang po ng isinantabi, nakikilala ang mga panloob na salik sa or na nakaka-impluwensya sa paghubog ng mga pagpapahalaga. Bakit po? Natatalakay na sa iba't ibang LC. And then, sa ika-8 baitang, na isasagawa ang mga angkop na kilos sa isang mabuting gawaing tumutugon sa pangangailangan ng kapwa. So, isinantabi. Another, sa ika-9 na baitang, na kapag tatapos ng isang gawain o produkto na mayroong kalidad o kagalingan sa paggawa, isinama na po siya sa LC 12.3. At sa ika-10 baitang naman, isang halimbawa ng isinama, merge po ang ibig sabihin, natutukoy ang mga paglabag sa paggalang sa buhay. Bakit po siya minerge? Isinama na ang mensahe sa MELC 10.2. No, yun po. You just have to review kasi recorded naman po ito. Yan po ang mga sa ika-10 baitang, marami po actually ang minerge, marami ang isinantabi at marami po ang binago. Ang pinaka-interesting yatang ituro sa ESP ay ang ika-10 baitang dahil ito ay tungkol sa current issues and trend. So, natalakay na ito po ang talahanayan ng mga konsepto sa edukasyon sa pagpapakatao bilang 7 to 10. Unang markahan, ako bilang sa ika-7 baitang, ako bilang nagdadalaga at nagbibinata. Ikalawang markahan, ang pagkatao ng tao. Ikatlong markahan, ang pagpapahalaga at virtud or virtue. And then ika-4 na markahan, ang pagtatakda ng aking mga mithiin. Para sa ika-8 baitang, tungkol sa pakikipagkapwa at katatagan ng pamilya, ang unang markahan, ang pamilya bilang ugat ng pakikipagkapwa. Ikalawang markahan, ang pakikipagkapwa. Ikatlo, mga pagpapahalaga at virtud sa pakikipagkapwa. At ang ika-4, mga isyo sa pakikipagkapwa. Sa baitang siyam, tungkol sa paggawa tungo sa pambansang pag-unlad, unang markahan, ang papel ng lipunan sa pag-unlad ng tao. Ikalawa, ang tungkulin ng tao sa lipunan. Ikatlo, mga pagpapahalaga at bertud sa paggawa. At ika-4, ang pagpaplano ng kursong akademiko o technical vocational bilang tugon sa hamon ng paggawa. At sa baitang 10 po, tungkol sa pagkamakadiyos at preferensya sa kabutihan, unang markahan, ang moral na pagkatao. Ikalawa, ang makataong kilos. Ang ikatlo, mga pangunahing bertud at pagpapahalagang moral. At ang ika-4 na markahan, ang aking posisyon sa mga isyong moral. So, isang hamon po sa mga kalahok ng oryentasyon sa MELC ng ESP. Ngayon, sa inyo po, Tanungin niyo po ang inyong mga sarili, saan ako ngayon? Pag-unawa sa ESP bilang asignatura, mga kasanayan sa pagpapadaloy ng pagsasanay, pag-unawa kung paano suportahan ang mga guro sa pagtuturo ng ESP batay sa mga teorya at dulog nito na tapat sa expert system of knowledge ng etika at career guidance. Anong paghahanda ang gagawin ko? That's the outcome. Mga kalahok na may commitment na iangat ang pagtuturo ng ESP sa panahon ng pandemya. Ginagabayan ng mga guro sa mapanagutang paggamit ng mga MELC sa pagtuturo at pagkatuto. At ito po ang actually second to the last slide ko. Sana po ay lagi po natin itong isa-isip. Galing po kay John Henry Newman, nilikha ako ng Diyos upang gumawa ng isang takdang serbisyo. Pinili niya ako, hindi ang iba, para sa gawaing ito. Mayroon akong misyon. Pandugtong ako sa isang kadena, ugnayan sa pagitan ng mga tao. Hindi niya ako nilikha para sa wala. Gagawin ko ang mabuti. Gagawin ko ang gawaing itinakda niya para sa akin. Kaya magtitiwala ako sa kanya. So everybody has a mission, and dear teachers and dear school heads, tayo pong lahat, sana po we can develop great people who have great values and great ethics. That's all po. Maraming salamat po. May God keep you always safe. Ingat.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Contilar, sa napaka-liwanag na pagtalakay po ng MELC ng ESP. At isa po dun sa napulot ko sa kanyang discussion ay yung tunguhin po ng ESP na bawat kabataang Pilipino ay magkaroon po ng magandang pagpapasakripisyo po ng tama para po sa kabutihan ng lahat. So, hindi man sakto yung aking natandaan, pero palagi kong naaalala ko na yung mga tinuro ko din ang ako na naging ESP teacher, na tinuturo ko sa kanila na ang bawat karapatan po talaga ay may kakaibat na pananagutan para din po sa kabutihan ng lahat. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Sa ngayon po, ang ating ikatlong tagapagsalita, aba kung siya ay kausap, ikaw ay di makapagsalita. Ganda ng tono ng pag-Ingles, ikaw ay mapapamangha. MELCs ng asignaturang Ingles kanyang tatalakay. EPSL ng titong virtual na palakpakan ibigay po natin. good morning to our SDS Ma'am Nelly Berdoyes, to our ASDS Sir Raymond and Sir Mel, to our CID Chief, Ma'am Dolphy, and our OIC Chief for SG Holding, Sir Mark. I'd like to say thank you for the trust and opportunity for us to do our job well in the service of our learners and teachers. Friends, this session will talk about guiding our teachers in using the English most essential learning competencies. But before that, let us have a review first of the basic competencies of which these MELC originated. Okay? We have 8 basic competencies. The first one is the linguistic competency. Here, students listen, read, and write appropriately for their development stage. And under this, we have the receptive skills, listening and reading, and the productive skills, speaking and writing. Here in this competency, it emphasizes the fluency of ideas instead of memorized grammar rules. We go to the next competency. This is the mathematical skill. Here, students develop a number sense relationship between objects and numbers, having fun with numbers, concepts, designs, shapes, mental math, and recognize the abstract and concrete. The third one is the knowledge of the natural world. Here, students learn to appreciate and understand biology, physical sciences, nature, animals, plants, astronomy, and the world around them. The fourth is managing information competency. Here, students learn to utilize various information sources such as computers, internet, encyclopedias, etc. And number 5 is the social responsibility competency. Here, students are guided with self-respect of others, roles in environment, and in helping others. Number 6, the art and culture. Here, students are introduced in various artistic forms such as art, music, and dance. They also learn to appreciate and respect various cultures, races, and religions by reading, discussions, and in their own experiences. And number 7, learning how to work. Here, students are shown metacognitive techniques so that they can be more responsible for their own learning and achievement. Learning styles such as self-corrections, teamwork, knowledge, and cognitive levels also are learned in this competency. And last but not the least,
Okay, sorry for the interruption. We're now on number 8, competency. This is personal initiative. Time on task, motivation techniques, and personal commitment to do one personal best are emphasized in this competency. Here, students are taught to ask themselves in every after the output given to them, they will ask themselves, is this an example of my personal best? Okay, that's the question that would be asking by the students every after making their outputs. Now, in order to develop a lifelong learners who do not only achieve academically but who also enjoy learning, thinking, and doing, our department selected the most essential competencies to address the need of our learners, especially this time of pandemic. So let's move on. Let's talk about the process. In the light of COVID-19 pandemic and the consequent shortened academic year, the Department of Education through the Bureau of Curriculum Development, Curriculum Standards Development Division has produced a list of the most essential learning competencies, or the MELCs. This was done in order to ensure that the grade level standards set for each learning area are still attained. In the process of identifying the MELCs, the endurance criterion was used as the sole determiner. So this has been discussed by Sir Wancho already about the big word endurance. Guided by the requirement that learning competency be useful in a lifelong learning, the group of specialists in charge of the English curricula recognizes the role of the subject in providing the literacy and oracy skills necessary in acquiring the content knowledge in other learning areas. Therefore, the MELCs identified are those that work in close association with other competencies in other subjects, thus maintaining the curricular quality of integration. Let's take a look at this example. In grade 4, quarter 1, the MELC here is identify different meanings of content specific words. This is the denotation and connotation. This example provides students with the knowledge of content-specific words learned from subjects delivered using English as math and science. So in other words, this example shows the association of English subject to other competencies in other learning areas. MELCs also significantly less than the original number of LCs in the curriculum because of two factors. First, recurrence is avoided, especially in a key stage. Although any language curricula would require recurrence as this is the nature of language learning, this is limited per key stage. In other words, an LC deemed significant enough to repeat shall only recur in the next key stage while observing spiral progression. Let's take a look at this example. In key stage 2, grade 6, quarter 2, the competency is detect biases and propaganda devices used by the speakers. And this was again repeated on key stage 3, but in a spiral progression. Here, the competency now is examine biases for or against made by the author. If you can see that the LC is the same in these two stages, but in progression in the next stage. Kasi sa first stage, detect biases lang muna. And on the key stage 3, they will examine biases already. So, however, this does not mean that the teacher is prohibited from teaching an LC more than once. So, you are not prohibited to teach the LCs or the learning competencies more than once. Following the principle of curriculum flexibility and differentiated instruction, he or she is strongly advised to put focus and therefore repeat an LC should circumstances arise or require. Halimbawa, no, this is surely the last or the learning activity sheet comes in. No, dito na tayo pwedeng pumasok ng last kasi you will examine, you will examine the results of the tests or the modules, result of your students. Now, kung nakita natin na medyo kailangang dagdagan, pwede kang bumalik o dagdagan ang mga competencies doon sa na-take up na. The second factor considered in determining the MELCs is the LC's ability to be clustered together. Consider this example. Use variety of informative, persuasive, argumentative writing techniques. Among the competencies needed are making a stand, gathering information from various sources, citing sources of information. As can be seen, this LC would entail a number of other competencies in order for it to be achieved. So, kailangan marami pang supporting competencies. This consequently calls for unpacking and subtasking on the part of the teacher so that bigger or broader LCs may be broken down into manageable sub-competencies. Now, teachers, if you can see, along the way in your printing of the modules, you can see there that there are competencies which are broken into sub-competencies. Isang module, for example, module 1, in English 2, module 1, it has several lessons like module 1, lesson 1, module 1, lesson 2. So doon na hindi pwedeng isahin lang yun kasi mabigat. Kaya nag-subtask ang mga writers. The next, it should also be noted that domains were no longer retained as these may cause confusion among end users. The original English Curriculum Guide or the CG was designed in such a way that domains work together through horizontal alignment since one lesson does not tackle only one macro skill but multiple skills. However, during the examination of LCs using the endurance criterion, some skills under a particular domain can no longer be retained. Okay. Accordingly, the MELCs were arranged in a list based on cognitive demand, which makes way for a better curriculum flexibility as teachers are able to freely integrate LCs without the restrictions of horizontal alignment. Relative to this, the schedule and time allotment of LCs in quarters are suggestive in nature. As discussed, the teacher is given the autonomy to unpack the MELC depending on the needs of the learners. Based on this premise, therefore, the duration of an LC is relative. What is required, however, is that the list of competencies be achieved in a specific grade level. Lastly, because the content and performance standards in the English curriculum are described in such detail, especially in grades 1 to 4, where these are broken down into domains, the process of determining the MELCs required that some of these standards be foregone. Meaning, this can be done without the standard of determining the content and performance, since these were already included in the identification of the MELCs. Let's go now on how to use the MELCs. Given the nature of the MELCs, the teacher is advised to reteach certain competencies needed for their achievement. It is also recommended that the teacher unpack the MELCs into more specific learning competencies as guided by the original 2016 English Curriculum Guide. Hindi tayo humihiwalay doon sa English Curriculum Guide natin. But the teachers can unpack the MELCs into more specific learning competencies. Yun nga ang sinasabi ko that this, the learning activity sheet can come in this part, Kasi unpack mo siya, pag nakita mo ang resulta doon sa resulta ng bata doon sa sinagutan niyang mga modules, the teacher can design, lessons which can make them enhance the learning or help the learners. Let's take a look at this example here. Grade 7, quarter 4. We have the competency, employ a variety of strategies for effective interpersonal communication, interview, dialogue, and conversation. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tasks here. Meaning, under this MELC, marami siyang nakuhang mga competencies na pwedeng i-unpack ng teachers doon sa kanyang lessons. In grade level, here, grade 3, quarter 2, we have the MELC, read phrases, sentences, and short stories consisting of words, initial and final blends. There are 3 lessons in MELC for grade 3, quarter 2, and these were subsumed, meaning it is included now or placed within something larger or more comprehensive. Nalagay na siya, na-subsumed na siya. And I think for a review, this has been discussed already by Sir Wancho. The sub-competencies listed above are only some of the LCs subsumed by the MELCs. The teacher may include more or less than those identified depending on the needs of the learners. Teachers are given the leeway to formulate learning objectives deemed necessary for their students' cognitive development as long as they adhere to the existing curriculum standards prescribed by the Department of Education. Let's take a look at grade 1 English. Okay, so as we all know, we will start grade 1 English for the 3rd quarter. Wala siyang 1st and 2nd quarter. So the grade level standards here for grade 1, quarter 3. The learner listens for comprehension, speaks clearly, and uses appropriate expressions in talking about oneself, family, and other social contexts or interactions. Here's now the comparison of the old MELC, old most essential learning competencies with the new most essential learning competencies. And we also have the analysis. Now, in the first competency from the old, recognize rhyming words in nursery rhymes, poems, songs heard. In the new, it is now recognize rhyming words in nursery rhymes, poems, and songs heard. If you can see in the analysis, there is no change. And the same way also with the other competencies, walang nabago sa kanya. Sa third, sa old and the new MELC, parehas pa rin. The same way also in the other competencies in the 3rd quarter and 3rd quarter, wala siyang pagbabago. The same, lifted from the old to the new. Walang nabago sa grade 1. Let's take a look at grade 2, English. The grade level standards here. The learner listens critically to two paragraphs. Use appropriate expressions in varied situations. Read texts for pleasure and information critically in meaningful thought units. Responds properly to environmental prints like signs, posters, commands, requests, and writes legibly simple sentences and messages in cursive form. By the way, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize our writers and our editors and validators for English Grade 2 in SDO Masbate. Tayo po ang gumawa ng Grade 2 module for English. Our writers are Christopher Alvarez, Belinda Arsenal, Maria Consolacion Viterbo, Chona Abinir, Doris Magnawa, Florence Capinig, Grace Rivera, Hazel Clores, Mafek Gutierrez, Nina Linda Juquino. Our editors and validators are Rene Abanyo, Juni Abetria, Katrina Bayonon. Our layout artist, Christopher Alvarez and Miss Grace Rivera. So this is the team, yung team po natin sa English sa grade 2. Sila po yung gumawa ng module for grade 2 English. Okay. Let's take a look at the analysis of the comparison of the old and the new MELC. In the first competency, still found within quarter 1, no change, walang nabago. The second, read the alphabets of English, and associate to phonemes. The analysis now, the LC becomes more specific, or the competencies Now, the competency was enhanced, na-enhance na siya. And the same way also with the next competency, recognize common or proper nouns in simple sentences. Naging specific also, recognize common or proper nouns in simple sentences listened to. Okay, naging specific na siya. LC becomes more specific or enhanced module. The next, recognize the use of a or an plus noun. Here in the new MELC, recognize the use of a or an plus noun in simple sentences listened to. More specific now. Classify, categorize sounds. Identify the English equivalent of words in the mother tongue. Still found within quarter 1, and there is no change. Here, activate prior knowledge based on the new knowledge formed in red ink. Makikita ninyo, recognize common action words. LC found in quarter 2. Transfer na po siya. From quarter 1, instead of having them in quarter 1, it is transferred to quarter 2. So, transfer competency. The next, LC found in quarter 1, transfer module pa rin. LC found in quarter 2, quarter 3, transfer module from quarter 2 to quarter 3. LC found in quarter 3 also. From quarter 2, nalipat siya sa quarter 3. So maraming pagbabago sa MELC natin. Nilipat, ang iba nilipat, na-enhance o na-retain. The same? Okay. And now let's move on to grade 3. Ang grade level standards, the learner listens critically to get information from text heard, demonstrates independence in using the basic language structure in oral and written communication, and reads with comprehension. That's for grade 3. Also, we have the comparison from the old MELC to the new MELC, and the analysis for the first competency. We have LC become more specific, or it was enhanced, na-enhance siya dito sa new MELC. Then the next one, no change sa next, this is for grade 3. Number 2, competency from the old to the new, the same. Also with the next competency, there is no change also. And also with the next, write a diary, the same, no change. In the old, identify an exclamatory sentence, LC found in quarter 1. Also, use different kinds of sentences in dialogue. Na-enhance siya, Naging specific siya. Identify an imperative sentence. Use common and proper nouns in sentences. Okay. So, these are the examples. Now, let's move on. For grade 4, grade level standards, the learner listens critically to various text types and expresses ideas accurately in both oral and written forms, demonstrates confidence in the use of the language to meet everyday needs, and reads independently and gets relevant information from various text types. Okay. Here are the most essential learning competencies and the new one. So as you can see, there is no change for the first competency. And the second, LC has been rephrased, but content topics are still the same. Okay, from the old, get the meaning of words using a dictionary, thesaurus, and online resources. And in the new, na-enhance siya, na-rephrase siya, use resources such as a dictionary, thesaurus, online sources to find the meaning of words. And in the next competency, there is no change. And in the next one, LC has been rephrased, but content topics are still the same. And in the last one, there is no change. Now, let's get to move on grade 5 example. So grade level standards, the learner listens critically to different text types, expresses idea logically in oral and written forms, and demonstrates interest in reading to meet various needs. The learner listens critically to news reports and other radio broadcasts, and expresses ideas accurately in oral and in written forms, demonstrates confidence in the use of the language to meet everyday needs, and reads independently and gets the relevant information from the various text types. Here's the example. From the old to the new, and then the analysis. For the first competency, there's no change. For the second, for the next, has been rephrased, but the content topics are still the same. And then no change, no change also. And in the last one, LC has been rephrased, no, but the content are the same. That's for grade 5. Let's move on to grade 6. The grade level standards, the learner listens critically, communicates feelings and ideas orally and in writing with high level of proficiency, and reads various text types materials to serve learning needs in meeting a wide range of life's purposes. Here's the table for the old and the new, and then the analysis. No change. Ang first competency. LC has been rephrased, but content topics were the same. Also, the next has no change, and then the same LC's rephrased or rephrased, but the content are the same. Next, let's move on to grade 7. Grade level standards, the learner demonstrates communicative competence through his or her understanding of Philippine literature and other text types for a deeper appreciation of Philippine culture. That's for grade 7. And the old and new MELC. The first one has no change. And then the next one, LC has been rephrased, but content topics are still the same. And the following samples, no change. Let's move on to grade 8. The grade level standards, the learner demonstrates communicative competence through his or her understanding of Afro-Asian literature and other text types for a deeper appreciation of Philippine culture and those of other countries. The example here for the first, second, third, and third, no change, no, the same MELC from the old to the new. And then the next one, LC has rephrased this LC found in the old MELCs for quarter 1 also. Note implicit signals used by the writer to indicate coherence. Okay, so yun ang pang-apat na competency na may note or may analysis. Now, for grade 9, level standard, the learner demonstrates communicative competence through his or her understanding of British American literature, including Philippine literature and other text types for a deeper appreciation of Philippine culture and those of other countries. Okay. In this example, we can see that there is no analysis in given by the experts. But if we can see here, no, if we analyze, if we read this, we can now identify whether the competency is retained, changed, or modified based from the comparison. So titingnan na lang natin kung meron bang comparison, ang comparison kung meron bang na-enhance, nalipat, o na-subsume, no? Now, all these can be accessed to the LRMDS office. Meron tayong MELC available from the LR office. Now, for grade 10, the grade level standards, the learner demonstrates communicative competence through his or her understanding of literature and other text types for a deeper appreciation of world literature, including Philippine literature. Okay, the same, we have the old and the new. Let's take a look at the first competency. From the old, use information from news reports, speeches, informative talks, panel discussions, etc. in everyday life. Now, in the new, use information from news reports, speeches, informative talks, panel discussions, etc. in everyday conversation and exchanges. Medyo na-enhance lang siya ng konti, but the same ang content. Okay. And also for the second competency, determine the effect of textual aids like advanced organizers, titles, nonlinear illustrations, etc. on the understanding of a text. Here on the new, determine the effects of textual aids like advanced organizers, titles, nonlinear illustrations, etc. on the understanding of a text. Walang nabago po. Okay, so these are just examples. These are just samples lifted from the most essential learning competencies, comparison of the old and new. You can access this, as I said, from the LRM's office. Okay, so these are all from English. I hope you get something out from this, no? Okay. So as I said, everything has been discussed already during the first speaker with Sir Wancho. So nandoon na lahat 'yon. Speaking about the learning activity sheets, pwedeng gumawa ang mga teachers based from the modules na meron na tayo ngayon, no? All you have to do is just to unpack the most essential learning competencies at yung mga mabibigat na hindi nakuha ng mga bata, you can make what's this, a last or the learning activity sheets. Okay, so that's all for English, and may I leave you these quotes. Here, the secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. That's from Dan Millman. In this time of new normal educational situation, let us all be the change that we wish to see in the world. Change is only scary until it becomes our new normal. Teachers, let's keep going in this difficult journey. You are not alone. We have each other. This has been your EPS for English, Miss Helen, saying never wait for the perfect moment. Use the moment and make it perfect. Because here in SDO Masbate, we shield the teachers on air for a better school of tomorrow. Thank you for listening. Stand by for the next on board. Bye.
Ayan, yan ang sabi ko nga sa inyo, napakagandang pakinggan, pero pa po sa napaka-substantial na discussion ng MELCs po ng English, ay napakasarap pakinggan po ng boses ni ma'am. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Helen, para po sa MELC orientation. Ngayon naman po ang ating ikaapat na tagapagsalita, EPS Rodyard C. Balacano, ipapaliwanag MELCs ng asignaturang Pilipino. Tayo ay makakarinig matatas na pagsasalita ng wikang Filipino, idadagdag pa ang mga katagang ngayon palang maririnig mo. Kapatid, time mo na to.
Maraming salamat sa ating tagapagdaloy ng palatuntunan. Isang mapagpalang buwan ng mga guro sa inyong lahat na nakikilahok sa gawaing ito. Nais ko ring batiin ang aking mga kasamahan sa CID sa pamumuno ni Ma'am Dorothy Loresto Daniel, sa SGOD, sa DICT na kaliwat kanan ang pagtulong sa mga gawaing ganito, at syempre sa ating mga tagapamanihala sa pamumuno ng ating butihing SDS, Ma'am Nene Rosal Mirioles. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong ito upang maipaliwanag sa ating mga kaguruan ang layunin at tunguhin ng pinakamahalagang pangkasanayang pampagkatuto sa Filipino o MELC. Ang BCD o Bureau of Curriculum Development ang siyang namamahala kung anumang curriculum ang meron tayo ngayon. Nakapaloob dito ang Dibisyon ng Curriculum Standards Development. Sila ang tagabuo at tagaingat ng K-12 curriculum. Maswerte tayo dahil nagmula pa sa DepEd Central ang bubusisi at magbibigay linaw ng ating MELC sa Filipino. Mga kaibigan, nais kong ipakilala sa inyo ang Supervising Education Specialist sa Filipino, Ginang Rosetta Comiso Galio.
Nais ko rin pong ipakilala sa inyo ang aking mga kasamahan na kaagapay natin sa pagtataguyod ng asignaturang Filipino. Si Binibining Maria Luisa Cantillo, si Binibining Evangeline Kalinisan, at si Ginoong Restituto Mendoza. Ito po ang balangkas ng aking presentasyon. Tatalakayin ko po yung curriculum ng Filipino sa bagong karaniwan. Problema o alon na kinaharap ng ating mga guro bago ang pandemya at kinakaharap sa kasalukuyan. At ang tulong o pagsagwan na ginawa ng ating kagawaran at pamilyang Filipino bilang tugon sa problemang kinakaharap. Gusto ko po kayong bigyan ng kaligiran kung ano po ang nangyari sa proseso at pinagdaanan nito bago tayo magkaroon ng curriculum na gagamitin po natin sa bagong karaniwan. Maalala po ninyo, 2018 at 2019 po, nagsimula na po ang Bureau of Curriculum Development na reviewin ng ating curriculum. Ito po yung intended curriculum, nakatala sa gabay pang curriculum. Kung saan, isa sa pinagdaanang proseso ay ang pagtukoy ng essential at desirable na competencies. Masasabi nating essential kung ang mga kasanayang pampagkatuto ay kailangan ng mag-aaral para matutuhan ang iba pang asignatura at kailangan sa susunod na baitang. Samantalang desirable naman kung kabaligtaran nito. Alam ko po na ginawa ito ng Region 5. Nagkaroon po rin po sila ng pagtukoy ng essential at desirable. Ang mga nakalagay po dun sa rekomendasyon ay atin pong isinama sa kabuuan. Nais ko pong sabihin sa inyo na ang atin pong Bureau of Curriculum Development ay hindi bingi sa kung ano ang hinaing ng guro pagdating po sa ating curriculum at ang nais po ninyong malaman tungkol sa ating curriculum. Sa ginawa po pagre-review ng ating Bureau of Curriculum Development, kasama po namin ang ibang guro mula sa UPIS, mga punong guro. Alam ko po may isa kaming nakasama mula sa Rehiyong 5, mga dalubguro po at ilang tagamasid sa Filipino. Nakapagtala po tayo ng 1,790 essential competencies at 588 desirable competencies. Dahil nga po nagkaroon tayo ng pandemya ng COVID-19, nagkaroon po ulit tayo ng pagre-review ang essential learning competencies. Ang ginamit po natin na criteria ay ang endurance o pangmatagalan na pinakapangunahing pamantayan. Katulong po ng BCD ang grupo ng ACRC para sa desisyon na ito at gagamiting criteria matapos po ang maraming pagpupulong. Gamit po ang kriteryang endurance, nagkaroon po tayo ng tinatawag na most essential learning competency o ang pinakamahalagang kasanayang pampagkatuto, mga kasanayan na tutugon sa pangangailangan ng mag-aaral sa panahon ng COVID-19. Para po sa kaalaman ng lahat, meron po ang Filipino mula grade 1 hanggang grade 10 na 2,378 kasanayang pampagkatuto. Mula po doon, sa bilang na yon, nakapagtala tayo ng 1,700 na po na essential learning competency, 708 na most essential learning competency. Ito po ay 29 at 77% sa kabuuang bilang ng ating kasanayang pampagkatuto. Narito po ang bilang o paghahambing ng kasanayang pampagkatuto sa K-12 gabay pang curriculum at ng pinakamahalagang kasanayang pampagkatuto o MELCs. Mamaya po, ipapaliwanag ko po yan ng mas komprehensibo pagdating po sa Key Stage 3. Ano po ang proseso na ginawa namin? No? Ito nga po ay ang endurance. Ayon nga po kay Reeves 2002, Mene at Hurel 2014, ang mga competency po na isasama sa listahan ay mga kasanayan sa pananaliksik, pagbasa, pagsulat, pagbasa po ng mapa, hypothesis testing na ginagamit sa pang-araw-araw na buhay at maging sa mga propesyon. Inalam po ng grupo kung ang kasanayang pampagkatuto ba na ito ay nagagamit sa totoong buhay. Inalam din ng grupo kung ang inyong MELCs o kasanayang pampagkatuto ay lubhang kailangan upang matutuhan pa ang iba pang asignatura o kakailanganin sa susunod na baitang. At syempre po, isinaalang-alang din ang pagsasakatuparan ng mga pamantayan sa bawat baitang. Ito po yung aming naging desisyon. Hindi po kami tumingin sa kisame o nag-isip lamang ng ito ay ating aalisin, ito ay tatanggalin. Ito po ay nagkaroon ng deliberasyon. Kung ito ba ay pananatilihin dahil ito ay essential. Ito ba ay i-merge natin o clustered o pagsasamahin dahil ito yung magkakaugnay o magkakatulad na kasanayan. O kailangan na ba itong alisin dahil hindi naman ito tumugon doon sa ibinigay na criteria. Kung kinakailangan ng mas komprehensibo at tiyak na pagkakasulat ng KP, nagkaroon po tayo ng pagsasaayos o rephrase. Ito na po, mula po MECQ, Marso po yun, hanggang mag-modified ECQ, modified GCQ na po ang ibang lugar, ay maraming pagpupuyat pa rin po ang aming ginagawa para lang po ito ay matapos, para po sa ating mga kabataan at maging gabay nyo rin po, mga guro. Ito po ang ating mga halimbawa. Kung papansinin nyo po, ang kasanayang pampagkatuto, ikapitong baitang na ipaliliwanag ang kahulugan ng salita sa pamamagitan ng pagpapangkat. Kalawa po, nabibigyang kahulugan ang mga salita batay sa konteksto ng pangungusap. Ikatlo, nabibigyan ng kahulugan ang mga salitang ginamit sa kwento batay sa kontekstual na pahiwatig at denotasyon o konotasyon. Ang isa pa po, na ibibigay ang kasing kahulugan at kasalungat na kahulugan ng salita ayon sa gamit ng pangungusap. Inayos po namin ang pagkakasulat nito at pinagsama. Mahalaga po ang kasanayang ito sa pag-unawa sa binasa na kailanganin ng mga mag-aaral dahil sinasabi po ng baitang 7 hanggang baitang 10, kinakailangang hasain mo ang kanyang pagbasa ng iba't ibang teksto. Kung papansinin niyo po dito, inayos namin ang pangungusap, pinagsama po sa isang kasanayang pagkatuto ang mga paraan ng pagbibigay kahulugan. Kaya nagkaroon po kayo sa baitang 7 ng pinakamahalagang kasanayang pampagkatuto na ipaliliwanag ang kahulugan ng salita sa pamamagitan ng pagpapangkat batay sa konteksto ng pangungusap, denotasyon at konotasyon, at batay sa kasing kahulugan at kasalungat nito. Ang halimbawa naman po ng pagsasaayos, ito po sa baitang 8, nasusuri ang isang programang napanood sa telebisyon ayon sa itinakdang mga pamantayan. Isinama po ang kasanayang ito dahil kailangan po ng ating mga mag-aaral na maging mapanuri sa mga pinapanood sa telebisyon. Para po maging tiyak, ito po ay isinaayos na nasusuri ang napanonood na pelikula batay sa paksa o tema, sa layon, sa gamit ng mga salita at mga tauhan. Sa baitang 9 naman po, na itatanghal ang dulang panteatro na pumapaksa sa ilang napapanahong isyong panlipunan sa kasalukuyan. Ito po sa palagay ko ang inyong mamimiss. Ito po ay inalis muna natin dahil po kinakailangan po ito ng face-to-face na ugnayan. Sa ika-10 baitang po, halimbawa, nagagamit ng angkop at masining na paglalarawan ng tao, pangyayari at damdamin. Pinanatili po natin ito dahil ito po ay tumugon sa kahingian ng endurance na nagagamit sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa ibang tao. Kaya po ito ay ating pinanatili. Tingnan po natin mga kasama, may pinagbago ba yung curriculum noon na ginagamit at curriculum ngayon na gagamitin? Umpisahan po natin sa layunin. Noon, ano po kaya ang layunin noon? Makalinang ng isang buo at ganap na Filipinong may kapaki-pakinabang na literacy. Ngayon po kaya na bago ito? Tingnan po natin sa bagong karaniwan. Makalinang ng isang buo at ganap na Filipinong may kapaki-pakinabang na literacy. Malinaw na sinasabi na ang layunin ng pagtuturo natin ng Filipino ay makabubuo tayo, ikaw bilang guro, ng isang buo at ganap na Pilipinong may kapaki-pakinabang na literacy. Pagdating po sa pamantayan sa programa, baka naman po na iba, tingnan po natin. Noon, na ipamamalas ng mag-aaral ang kakayahang komunikatibo, mapanuring pag-iisip at pag-unawa at pagpapahalagang pampanitikan gamit ang teknolohiya at iba't ibang uri ng teksto at mga akdang pampanitikan, regional, pambansa, saling akdang asyano at pandaigdig tungo sa pagtatamo ng kultural na literacy. Magagamit ang wikang Filipino upang madaling maunawaan at maipaliwanag ang mga kaalaman sa araling pangnilalaman. Magamit ang angkop at wastong salita sa pagpapahayag ng sariling kaisipan, damdamin o karanasan ng may lubos na paggalang sa kultura na nagbibigay at tumatanggap ng mensahe. May nabago po ba sa bagong karaniwan? Wala po. Ang pamantayan pa rin po sa programa ay maipamalas ng mag-aaral ang kakayahang komunikatibo, mapanuring pag-iisip at pag-unawa at pagpapahalagang pampanitikan. Baka naman po sa pamantayan sa bawat yugto ay may pinag-iba. Tingnan po natin. Sa dulo ng baitang 10 na ipamamalas ng mag-aaral ang kakayahang komunikatibo, reflektibo o mapanuring pag-iisip at pagpapahalagang pampanitikan sa tulong ng akdang regional, pambansa at saling tekstong asyano at pandaigdig upang matamo ang kultural na literacy. Tingnan po natin sa bagong karaniwan, wala pong pinag-iba. Akdang regional, pambansa, saling tekstong asyano at pandaigdig upang matamo pa rin po ang kultural na literacy. Pamantayan po sa bawat baitang. Baka naman po pambansa na ang nasa ikapitong baitang, regional na ang nasa pangwalo. Wala pong nabago. Ang tangi pong nabago ay aalamin natin mamaya. Pansinin niyo po yan, ikapitong baitang, regional pa rin po. Ikawalong baitang, pambansa po. Ikasyam na baitang, saling akdang asyano. At ikasampung baitang, saling akdang pandaigdig. Baitang 7 po, ito po, akdang pampanitikan sa lamin ng Mindanao. Ito po ang ating kurikulum ngayon sa bagong karaniwang gagamitin. Panitikang Bisaya, refleksyon ng kabisayaan. Panitikang Luzon, larawan ng pagkakakilanlan. Ibong Adar na pa rin po ang ating gagamitin sa baitang 7. Kung papansin niyo po, ito lang po ang nabago sa atin. Noon, K-12 curriculum. Pag grade 1 hanggang grade 10, 2,378 kasanayang pampagkatuto. Ngayon pong bagong karaniwan, ito na po ang most essential learning competency na gagamitin natin sa baitang 7 hanggang 10. Gusto ko pong ipakita sa inyo yung proseso. Nakita niyo po yung proseso na pinahahalagahan din po natin. Ito, kung mapapansin niyo po yung ating mga essential learning competencies. Nagmula rin po ito sa tulong ng ating mga guro sa field. Kayo pong mga guro, sinabi po, ito mahirap ituro, ito hindi akma sa edad. Nagkaroon po tayo ng pagre-review. At mula po nga doon, lumabas po yung essential learning competencies. At ngayon nga po, para lang tugunan ang panahon ng pandemya, meron po tayong most essential learning competencies. Nais ko pong ipaalam sa inyo, nasa ilalim pa rin po ng K-12 curriculum ang lahat ng kasanayang pampagkatuto. Lahat po ay nasa K-12 curriculum edition po 2016. Ito po, siguro po interesado kayo. Baitang 7, mayroon po tayo noong 169. Meron na lang tayong 74. Konti na lang po. Ibig sabihin, sa isang quarter ng baitang 7, may 13 ka na lang kasanayang pampagkatuto na kailangang malinang ng isang mag-aaral. Sa quarter 2, 10 na lang po. Sa quarter 3, 11 na lang. Sa quarter 4, 13. Di ba po, isa sa palagi ang problemang sinasabi sa atin ay napakarami ng kasanayang pampagkatuto ng Filipino. No? Ngayon po, tinugunan po natin iyon dahil magkakaroon na lang po ng 8 linggo kada isang markahan. Baitang 8 po, mula 152, meron na lang po tayong 73. Sa unang markahan, 13 na lamang. Sa ikalawang markahan, 17 na lamang. Sa ikatlong markahan ay 25 at sa ikaapat ay 18 na po lamang. Sa baitang 10 po, mula sa 179, meron na lamang po tayong 103. Kung mapapansin niyo po, medyo marami pa po ang kasanayang pampagkatuto ng baitang siyam rin at baitang 10. No? Dahil ito po ay hindi natin maialis dahil ito ay pasok sa endurance at ang kasanayan po ng mga mag-aaral na dapat nililinang ay makabuo ng ganap, no, na Filipinong may kapaki-pakinabang na literacy. Sa ikalawang markahan, 34, sa ikatlong markahan, 20 na lang po, at sa ikaapat na markahan po ay 23. Sa baitang 10 po, no, kung papansin niyo po, 198, 135. Sa palagay ko po, ito po ang isa sa pinakamarami pa rin na kasanayang pampagkatuto. Dahil nga po, bago po ang ating itinuturo kada baitang dito sa pagdating sa akdang pampanitika na ginagamit sa baitang 7 hanggang 10. Hindi po katulad ng Key Stage 1, ito po ay paulit-ulit. At saka Key Stage 2 na may mga pagkakahawig po ng mga kasanayang pampagkatuto. Ang baitang 7 hanggang 10 po ay ilan lamang ang nagkakaroon ng pagkakahawig dahil ito ay madalas ay nakatutok rin po sa mga akdang pampanitikan, ang pambansa, panrehiyonal, ang Asya po at sa daigdig. Ito po, dito po sa baitang 7, makikita niyo po ang ating MELCs. Kung papansinin niyo po, wala po kaming nakalagay na duration. Dahil isinaalang-alang po namin, mapapansin niyo po yun sa English at sa mother tongue, na isinaalang-alang namin na tatapusin ang mga kasanayang pampagkatuto ng walang duration dahil baka iba-ibang modality ang gagamitin. Ang mahalaga po sa isang buong quarter, no, na mayroong 8 linggo, tapos natin lahat ng kasanayang pampagkatuto na nakasulat po sa most essential learning competency. Pansinin niyo po yung baitang 8 rin, wala rin po tayong inilagay na tiyak na panahon. Pero may mga division po o sangay na kinonextualize po ito o localize na nilagyan po nila ng kailan nila ituturo. Wala pong problema doon. Wala pong problema kung naglagay para sa kaisahan, pero gusto po namin ipakita na ang target matapos ang lahat ng most essential learning competencies na nakasulat sa loob ng 8 linggo sa isang quarter. Ito po ang halimbawa sa baitang siyam. Kung mapapansin niyo po yung K-12 CG code, ang iba pong competency ay may 2 code dahil yun po ay nagpapakita na may minerge po kami o pinagsamang kasanayang pampagkatuto. Sa baitang 10 po, ito rin po, yan. Paalala lang po, no, sa ating curriculum sa bagong karaniwan, no? Binibigyan namin kayo ng laya para makapili ang magkakasamang MELCs sa bawat linggo. Maaari kang pumili ng pagbasa, pagsulat, yung mga 5 makrong kasanayan, no, yung mga domains. Kung maaari nga po sa isang gawain o sa isang module ay sama-sama na lahat ng kasanayan ay nalilinang. No, kung maaari po nating magawan yun ng paraan dahil ang wika po, no, ang Filipino po ay hindi itinuturo ng isa lang, isang module para sa pakikinig, no, ito po ay sama-sama. Magkakaugnay po ito. Ito po, layunin po ng pigpili ng MELC ay hindi papalitan ang kasalukuyang curriculum guide, kundi gagabayan po namin kayong mga guro sa pagtukoy ng competency mas kinakailangan ng mag-aaral sa taong panuruan 2020-2021. Napakahalaga po na pag-aralan natin ang konteksto, no, o kalagayan ng ating mag-aaral bago tayo magbigay ng nararapat na estilo, dahil ang pagkatuto po ay mawawala kung hindi mo isasaalang-alang ang kalagayan nila. Muli po, huwag niyo pong itapon ang ating 2016 Curriculum Guide. Bit-bitin niyo po ito. Kung may tanong kayo sa MELCs, sumangguni lamang po kayo sa Curriculum Guide ng Filipino, mauunawaan niyo po. Dahil alam ko na hasang-hasa naman na kayo sa pagtuturo ng Filipino at paggamit ng ating Curriculum Guide sa Filipino. Ituturon kong problema na kinaharap ng ating mga guro sa Filipino ito. Gusto ko kayong bahagihan, problema o alon o pagsubok, o pandemya. Ano ba yung kinaharap na ng ating mga guro sa Filipino pagdating sa curriculum? Gusto kong ipakita sa inyo, ibahagi sa inyo, hindi lang itago para sa pag-aaral namin, ang mga problemang lumabas kung bakit daw hindi natututo ang isang mag-aaral ng mga kasanayang pampagkatuto na inilatag natin doon. Ito po ay nangyari noong 2017. Mayroon po kaming ibinigay sa ating mga supervisor sa bawat rehiyon, ilista ang mga list mastered competencies. Ito po ang mga list mastered competencies at itinuturong dahilan kung bakit mayroon tayong list mastered competencies. Hayaan niyo pong basahin ko ito at ibigay ang dahilan. Hindi po kami ang sumulat ng dahilan. Ang dahilan pong sagot na ito ay mula po sa field, mula po sa ating kaguruan at maging sa supervisor po natin na kasama pagdating doon sa ating konsultatibong palihan sa pagtukoy ng critical na nilalaman ng curriculum. Pansinin niyo po ito, mga guro sa Baitang 7, na iaangkop ang wastong tono o intonasyon sa pagbigkas ng mga tula, awiting panudyo at palaisipan. Wala daw pong sapat na kasanayan sa pagtuturo ang guro. Hindi po ako ang naglagay niyan, ma'am, sir? Pangalawa po, na imumungkahi ang karagdagang impormasyon tungkol sa mga hakbang sa pagsulat ng balita batay sa balitang napanood sa telebisyon. Kakulangan daw po ng kagamitang panteknolohiya. Sunod po, nagagamit ng wasto ang pang-ugnay sa pagsasalaysay at pagsusunod-sunod na mga pangyayari. Ang guro daw po ay walang sapat na kasanayan sa pagtuturo. Nasusuri ang isang docu-film o free story batay sa ibinigay na mga pamantayan. Kakulangan ng kaalaman sa pagsusuri ng docu. Na isasagawa ang sistematikong pananaliksik tungo sa mga impormasyong kailangan sa pagsasagawa ng script ng pangkatang pagtatanghal. Kakulangan daw po ng kaalaman sa pananaliksik. Na isusulat ang sariling damdamin na may pagkakatulad sa naging damdamin ng isang tauhan sa akda. Kakulangan sa kasanayan sa pag-intindi ng binasa. Hindi ko po lang alam kung ang tinutukoy nito ay ang mga bata. Siguro naman po ay bata ang tinutukoy dito. Nagagamit ng wasto ang panandang anaporik at kataporik ng pangungusap. Hindi daw sapat ang kaalaman ng guro sa aralin sapagkat hindi major ng Filipino. Alam niyo po, ito po ang ating kinakaharap na problema. Isa po ito sa alon na sa asignaturang Filipino ay problema na hindi major ng Filipino ang nagtuturo dahil pagdating po ng undergrad, iilan na lamang ang kumukuha ng kurso na major sa Filipino. Hindi po ito sakop ng aming mandato, pero kung may mga pagkakataon na kinakailangan pong i-reskill natin ang mga guro, willing po ang Bureau of Curriculum Development na tulungan para masanay ang ating mga guro na hindi major sa Filipino. Sa kabuuan po, ito po ang tinuturing na dahilan kung bakit mayroon tayong list mastered competencies. Walang sapat na kaalaman ng guro sa pagtuturo ng aralin, marahil ay hindi major ng Filipino, o walang pagsasanay, kakulangan sa kasanayan sa pag-intindi ng binasa ang mga bata, kakulangan ng kaalaman sa pananaliksik, Ang guro ay walang sapat na kasanayan sa pagtuturo, kakulangan ng kaalaman sa pagtuturo ng Filipino na may advokasiyang pangmakabayan. Ngayon naman pong panahon ng pandemya, ito po ay aking kasamahang guro. No? Ano kaya ang gagawin ko? Gusto ko is work from home ako. Pero anong gagawin mo? Maaring nasa isip nyo rin, parang hindi pa ako handa. Kung dati meron akong pangkatang gawain, dati magkakaroon ang mga bata ng pagtatanghal. Ano kaya ang gagawin ko ngayon? Buwan ng wika, no? Sanay na sanay tayo, no? Sanay ng sabayang pagbigkas. Nawala yun, no? Hindi kayo nagkaroon ng pagsasanay ng sabayang pagbigkas. Ngayon pa naman ang maaring panahon para ikaw ay manalo sa paaralan na sa sangay na kinabibilangan mo. Paano ako magtuturo sa panahon ngayon? Mas matrabaho nga ata ngayon. Parang nung nagturo po ako noong 2009, ay lagi po natin yata nababanggit taon-taon na mas matrabaho ata ngayon. Ibig sabihin, siguro may pag-unlad at may pagbabago na para rin sa ating mga bata. At saka, paano yun? Hindi nga sila gumagawa noon Maaring lagi ngang absent Paano kaya ngayon na wala pa ako sa harapan nila? No? Gusto ko pong malaman kung ano yung problema ng mga guro. Kaya po, nagtanong po ako sa mga guro ng Filipino. So, nakalala ko po ito na boses nila, ma'am at sir. Sabi po nila, ang problema, kalinawan po ng programa sa implementasyon ng new normal sa pagtuturo ng Filipino. Ayan daw ang problema nyo, mga kasama. Ayan po ba ang problema nyo, mga guro ng Filipino? Papalapit na po ang pasukan, pero marami pa pong guro sa Filipino ang hindi nalilinawan kung paano ang magiging diskarte ng pagtuturo. Sila po ang nagsabi niyan. Paano isasagawa ang new normal setup ng klase? Wala pa kasing orientation sa mga teacher. Programa sa online class, no? Ito, nararanasan natin ito kung may meeting tayo sa Zoom, sa lahat. Pero dito, kung hindi po bata ang nawawala, teacher naman. Tapos ang mga bata, madali daw pong mapagod. Nawawala daw po sila sa ibang subjects. Ito po ay sagot ng isang guro na nag-simulate po, nagkaroon ng simulation. Siyempre po, ang walang katapusang pag-contact sa mga bata at madaming reports, laging asap pa. Mas matrabaho nga po ngayong new normal, sabi nila. Sandamakmak na trabaho at webinars ang ginagawa bilang paghahanda sa pasukan. Alam niyo po, grabe po ang pagsaludo ko sa mga guro sa pampublikong paaralan. Kasi kahit anong sabi natin na ang daming trabaho, pero pag hindi ito na ibibigay natin. Kaya nga po, saludo po ako sa inyong dedikasyon sa kahit anong problema na kinakaharap ay naibibigay niyo ito. Dito po sa mga naging problema ng curriculum o alon na kinaharap natin noon, ano po yung solusyon o pagsasagwa na ginagawa ng kagawaran ng edukasyon? Alam ko po ng ating mga supervisor sa Filipino ay baka po hindi na rin sila natutulog, lalo na po sa Rehiyon 5. Pag si Ma'am Olay po sa Filipino, no? Napaka-husay rin po ng kanyang mga supervisors, no? Ano po ang ginawa nila? Ano po ang ginagawa natin o ginawa nila? Dahil lahat ng problema may solusyon. Hindi mo nga lamang alam kung alin ang pinaka-maayos, pero dapat pipili ka ng pinakamagandang solusyon. Hindi ko po kayo mabibigyan ng ito ang dapat mong gawin. Bilang isang guro, naniniwala po ako na naibigay na ito ng inyong division, ng inyong punong guro. Pagsaludo po sa lahat ng punong guro kung paano rin po nila isinasaayos ang pagsasanay sa kanilang mga guro sa paaralan. Ano naman po ang solusyon na pambigay ko sa inyo, mga ma'am at sir? Hindi ko po kayang bigyan ng ito po ang pinaka-the best na estratehiya. Ito po ang pinaka-the best na gawain. Ito po ang pinaka-magandang module para po sa mga bata, para po alam niyo na po lahat ng gagawin. Kaysa po ang kagawaran ng edukasyon, no? Sa Bureau of Curriculum Development, sa CI Strand, buong DepEd po, nagkaisa po yan para lang po matugunan natin ang problemang kinakaharap ng ating mga ma'am at sir. No? Ito po ang problema sa bagong karaniwan. Kalinawan ng programa, papalapit na ang pasukan, wala pa, isasagawa ang new normal. Alam niyo po, kung babasahin niyo po, no? Kung babasahin niyo po ang ating mga DepEd orders, ito po ay malinaw na nakasulat doon. Una po, suggested strategies in implementing distance learning delivery modalities for school year 2020-2021. No? Ito po ay DMCI 2020-00162. Dito ko po nakuha yung ating DMCI na memo. Malinaw pong inilatag doon, mga kasama. Ito pong mga bagay na ito ay kinakailangan bigyan ng pansin. Kailangan po nating basahin at tulungan po ang bawat isa, hindi lang po ikaw ang nagbabasa. Maging ang kasamahan po ay tulungan natin. At ang isa po, ito po yung 800 plus na pahina. Adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan for School Year 2020-2021 in the light of COVID-19 public health emergency. Mga kasama, isipin niyo po mula Marso hanggang Agosto, sabihin na po natin 5 buwan, pero ang kagawaran ng edukasyon po ay patuloy na nagsasagwan. Ginagawa ang lahat para matugunan po ang pangailangan nating mga guro para sa bata at para sa bayan. Napakahirap po. Kung papansinin niyo po itong adoption, meron din pong research doon, nasa dulo, kaya binibining Almario. Maganda po ang discussion. Nandun din po ang ating most essential learning competencies. Lahat po, paano ito gagamitin, nandyan din po yun. At ang LR portal po ng DepEd, may page din po sila. Nandun din po ang ating most essential learning competency. Gumawa nga po tayo, no, ang hakbang ng kagawaran, Basic Learning Continuity Plan. Ito po ang ginawa nating pagsasagwan para ipagpatuloy natin ang edukasyon ng mga kabataan. Pagtukoy ng pinakamahalagang kasanayang pampagkatuto, pagbibigay ng iba't ibang modality sa pagkatuto, pagbuo ng self-learning modules. Napakahirap po na gagawa ng self-learning modules. At kami rin po na nasa Bureau of Curriculum Development ay katuwang para po i-QA ang mga ibang dumarating na self-learning modules, lalo na po yung sa ADM. Yun po ang aming ambag at ang self-learning modules po ay hindi po yan isang upo at tapos na. Kaya congratulations po sa Region 5. Natapos ninyo yung inyong mga self-learning modules. Yung nakikita ko po after namin magsalita, ay ipinapahayag ninyo yung mga self-learning modules na ginawa ninyo. Hindi po yan madali, kaya pagbati po sa lahat. Pagkakaroon po ng radio-based instruction at TV-based instruction. Meron din po tayong DepEd Commons, no? Lahat yata ay ginawa ng kagawaran para lamang matulungan kayo. At ang inyo pong mga supervisor, hindi po sila natutulog. Ang inyong mga principal, hindi po yan natutulog. Talagang pagod na pagod po. At kayong mga guro po, wala po kaming nais, kundi maalagaan kayo ng maayos at matulungan kung paano natin ihahatid ang pagkatuto sa mga bata. Gusto ko pong basahin itong pahayag, no, ng pakikaisa ng kagawaran ng edukasyon. Ang kagawaran ng edukasyon po ng Central Office, kagawaran ng edukasyon po sa region, sa division, no, sa paaralan, iisa lang po tayo. Iisa lang po ang ating pamilya, no? Kami, ang mga opisyal at kawani ng kagawaran ng edukasyon ay kaisa ng sambayan ng Pilipino sa laban sa pagpuksa ng COVID-19. Ito ang layunin ng sulong edukalidad, ang magpatuloy ng sama-sama habang inihahanda natin ang sistema ng edukasyon para sa hinaharap. Ito po ay biglaan na pangyayari at walang nagsabi na maaari itong mangyari. Kaya hindi po ito napaghandaan ng sino mang individual, maging tayo. Sa laban na ito, ang ating mga pagsusumikap at patakaran ay nakaangkla sa paglilingkod sa kapwa Pilipino. Ang pagtitiyak sa kaligtasan ng ating mga mag-aaral, guro at kawani ay unang isinasaalang-alang sa ating mga polisiya. Hindi ko po ito ginawa. Ito po ay nasa DepEd website natin. No? Kinuha ko lang po ang ilang mga pangungusap doon. Sisiguraduhin natin na magkakaroon ng balanse sa pagitan ng pagbibigay ng kalidad na edukasyon at pag-aaruga sa bawat isa. Lagi ko po itong binibilin sa ating mga regional supervisors, sa ating mga division supervisors. Alagaan nyo ang guro. Alagaan natin ang guro. Ibigay natin ang kailangan nila dahil sila yung physical o sila yung mismong haharap sa mga bata. Sila yung direct nakakausap sa mga bata at mag-i-implement ng ating mga polisiya at maging ng curriculum. Naglunsad ng isang komprehensibong learning continuity plan. Nagawa na po ito ng ating kagawaran. Kabilang ng kinakailangang curriculum. Isagawa na rin po ito, na isakatuparan na rin po ito. Materyales sa pagkatuto, ito po ay tutulong-tulungan ng bawat rehiyon para magkaroon po ang lahat ng bata ng materyales ng module. At karampatang suporta para sa mga guro at magulang. Meron din po tayong HGP, no? Ito po ang mga gawain na ito ay tumutulong para po suportahan ng ating mga guro at magulang sa ganoong aspeto. Sabi nga po nito, no? Tamang-tama po yung ano ng ating KWF, kami, kayo po, tayo po, kawani ng DepEd ay hinihikayat ang buong bansa na muling isabuhay ang diwa ng bayanihan. Isabuhay po natin ang diwa ng bayanihan, mga kasama. Isa lang po tayo, wala pong bayanihan po na hindi ikaw ang nandito lamang nandito lang kami sa paaralan, ito lang ang aming gagawin. Ang maliliit na bagay na ginagawa nyo po ay hindi nyo alam, nagkakaroon ng malaking epekto sa ating mga mag-aaral. Alam ko po, mamimiss nyo ito, orientasyon, no? Tuwing unang araw ng klase, ang walang kamatayang ano ang ginawa mo, ano ang expectation mo sa buong araw. Nakakamiss po yan. Kahit ako nga po na nagtatrabaho na sa central office, no, 4 na taon na ang lumipas. Ayan po ang mga estudyante ko noon. Na-miss po natin yung orientasyon. Pangkatang gawain. Ano na ang gagawin natin ngayon sa pangkatang gawain? No? At ito, ang ating mga pagsasadula at ang mga ganitong ginagawa. No? Ganito mga Filipino teachers po, mga guro sa Filipino, sila lagi ang punong abala sa mga ganyang gawain. At syempre po, ng ating mga kasamang bata, yung paglalakbay, mamimiss po natin yan sa bagong karaniwan, maaaring hindi natin nagagawa. Pero ito po, maging ang ating mga kasamahan. Kung papansinin niyo po, lahat po ng individual sa loob ng silid-aralan o sa paaralan ay mahalaga. Mahalaga na kasama nyo dahil kayo rin po ang magtutulungan para po maisakatuparan ang pagkatuto ng ating mag-aaral. Mga kasama, hayaan nyo pong ibigay ko ito sa inyo. Ito po ay inspirasyon ko galing kay Sir Balsa sa Basa. Patuloy po kayong maging balsa ng karunungan, no? Tagapaghatid ng kaalaman at karunungan para sa ating kabataan kahit maraming alon po ang inyong dadaanan. Napakahalaga po ng inyong gampanin. Napakahalaga po. Sunod po, katulad po ng isang baga, huwag mong hayaang mawala ang init at alab sa paglilingkod sa bata at sa bayan. Mga kasama, nakakapagod, no? Napapagod tayo, minsan ayaw mo nang bumangon. Pero tayong mga guro sa Pilipinas, oo, napapagod. At pag napagod ka, magpahinga ka panandalian. At pagkapahinga mo, babangon ka muli at nagpapatuloy sa buhay. Tayo ay mapapagod pero hindi tayo sumusuko. Sa buong bansa po, lahat ng guro ng Filipino, lahat ng guro ng kagawarang ito, gusto ko pong iparating sa inyong lahat, guro man po kayo ng Filipino o anong asignatura man po ang tinuturo nyo, gusto ko pong ipaalam sa inyo, mga division supervisor, no, ang ating mga taga-masid sa Filipino, lahat ng division ng Region 5, lahat po ng regional supervisor, lahat po ng school head, ang ating mga SDS, lahat po ng kawani ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, kayo po ay isang biyaya. Kayo po ay biyaya, isang tunay na pagpapala sa ating mga bata, sa ating bansa, at sa ating pamilyang Pilipino. Wala pong kapares ang ginagawa ninyo. Kaya tuwing babangon po kayo, alalahanin ninyo na kayo ay isang biyaya, isang tunay na pagpapala sa lahat ng inyong nakakasama. Iiwanan ko po kayo ng ganitong isang bahagi po ng El Filibusterismo na paborito po ni Dr. Leticia Cantal Pagkalinawan. Ito po ay hango sa kanyang Filipino Language Program sa University of Michigan na isang malikhaing pagtuturo ng wika tungo sa paglinang ng kasanayang pangkomunikatibo ng mga tunguhin at estratehiya. Minsan, may isang binatang lumapit kay Pilosopo Tasio para subukin ang katalinuhan niya. Ang sabi ng binata, Pilosopo Tasio, sabihin nga ninyo sa akin ang kalagayan ng ibon na nasa aking palad. Saglit na tumahimik at nag-isip si
Okay, our apology po dahil nagkaroon po tayo ng technical glitches. Ganun po talaga, ano? Hindi po natin sa mga inaasahan po na mga pagkakataon. Pero muli po, nagpapasalamat po tayo sa ating EPS sa Filipino sa ibinahagi pong video para po maintindihan po at maunawaan ng bawat isa ang MEL po ng asignaturang Filipino. Pinapaalam po sa lahat na wala po tayong break. Working lunch po tayo habang nanonood po kayo, habang kumakain, pwede po kayo makinig at manood sa mga talakayang nagaganap po online. So, proceeding po tayo, ano? By the way po pala, yung attendance check-in po natin ay nag-close na po ng 11:30. Then, sa check-out po natin, mag-o-open po yung system nung 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, it will close at 7 o'clock in the evening. Okay. So, ikalimang tagapagsalita, APS Imelda Rioso ang kanyang pangalan. Mga numero at formula yata ang agahan, pananghalian at pagkain kinagabihan. MELCs ng asignaturang math, inyo na pong matutunghayan. Madam, gawin mo na yan.
Right? Good noon, everyone. Welcome to Mathematics World. Before I start with the most essential learning competencies in mathematics, let me first give you a background of our mathematics kinder to grade 10 curriculum. The curriculum framework of mathematics has twin goals, that is critical thinking and problem solving. And from kindergarten to grade 10, we only have 5 content domains, such as numbers and number sense, geometry, patterns and algebra, measurement, statistics, and probability. So even though a child is just in a kindergarten, but we could already develop patterns in algebra, statistics, and probability. And in mathematics framework, we develop the different skills and processes such as knowing and understanding, estimating, computing and solving, visualizing and modeling, representing and communicating, conjecturing, reasoning, proving and decision making, applying and connecting. And just like other learning disciplines, we inculcate values and attitudes such as accuracy, creativity, objectivity, perseverance, and productivity. And as we develop the different skills and processes, we use or utilize appropriate tools such as manipulative objects, measuring devices, calculators, computers, smartphones, and tablets. And now may I give you how come that mathematics MELC from the learning competencies were provided to all of us. The learning competency and the curriculum guide is termed as essential learning competencies. And during the curriculum review of the intended curriculum for 2019, the review followed 3 steps, such as first, mapping of essential and desirable competencies. Previous speakers had articulated what is essential and what is desirable competencies. So we all know that desirable competencies, this may enhance education but may not be necessary in building for the foundational skills. So therefore, it is dropped or sometimes merged to another competency. The second step is all about identifying the prerequisite knowledge and skills within the learning area. We all know, friends, that our curriculum is spiral in nature. So we could not develop higher skills without first developing the very foundation. Just like in the 4 fundamental operations, we could not develop division if our learners have not mastered addition, subtraction, and multiplication, because these 3 operations are prerequisite knowledge and skills to develop division. The last step is analysis of interconnectedness of prerequisite knowledge and skills among learning competencies across learning areas. So that's how our MELC followed the different steps during the review. So essential learning competencies already discussed, so I will move to the next. Okay, and the determining factor for our most essential learning competencies is endurance. And that is, if it remains with learners long after a test or unit of study is completed, and if it is useful beyond a single test or unit of study, like research skills, reading comprehension, writing, map reading, and hypothesis testing, which are essential in many professions and in everyday life. Learning competencies in our curriculum guide were retained if it satisfies the endurance criterion. It contributes to lifelong learning and a prerequisite skill to the next grade level. Learning competencies were merged when 2 or more LCs that have the same objective or learning intention are combined into one comprehensive learning competency and refreshed to make the statement of the LC more concise, and dropped when the LC that is too specific, recurring, subsumed in another learning competency. During the curriculum review of grade 2 second quarter on numbers and number sense, learning competencies number 24, 25, 26, 27 were found essential. But though essential, learning competencies 25 and 26 were merged or rephrased because the LCs are related and may be harmonized, unified for a more focused development of the concept or skill. Learning competency 24 and 27 were retained. Learning competency number 28, if we will look at the competency colored red, it states that creates problems involving subtraction of whole numbers including money. During the review, LCs 28 and 31, these 2 competencies were considered desirable. So therefore, these competencies were dropped. Another for grade 6 curriculum review, fourth quarter on measurement, LC 70, 71, 72, 73, 75, and 76 were considered essential, and LC 74 and 77, which is all about creating problems, were considered desirable. Hence, those learning competencies considered essential were retained, while those competencies considered as desirable were dropped. Simply because for those statements which start with creates and derives, like derives formula for finding the volume of cylinders, pyramids, cones, and spheres, drop because the else is more of a teacher's action. That is the reason behind for dropping the learning competency. The rest retained because it satisfies endurance criterion. We have here other samples for grade 1, first quarter. For LC 1 and 2, these two competencies were merged because LCs 2 and 8, 1 and are subsum and LC1 and maybe subtask. While LC4 composes and decomposes given numbers, removed or dropped because this competency repeated in patterns and algebra in grade 1, third quarter. Now, friends, how are we going to use the most essential learning competencies in mathematics? First, we need to appraise the content standards in its quarter of your grade level. The content standards guide you in tracking the learning content being focused per quarter. Second, you need to plan the instructional activities based on performance standard. So our teachers are empowered to design instructional activities or tasks suited for the type of learning delivery or learning modality being used in the field. And our teachers need to contextualize the instructional task whenever necessary. Third, examine the identified most essential learning competencies for each quarter. Remember, time allotment is flexible. The MELC is the learning goal for the quarter. Subtask if the MELC is of a big chunk of a learning goal. Development of math skill is prioritized over competence and content knowledge. Then, last, design activities, assessment tasks, dealing with problem solving and analysis, because we'll go back to our twin goals that is all about critical thinking and problem solving. Let's have a view of the comparison of the number of LCs and regional CG, essential learning competencies, and most essential learning competencies. As you can view the graph, colored blue is for our original curriculum guide. Colored red is for the essential learning competencies, and colored green are for the most essential learning competencies. For grade 1, the current curriculum guide has 66 learning competencies. For the ELC, or the essential learning competency, decreased by 4, it's 62. And for the most essential learning competencies, it's only 38. For grade 2, from 93, decreased to 54. For grade 3, from 80, decreased to 57. For grade 4, from 86, we only now have 67. For grade 5, from 107, decreased to 74. For grade 6, from 89 to 62. For grade 7, from 64 to 53. For grade 8, from 57 to 52. I think grade 8 has a minimal and grade 9 decrease. For grade 9, we have 48, a difference of 2, so decreased by 2, it's only 46. For grade 10, from 51 to 40. So a total of from 741 learning competencies from the curriculum guide to 543 in our most essential learning competencies. Let's take a look at the comparison of the retained, dropped, and merged learning competencies from the original curriculum guide. Blue is the retained. For grade 1, there are 44% retained learning competencies. 41% were merged and 15% dropped learning competencies because it was found desirable. For grade 2, we have 42% retained competencies, 37% merged, and 22% dropped. For grade 3, we have 55% retained. 35% of the competencies were merged, 10% dropped. For grade 4, we have 72% retained, 12% merged, 16% dropped. For grade 5, we have 67% retained, 7% merged, and 25% dropped. For grade 6, we have 60% retained, 12% merged, and 25% dropped. So far, grade 9 has the highest competencies retained, 96%, and only 4% of the competencies dropped. Now, let's have a walkthrough of quiz stage 1. Mathematics grade 1, quarter 1. If you will compare mathematics as a subject to other learning discipline or learning areas, it's only in mathematics that we have more than 8 weeks duration. For mathematics, we have 9-week duration, or other grade level has a maximum of 10-week duration. Grade 1 first quarter. We have here competencies 1 and 2 merged, and 8 because LCs 2 and 8 are subsumed in competency 1 and may be subtasked. Competency number 4 dropped because competency is repeated in patterns and algebra in grade 1 third quarter. Competency 6 and 7 merged because the two competencies are related and are harmonized for a more focused development of the skill. Another competencies 12 and 13 merged because they are related and may be harmonized for a more focused development of the skill, just like competencies 14 and 15. That is for the first quarter for grade 1. For Math Grade 1, Quarter 2, we have here learning competencies 27 and 36 were dropped because creates problems is more of teacher's act and it does not meet endurance criterion. Just like competencies 21 and 22 visualizes and adds 2 to 3-digit numbers horizontally and vertically, uses expanded form to explain the meaning of addition with regrouping. These competencies were dropped because does not meet the endurance criterion. For grade 1 second quarter, competencies 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25. So merged and rephrased because these learning competencies are related and harmonized and unified for a more focused development of the skill. While LCs 24 and 25 are subsumed in LCs 19, where appropriate mental techniques and adding numbers are presented. So, the decision is to have it merged or rephrased. Okay? For 32, LC 32 uses expanded form to explain subtraction with regrouping. This LC was dropped because it is subsumed in LC 33. Now let's have a walkthrough of case stage 2. We have grade 4 math. For quarter 1, its duration is 9 weeks. Let's take a look at the competencies dropped. We have competencies 12 and 9, simply because the competency is more of teacher's action and it does not meet the endurance criterion. Other competencies merged and refreshed because they are related and are harmonized or unified for a more focused development of the concept or skill. Let's take a look at Math Grade 6 Quarter 1. It has 10-week duration. So, competencies for grade 6, mayroon po sila ng time allotment na 10 weeks. For grade 6 first quarter, let's take a look at the LCs 3, 6, 9, 12, 17, and 25. All these competencies were dropped simply because the competency is more of teacher's action and it does not meet the endurance criterion. For LCs 18 and 19, they were merged because they are related and are harmonized or unified for a more focused development of the concept or skill. In like manner, for LCs 20 and 21, divides decimals up to 4 decimal places, and LC 21 divides decimals up to 2 decimal places. These two competencies were merged because they are related. For grade 6 fourth quarter, statistics and probability. For competency number 78, such as collecting data on 1 or 2 variables using any source, this competency was dropped because it's a recurring learning competency. For LC 79 and 80, competencies such as constructing a pie graph and interpreting data, these two competencies were merged because they are related and are harmonized, unified for a more focused development of the concept or skill. Of course, when we construct a pie graph, eventually after constructing, we will interpret the data. So, the competencies were merged. For competencies 82, 83, 84, up to 18 and 89, this 82 dropped because, and 84 and 89, because it's more of teacher's action. It does not meet the endurance criterion. While competency 84, it was dropped because it is subsumed in LC 83, and 89 is more of teacher's action and it does not meet the endurance criterion. Let's have a walkthrough of junior high school mathematics MELC. For grade 7, the coverage is for 9 weeks. Okay? For competency 1 and 2, merged into illustrates well-defined sets, subsets, universal sets, null set, cardinality of sets, union and intersection of sets, and the difference of two sets. Then 3, 4 solves problem involving sets with the use of Venn diagram. These two learning competencies were merged. And 18 and 19 also merged because learning competencies having the same mathematical focus or foundational skills are merged and clustered and rephrased. The same reason for 21 and 23. They have the same mathematical focus or foundational skills, while competency number 25, the competency was dropped because it's subsumed in LC number 26, which is retained, solves problem involving system of linear inequalities into variables. Learning competencies 31 and 32 merged because they have the same mathematical focus. Let's go to senior high school. Overview of the math subjects for senior high school. Let's take a look at the graph. For Gen Math, for general mathematics, for the current CG, we have 63 learning competencies. And after the review, it was decreased to 54. The statistics and probability from 71 decreased to 37. Business math from 45 to 35. Pre-calculus from 49 to 30. And basic calculus from 39 to 33. If you look at the graph, statistics and probability, the current CG, yung colored blue, colored red is the essential learning competencies, and colored green is now the most essential learning competencies. Let us take a look at the percentage. For general mathematics, 84% of the competencies were retained, only 3% were merged, and 13% dropped. For statistics and probability, 73% were retained, 27% dropped. No competency or competencies were merged. Wala po. For business mathematics, we have 60% of the competencies were retained, 24% merged, and 16% dropped. For pre-calculus, 57% retained, 10% merged, and 33% dropped. And for basic calculus, we have 69% retained, 18% merged, and 13% dropped. Let's have a walkthrough, of course, math subjects and business math in senior high school. For general mathematics, the coverage is from week 1 to week 10. As I have mentioned, it is the only discipline with a duration of 10 weeks. For first quarter for Gen Math, the following competencies were dropped: graph rational functions, graph inverse functions, graph exponential functions, logarithmic functions, and illustrates the laws of logarithms. All these competencies were dropped because graphing these functions may be augmented by various software and applications. And this illustrates the laws of logarithm is all about teacher's action. It's content focused. For competency 49 interprets the theory of efficient markets, this competency was dropped because it is an specialized topic. 53 and 54 competencies were merged because the competencies are related and can be harmonized to focus on the skill. Competencies 62 and 63, which all about illustrates the different methods of proof, direct and indirect, and disproof, indirect, and by counterexample. And the last justifies mathematical and real-life statements using the different methods of proof and disproof. These competencies were dropped because these competencies are specialized topics. For competencies under statistics and probability, competencies 5, 12, 24, 25, 26, and 27, all these competencies were dropped because the content knowledge is not widely used in conducting student researches in senior high school. Competencies number 28, 30, and 31. Construct a t-distribution, identifies regions under t-distribution corresponding to different t-values. These competencies were dropped because the content knowledge is not widely used in conducting student researches in senior high school. Competencies 33, 34, and 35 dropped because of the same reason that it's not widely used in conducting student researches in senior high school. They do not use confidence interval estimate. Competencies number 14, 41 solves problem involving confidence interval estimation of the population proportion, draws conclusion about the population proportion based on its confidence interval estimate, dropped because the content knowledge is not widely used in conducting student researches in senior high school. Pre-calculus. Graph a circle in a rectangular coordinate system, graphing a parabola, graphing an ellipse, graphing a circle. All these competencies were dropped because graphs may be generated using ICT tools. Far more important than graphing is the understanding and interpretation of the graph. Illustrate systems of nonlinear equations. Illustrate the principle of mathematical induction up to competency number 9 about solving problems using mathematical induction and the binomial theorem. All these competencies were dropped because it does not meet the endurance criterion. Friends, that ends our walkthrough on the different case stages from case stage 1, case stage 2, junior high school up to senior high school of our most essential learning competencies. And now, may I share with you the simple quotation that mathematics expresses values that reflect the cosmos, including orderliness, balance, harmony, logic, and abstract beauty. And the only way to learn mathematics is to do mathematics. That is from Paul Halmos, Therefore, we should love and embrace mathematics because without mathematics, there's nothing you can do. Everything around you is mathematics. Everything around you is numbers. Good noon. Happy lunchtime.
Ayan po, maraming salamat Ma'am Rioso sa isang napaka-komprehensibo pong pag-discuss po ng MELC po ng mathematics. Tunay nga pong the only way to learn mathematics is to do mathematics. Dagdagan po natin yan. The only way to enjoy mathematics is to enjoy mathematics. Okay. Time check is already 12:25 in the afternoon. Mag-accommodate po tayo ng another speaker. Ika-anim na tagapagsalita, EPS Manuel Luis Tudor, isang malaking tao, pero malaki po ang puso para sa serbisyo. Ganon din kalaki ang kaalaman sa mga phenomenon at teorya kung paano nabuo ang mundo. Sabi ng mamita ko, siya ang pinakamaganda sa buong mundo. MELCs ng asignaturang science ibibigay na sa inyo, makinig po tayo.
To our schools division superintendent, Ma'am Nene Rosal Marioles, CESO 5, to our ESDS for secondary, Sir Melchizedek C. Tonko, ESDS for elementary, Sir Raimondo M. Cantonjo, CESO 6, CID Chief, Ma'am Dorothy L. Daniel, SGOD OIC Mark Rupa, education program supervisors in different learning areas, division coordinators, public schools district supervisors, school heads from both elementary and secondary, teachers, good noon and happy Teachers' Day. I am tasked today to present to you the most essential learning competencies in science from grades 3 to grade 12. And we know that competencies in science is in spiral progression. And the lessons from grade 3 to grade 10 are from simple to complex. So now let me discuss to you the most learning competencies in science in grade 3. In grade 3, in science grade 3, for the first quarter, there are only two most essential learning competencies. And these two most essential learning competencies, the lessons were divided into 5 weeks. In week 1, classify objects and materials as solid and liquid. For week 2, classify objects and materials as gas. For week 3, describe changes in materials based on the effect of temperature from solid to liquid and liquid to solid. And in week 4, describe changes in materials based on the effect of temperature from liquid to gas. And for week 5, describe changes in materials based on the effect of temperature from solid to gas. The content standard of the most essential learning competencies in science for the first quarter, the learners demonstrate understanding of ways of sorting materials and describing them as solid, liquid, or gas based on observable properties. Whereas the performance standard, the learners should be able to group common objects found at home and in school according to solids, liquids, and gases. In the second quarter, there are 7 most essential learning competencies. And the 7 most essential learning competencies were also divided into 7 weeks. The lessons were divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, sense organs of the human body. Week 2, external parts and functions of immediate animals and their surroundings. Week 3, importance of animals to humans. Week 4, different kind of plants and its importance to humans. Week 5, characteristics of living and non-living things. Week 6, basic needs of plants and animals and humans. And week 7, protect and conserve the environment. The most essential, the content standards of the most essential learning competencies in quarter 2, science 3, parts, the learners demonstrate understanding of parts and functions of the sense organs of the human body for week 1, and the performance standards for week 1 practice harmful benefits in taking care of the sense organs. Whereas in week 2 and week 3, the content standards, the learners demonstrate understanding of parts and functions of animals' importance to humans. And the performance standards, the learner should be able to enumerate ways of grouping animals based on their structure and importance. Wherein in week 4, the content standards, the learner should be able to, or the learners demonstrate understanding of external parts of plants and other functions importance to humans, whereas the performance standards, the learner should be able to demonstrate the proper ways of handling plants. In week 5, for the most essential learning competencies for quarter 2 in science 3, the content standard is demonstrate understanding of characteristics of living and non-living things, wherein in the performance standards, the learner should be able to illustrate the difference between living and non-living things. And in week 6, the performance standard, sorry. Whereas in week 6, the performance standard, the learner should be able to demonstrate or list down the activities which they can perform at home, in school, or in the neighborhood to keep the environment clean, and the content standard, the basic needs of plants and animals and humans. That is also in week 7. If we are going to look into the most essential learning competencies in quarter 3, grade 3, there are only 5, there are only 2 most essential learning competencies. And these 2 most essential learning competencies were divided into 5 weeks. For week 1, position of person of an object in relation to a reference point such as chair. Week 2, position of person on an object in relation to a reference point such as door. And week 3, position of person or an object in relation to a reference point such as another person. And in week 4, uses of light, sound, heat, and everyday life. And in week 5, uses of electricity and everyday life. Those are the lessons wherein the teachers are going to teach in every week for the most essential learning competencies in quarter 3, grade level 3. For grade level, for the fourth quarter, grade level 3, the most essential learning competencies, we have only 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the lessons were also divided into 6 weeks. For week 1, the teacher will teach importance of surroundings to people. In week 2, the teacher will also teach the importance of surroundings to other living things. In week 3, the teacher will teach the learners in changes in the weather over a period of time. In week 4, the teacher will teach his or her learners in changes in the weather over a period of time. In week 5, the lesson should be safety and precautionary measures with different types of weather. And week 6, objects found during daytime and nighttime. So let us now proceed to the most essential learning competencies for grade level 4. For grade level 4, there are only 1, 2, 3, 4 most essential learning competencies. But these 4 most essential learning competencies, the lessons were divided again into 7 weeks. For week 1, the teacher will teach her learners on or his learners on materials and their properties. For week 2, describe solid materials. For week 3, changes in solid materials when they are bent, pressed, hammered, or cut. On week 4, changes that materials undergo. For week 5, changes in the properties of materials. For week 6, changes in materials whether useful or harmful to one's environment. And for week 7, the teacher will going to teach his learners on the changes in materials whether useful or harmful to one's environment. So the content standard for quarter 1 in grade 4 science, the on the first week, the learners demonstrate understanding of grouping different materials based on their properties, and the performance standard, the learners should be able to recognize and practice proper handling of products. Whereas in week 2 to week 7, and on the most essential learning competencies, the content standard, the learners demonstrate understanding of changes that materials undergo when exposed to certain condition, and on the performance standard, the learner should be able to evaluate whether changes in materials are useful or harmful to environment. In the second quarter for grade 4 science, the competence we have only uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 competencies. Okay. But the lessons were divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, the main function of the major organs. Week 2, body structures of animals. Week 3, structures of terrestrial and aquatic plants. Week 4, life cycle of organism. Week 5, effect of environment of the life cycle of organism. Week 6, types of beneficial and harmful living things. And week 7, the most essential learning competencies the teacher will teach his learners is all about the effects of interaction among organism and their environment. So let us now proceed to the third quarter for grade 4 science. So for the third quarter, there are only 1, 2, 3, 4 most essential learning competencies, but the lessons were divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, effects of force when applied to an object. Week 2, effects of force when applied to an object. Week 3, magnetic force. Week 4, how light, sound, and heat travel. Week 5, how light and sound heat travel also. Week 6, properties and characteristics of light and sound. And week 7, the same properties and characteristics of light and sound. Okay, so on the fourth quarter for grade level 4, the most essential learning competencies, we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But the most essential learning competencies were also divided into 6 weeks. So for week 1, the teacher will going to teach his learners the competencies, the most essential competencies on types of soil. For week 2, the use of water from different sources. For week 3, the importance of water cycle. For week 4, the use of weather instruments. For week 5, safety precautions during different weather conditions. And week 6, effects of sun to human activities. So let us proceed to grade level 5 science first quarter. We have only 3 most essential learning competencies. But the most essential learning competencies were divided again into 6 weeks. The lesson for week 1 is properties of materials, whether they are useful or harmful. For week 2, the same most essential learning competencies. For week 3 and week 4, changes that happens in materials under the following conditions: presence of lack of oxygen, whereas on week 4, application of heat. And in week 5, design a product out of local recyclable solid or liquid materials. And the same most essential learning competencies will be taught by our teachers to his learners on week 6. The content standard for quarter 1, the learners demonstrate understanding of properties. For week 1 and 2, the learners demonstrate understanding of properties of materials to determine whether they are harmful or useful. And for week 3 to week 6, the content standards, the learners demonstrate understanding of materials undergo changes due to oxygen and heat. Whereas the performance standards, or the most essential learning competencies from week 1 to week 6, the learners should be able to use local and recyclable solid or liquid materials in making useful products. Let us go to the second quarter of in science grade 5. For grade 5 science, we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 most essential learning competencies. And again, the lessons were divided into 5 weeks only. For week 1, how rocks turn into soil. For week 2, extent of soil erosion. For week 3, weather disturbance in the Philippines. Week 4, changes in the appearance of the moon. And week 5, week star patterns. So you will notice that even though there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 most essential learning competencies, but still the lessons were divided only into 5 weeks. Okay. Let us now proceed to grade level 6 science for the first quarter. There are only 2 most essential learning competencies, but the lessons again were divided into 6 weeks. For week 1, the teacher is going to teach the most essential learning competencies on mixtures and their characteristics, whereas in week 2, solution mixture, week 3, colloids and suspension mixture, week 4, decantation evaporation, week 5, filtering and sieving, and week 6, separating mixture using magnet. The content standard for the most essential learning competencies from week 1 to week 3, the learners demonstrate understanding of different types of mixtures and their characteristics, whereas the performance standard, the learners should be able to prepare beneficial and useful mixtures such as drinks, food, and herbal medicines. And in week 4 to 6, the content standard, the learners demonstrate understanding of different techniques to separate mixture, whereas on the performance standard, the learner should be able to separate desired materials from common and local products. For quarter 2, the most essential learning competencies were again divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, for the second quarter, grade 6, for week 1, organs of each organ system work. For week 2, how organ system works. For week 3, how the different organ system work together. For week 4, characteristics of vertebrates. Week 5, characteristics of invertebrates. Week 6, interaction among living and non-living things in tropical rainforests, coral reefs, and mangrove swamps. And week 7, protect and conserve tropical rainforests, coral reefs, and mangrove. Okay. For the third quarter, grade 6, science, the competencies again were divided into 7 weeks. And for week 1, friction. For week 2, gravity. For week 3, transformation of sound. For week 4, transformation of heat. For week 5, transformation of light and electricity. For week 6, manipulate simple machine. And for week 7, describe the characteristics uses of simple machines. Okay? And the the content standard, the learners, of course, the gravity and friction affects movements and objects. The, the learners demonstrate understanding of gravity and friction affects movements of objects. That's for week 1 and 2. And the content, the performance standard, the learner should be able to produce an advertisement, demonstrate road safety. Whereas for week 3 to 7, the content standard, the learner should be able to or demonstrate understanding of how energy is transformed in simple machine. And for the performance standard, the learner should be able to create a marketing strategy for a new product on electrical or light energy. For the fourth quarter, grade level 6, the most essential learning competencies were divided again into 7 weeks. The lessons were divided into 7 weeks. Then for week 1, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. For week 2, how to do before, during, and after earthquake and volcanic eruption. For week 3, different seasons in the Philippines. For week 4, rotation in its effects to the Earth's motion. Week 5, revolution and its effects to the Earth's motion. Week 6, planets and the solar system. And week 7, construct a model of a solar system. And the content standard for grade 6, quarter 4, the learners demonstrate understanding on the effects of earthquake and volcanic eruption, whereas the performance standard, the learners should be able to design emergency preparedness plan and kit. Also, for the content standard, the learners demonstrate also understanding of weather patterns and seasons in the Philippines, the Earth's rotation and revolution, characteristics of planets, and the solar system. So, those are the most essential learning competencies in science from grade 3 to grade 6. For grade 7, the most essential learning competencies were, again, the lessons were divided into 7 weeks. No? For week 1, the lesson for the week 1 is scientific method of investigation. For week 2, elements. For week 3, compounds. For week 4, mixtures and substances. For week 5, mixtures and substances. For week 6, saturated and unsaturated solution. For week 7, quantitative concentration of solution. The content standard for week 1, quarter 1, grade 7 science. The learners demonstrate understanding of scientific ways of acquiring knowledge and solving problems, whereas in week 2 to 3, classifying, the learners demonstrate understanding of classifying substances as elements or compounds. And on week 4 to 5, the learners demonstrate understanding of the properties of substances that distinguish them from mixture. Whereas the performance standards for week 1, the learners should be able to perform in groups and guided investigation involving community-based problems using locally available materials. For week 2 to 3, make a chart, poster, or multimedia presentation of common elements showing their names, symbols, and uses. And for week 4 to 5, investigate the properties of mixtures of varying concentration using available materials and the community for specific purposes. And for week 6 to 7, prepare different concentration of mixture according to uses and availability of materials. For the second quarter, grade level science, grade level 7, the most essential learning competencies were again divided into 7 weeks. The lessons were divided for 7 weeks. For week 1, the parts of the microscope. For week 2, focus specimen using compound microscope. Week 3, biological organization. Week 4, plant cell. Week 5, animal cell. For week 6, biotic and abiotic components of an ecosystem. Week 7, changes and abiotic factors on the ecosystem. Whereas in quarter 3, grade 7 science, again, the lessons were divided, the most essential learning competencies were divided into 7 weeks. The lessons the teachers will teach to use learners for week 1, quarter 3, grade level 7, will be speed and velocity. For week 2, acceleration. For week 3, motion graphs. For week 4, waves and energy. For week 5, color intensity of light. For week 6, heat transfer. For week 7, types of charging processes. Whereas on the fourth quarter, grade level 7 science, the most essential learning competencies were again divided into 5 weeks. But the lessons were divided uh, into 6 weeks. For week 1, coordinate system. Week 2, using Earth's resources sustainability. Week 3, energy from the sun. Week 4, the tilt of the Earth. Week 5, the position of the Earth in its orbit. And week 6, solar and lunar eclipse. Again, the content standard for quarter 4, grade level 7 is the learners should demonstrate understanding on the relation of geographical location of the Philippines and its environment, then the different phenomena that occur in the atmosphere. That is for week 1 to week 3. And performance standards, the learner should be able to analyze the advantage of the location of the Philippines in relation to the climate, weather, and the seasons. And the performance standards of the most essential learning competencies for week 4 to 5 is the learners should be able to demonstrate understanding the relationship of the seasons and the position of the sun and the sky. And for week 6, the occurrence of eclipse. Again, let me now proceed to grade level 8. So the most essential learning competencies in grade level 8, the lessons were divided again into 7 weeks. We have only 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 most essential learning competencies. For week 1, Newton's law of motion. For week 2, force in motion. Week 3, potential and kinetic energy. Week 4, temperature and speed of sound. Week 5, electric current. Week 6, electric voltage. And week 7, series and parallel connection. Whereas on the second quarter, the most essential learning competencies, we have only second quarter, we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. But the lessons were divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, relationship between faults and earthquakes. Week 2, active and inactive faults. Week 3, earthquake waves. Week 4, the formation of typhoons. Week 5, movement with the PAR. Week 6, trace the path of typhoons. Week 7, characteristics of comets, meteors, and asteroids. For the third quarter, grade 8 science, we have only 1, 2, 3, and 4 most essential learning competencies, but the lesson were divided again into 6 weeks. For week 1, particle nature of matter. Week 2, properties of solids, liquids, and gases. Week 3, physical changes of atoms and molecules. Week 4, arrangement and motion of atoms and molecules. Week 5, the periodic table. And week 6, chemical behavior of an element. Let me now proceed to quarter 4 for grade 8 science. So, the most essential learning competencies, we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. But the lessons were only divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, the digestive system. For week 2, mitosis and meiosis. For week 3, phenotypic expression of traits. Week 4, concepts of species. Week 5, biodiversity. Week 6, material cycle in an ecosystem. Week 7, human impact on the environment. Okay, let me now proceed to the most essential learning competencies for grade level 9, first quarter. The most essential learning competencies, we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have only 5 most essential learning competencies. And the content standard, the learner for week 1 and 2, the learners demonstrate understanding of how the different structures of the circulatory and respiratory system work together to transport oxygen, rich blood, and nutrients to the different parts of the body. The prevention, detection, and treatment of diseases affecting the circulatory and respiratory system. Whereas the performance standards for week 1 to 2, the learner should be able to conduct an information dissemination activity on the effective ways of taking care of the respiratory and circulatory system based on data gathered from the school or local health workers. Whereas the performance standard for week 3 to 4, number one is how the learners demonstrate understand how genetic information is organized in genes on chromosomes, the different patterns of inheritance, and in week 5, how changes in the environment may affect species extension or species extension. For week 6 to 7, the structure and function of plant parts of organelles involved in photosynthesis, the structure and function of mitochondrium on the main organelle involved in respiration. Whereas the performance standard for the most essential learning competencies for week 5, the learners should be able to make a multimedia presentation of timeline or of extension of representative microorganism, plants, and animals. And for week 6 to 7, design and conduct investigation to provide evidence that plants can manufacture their own food. And take note, the lessons for the first quarter in grade level 9 were divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, circulatory system, week 2, respiratory system, week 3, genetic information, week 4, patterns of non-Mendelian inheritance, week 5, species extension, week 6, photosynthesis, and week 7, respiration. Whereas in the second quarter, the most essential learning competencies in grade 9 science, we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. But the lessons were divided only into 8 weeks. And the most essential learning competencies the teacher will teach his learners on week 1 will be quantum mechanical model, and on week 2, types of compounds, week 3, how ions are formed, week 5, types of chemical bonds, week 6, organic compounds, week 4, types of chemical bonds, week 5, organic compounds, week 6, mole concept, week 7, percentage composition of compounds. For the third quarter, grade level 9, science, we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 most essential learning competencies. And these 6 most essential learning competencies were divided into 9 weeks. For week 1, types of volcanoes, week 2, volcanic eruptions, week 3, energy from volcanoes tapped from human use, week 4, volcanoes found in the Philippines, week 5, factors affect the climate, week 6, climatic phenomenon, week 7, effects of changing climate, week 8, constellation, and week 9, yes, the same constellation. For the fourth quarter, for grade level 9 science, we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 most essential learning competencies. So, but the lessons for the competencies were divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, projectile motion, week 2, momentum, week 3, relate impulse and momentum, week 4, conservation of mechanical energy, week 5, heat energy in work, week 6, heat transfer, week 7, electrical transmission and generation. And this time, let me proceed to grade level 10, first quarter science. For quarter 1, we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 most essential learning competencies. But again, the most essential learning competencies, the lessons were divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, distribution of active volcanoes, week 2, distribution of active earthquake epicenter. Week 3, distribution of active major mountains belts to plate tectonic theory. Week 4, types of plate boundaries. Week 5, the different processes that occur along the plate boundaries. Week 6, plate movement. Week 7, lines of evidence that support plate movement. For the second quarter, we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 most essential learning competencies. And again, the lessons were divided into 9 weeks. For week 1, the most essential learning competencies the teacher will teach his learners is all about electromagnetic waves. For week 2, wavelengths. For week 3, practical application of electronic of EM radiation on living things and environment. Then week 4, practical application of EM. Week 5, effects of EM radiation. Week 6, plane mirror. Week 7, concave mirror. Week 8, convex mirror. And week 9, electromagnetism. For the third quarter, grade level 10 science, we have only 3 most essential learning competencies. But these 3 most essential learning competencies, the lessons were divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, male and female reproductive system. Week 2, menstrual cycle. Week 3, nervous system. Week 4, protein composition. Week 5, evolution. Week 6, influence of biodiversity. Week 7, population growth. And for the fourth quarter, grade 10 science, the most essential learning competencies again, we have only 1, 2, 3, 4 most essential learning competencies. And the content standard for week 1 to 2 for grade level 10 fourth quarter science. Week 1 to 2, how gases behave based on the motion and relative distances between gas particles. And for week 3 to 4, the structure of biomolecules, which are made up of mostly of a limited number of elements such as carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. For week 5 to 8, the chemical reaction associated with biological and industrial processes affecting life and environment. And the performance standard, the learner should be able to understand, be able to use, any form of media present chemical reactions involved in biological industrial processes affecting life and the environment. That is for the most essential learning competencies from week 5 to 8. And this 1, 2, 3, 4 most essential learning competencies, the lessons again were divided into 7 weeks. For week 1, how gases behave based on the motion. For week 2, how gases behave based on the relative distance between gas and particles. For week 3, carbohydrates and lipids. For week 4, proteins and nucleic acids. For week 5, types of chemical reactions. For week 6, conservation of mass to chemical reactions. And for week 7, factors affecting rates of chemical reactions. So those are the most essential learning competencies in science from grades 3 to grade 10. Let me end my presentation with this quote from Pope John Paul II. From Pope Francis, sorry. Let me end my presentation with this quote from Pope Francis. Rivers do not drink their own water. Trees do not eat their own fruit. The sun does not shine on itself, and flowers do not spread their fragrance for themselves. Living for others is a rule of nature. We are all born to help each other. No matter how difficult it is, life is good when you are happy, but much better when others are happy because of you. Again, good afternoon and happy Teacher's Day.
Wow. Thank you very much, Sir Chodoro, for the very comprehensive discussion of the MELCs for Science. Ayan po. Time check is already 1:03 in the afternoon. Muli po, we are reminding everyone to please listen attentively kasi mula po doon sa mga naisulat po ninyo sa inyong mga expectations sa ating pong sign-in form, nakalagay po doon that you would like to know more about the MELCs, how it is being formulated, paano po pa siya execute, then lahat po yung mga timelines, even the number of weeks per MELC po ng per quarter ay nasagot naman po so far ng ating mga tagapagsalita mula po sa unang tagapagsalita hanggang kay Sir po. This time, ang ating pong ikapitong tagapagsalita, EPS Noel Aban, nakakamangha kung magsalita, mapa-Ingles man o Filipino. History maging ang bagong societal issues ay memoryado. MELCs ng asignaturang Araling Palipunan, ipapaliwanag po sa inyo.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ang aking pagbati sa maganda at butihing Schools Division Superintendent, Ginang Neni R. Merioles, sa ating dalawang Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, kay Ginoong Raimondo M. Cantonhos at kay Ginoong Melchizedek C. Tongco, sa ating butihin at maganda na si Ginang Dorothy L. Daniel, ang ating pinuno ng Curriculum Implementation Division, sa mga taga-Masid Pampurok, sa mga kasamahan ko na Education Program Supervisor, at sa lahat ng mga nanonood at nakikiisa sa ating online orientation ng Most Essential Learning Competencies. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ang makikita nyo po at mapapakinggan ay ang tungkol sa mga pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto or most essential learning competencies ng araling panlipunan. Inaasahan po natin dito na maintindihan nyo ang nilalaman ng presentasyon na kung saan bibigyan natin ng pansin ang content standard, ang performance standard, ang most essential learning competencies, at ang duration, kung anong linggo ito bibigyan ng pansin ng guro at ng mag-aaral. Simulan po natin. Ang tunguhin po ng Araling Panlipunan mula kindergarten hanggang grade 12 ay inaasahan po natin na ang mag-aaral ay maging mapanuri, maging mapagmuni, maging mapanagutan, produktibo, makakalikasan, makabansa at makatao, na may pambansa at pandaigdigang pananaw at pagpapahalaga sa mga usapin sa lipunan, sa nakaraan at sa hinaharap. Hindi ko po bibigyan ng pansin ang most essential learning competencies ng kindergarten dahil ito po ay bibigay ng coordinator sa kindergarten. Bagkus ako po ay magpapatuloy papunta sa pagtalakay ng mga most essential learning competencies ng grade 1. Alam po ng mga kaguruan na sa bawat baitang, ito ay mayroon ng paksa na pagtutunan ng pansin sa teaching learning process. Sa grade 1, ang paksa po ay ako, ang aking pamilya, at paaralan. At ito po ang most essential learning competencies ng Araling Panlipunan sa unang baitang. Ang content standard po nito ay naipamamalas ang pag-unawa sa kahalagahan ng pagkilala sa sarili bilang Pilipino gamit ang konsepto ng pagpapatuloy. At inaasahan natin na ang mag-aaral ay buong pagmamalaking nakapagsasalaysay ng kwento tungkol sa sariling katangian at pagkakakilanlan bilang Pilipino sa malikhaing pamamaraan. At ito po ay mayroon ng 6 na pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na ituturo po sa loob ng 8 linggo. Iyan po ay sa unang quarter. At sa pangalawang quarter naman, ang content standard ay ang mag-aaral ay naipapamalas ang pag-unawa at pagpapahalaga sa sariling pamilya at mga kasapi nito at bahaging ginagampanan ng bawat isa. At inaasahan silang buong pagmamalaking nakapagsasad ng kwento ng sariling pamilya at bahaging ginagampanan ng bawat kasapi nito sa malikhaing pamamaraan. At sa ikalawang quarter po, meron po ng 8 pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na ituturo po sa 8 linggo. At sa quarter 3 naman, ito ang inaasahan natin na ipamamalas ang pag-unawa sa kahalagahan ng pagkilala ng mga batayang impormasyon ng pisikal na kapaligiran ng sariling paaralan at ng mga taong bumubuo dito na nakatutulong sa paghubog ng kakayahan ng bawat batang mag-aaral. At inaasahan nila na ang mga bata na sa pagtatapos ng ikatlong quarter, sila ay buong pagmamalaking nakapagpapahayag ng pagkilala at pagpapahalaga sa sariling paaralan. At 6 po ang pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na ituturo naman sa 8 linggo. At ang panghuling quarter sa unang baitang, ang content standard ay naipamamalas ang pag-unawa sa konsepto ng distansya sa paglalarawan ng sariling kapaligirang ginagalawan tulad ng tahanan at paaralan at ng kahalagahan ng pagpapanatili at pangangalaga nito at sila inaasahan ng 2 performance standard. Una, nakagagamit ang konsepto ng distansya sa paglalarawan ng pisikal na kapaligirang ginagalawan at nakapagpapakita ng payak na gawain sa pagpapanatili at pangangalaga ng kapaligirang ginagalawan. Ito po ay meron ng 8 pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na hinati-hati sa 8 linggo. Yan po ang patungkol sa unang baitang. Ikalawang baitang, ang paksa po dito na tutuunan ng pansin ay ang aking komunidad noon at ngayon. Ito po'y para sa ikalawang baitang. Sa unang quarter, ang content standard natin ay ang mag-aaral ay naipamamalas ang pag-unawa sa kahalagahan ng kinabibilangang komunidad. At sila ay inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng quarter ay nakapagpapahayag, nakapagsasalarawan ng kahalagahan ng kinabibilangang komunidad. Meron po tayo dito ng 8 pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na ituturo naman sa loob ng 8 linggo. Sa ikalawang quarter, ang inaasahan natin base sa content standard na makukuha ng mga bata ay nauunawaan ang pinagmulan at kasaysayan ng komunidad. Pangalawa, nabibigyang halaga ang mga bagay na nagbago at nananatili sa pamumuhay sa komunidad. At ang mga pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto dito ay 7 na ituturo sa loob ng 7 linggo. Sunod ay ang ikatlong quarter sa ikalawang baitang. Ang content standard dito ay naipamamalas ang kahalagahan ng mabuting paglilingkod ng mga namumuno sa pagsulong ng mga pangunahing hanap buhay at pagtugon sa pangangailangan ng mga kasapi ng sariling komunidad. At ang mga bata ay inaasahan natin na sa pagtatapos ng quarter ay nakapagpapahayag ng pagpapahalaga sa pagsulong ng mabuting paglilingkod ng mga namumuno sa komunidad tungo sa pagtugon sa pangangailangan ng mga kasapi ng sariling komunidad. Ito ay may 7 pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na ituturo naman sa 7 linggo. At ang panghuling quarter sa ikalawang baitang ay ang content standard ay naipamamalas ang pagpapahalaga sa kagalingang pansibiko bilang pakikibahagi sa mga layunin ng sariling komunidad at sila inaasahan na napahahalagahan ang mga paglilingkod ng komunidad sa sariling pag-unlad at nakagagawa ng makayanang hakbangin bilang pakikibahagi sa mga layunin ng sariling komunidad. Mga guro, paki-take note po nito. May mga learning competencies po dito, mayroon po ng 4 na ituturo sa 8 linggo. Gaya po ng unang essential learning competencies, week 1 and 2. Ang pangalawa naman ay para sa ikatlo at ika-4 na linggo. Ang ikatlo naman ay para sa ika-5 at ika-6. At yung pang-7 at 8 linggo, ang pang-4 na pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto. Yun po ay ang sa ikalawang baitang. Dadako po tayo sa ikatlong baitang. Ito pong baitang na ito, ang paksa po dito ay kakaiba sa ibang rehiyon sa Pilipinas dahil ang paksa dito ay ang mga lalawigan sa aking rehiyon. So iba po ang nilalaman ng mga modules o aklat sa grade 3. Gaya po ng Region 5, ang bibigyan po, ang pagtutunan po ng pansin dito ay ang mga lalawigan sa rehiyon 5. At ito po ang mga pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto. Sa unang quarter po, ang content standard ay naipamamalas ang pag-unawa sa kinalalagyan ng mga lalawigan sa rehiyong kinabibilangan ayon sa katangiang geographical nito. At ang mga bata ay inaasahan natin na nakapaglalarawan ng pisikal na kapaligiran ng mga lalawigan sa rehiyong kinabibilangan gamit ang mga batayang impormasyon tungkol sa direksyon, lokasyon, populasyon at paggamit ng mapa. Ito po ay meron ng 8 most essential learning competencies na ituturo naman sa 8 linggo. Ang pangalawang quarter. Ang content standard ay naipamamalas ang pang-unawa at pagpapahalaga ng iba't ibang kwento ng mga sagisag na naglalarawan ng sariling lalawigan at mga karatig lalawigan na sa kinabibilangang rehiyon. At ang mga bata ay inaasahan natin na sa pagtatapos ng ikalawang quarter ay nakapagpapamalas ng pagmamalaki sa iba't ibang kwento at sagisag na naglalarawan ng sariling lalawigan at mga karatig lalawigan sa kinabibilangang rehiyon. At ito po ay meron ng 7 most essential learning competencies na ituturo naman sa 8 linggo. Sa 8 linggo. At ang third quarter ay, ang content standard nito ay naipamamalas ang pag-unawa at pagpapahalaga sa pagkakakilanlang kultural ng kinabibilangang rehiyon at sila ay inaasahang nakapagpapahayag ng may pagmamalaki at pagkilala sa nabubuong kultura ng mga lalawigan sa kinabibilangang rehiyon. Kaya sa pagtalakay ng mga inaasahan nating pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto ay malalaman ng mga bata na iba't iba pala ang relihiyon, iba't iba pala ang kultura, iba't iba pala ang mga gawain at mga pag-uugali ng mga tao sa mga lalawigan sa Hirion, Bicol. At ito po ay may 7 most essential learning competencies na ituturo naman sa loob ng 8 linggo. At ang pang-4 na quarter. Ito ang content standard na ipamamalas ang pag-unawa sa mga gawaing pangkabuhayan at bahaging ginagampanan ng pamahalaan at ang mga kasapi nito, mga pinuno at iba pang naglilingkod tungo sa pagkakaisa, kayusan at kaunlaran ng mga lalawigan sa kinabibilangang rehiyon. At inaasahan natin sila na sa pagtatapos ng quarter ay nakapagpapakita ng aktibong pakikilahok sa mga gawaing panlalawigan tungo sa ikauunlad ng mga lalawigan sa kinabibilangang rehiyon. At ito ay may 6 na most essential learning competencies na ituturo sa loob ng 7 linggo. Tapos na po tayo sa ikatlong baitang, dadako po tayo sa ika-4 na baitang. Dito naman po sa ika-4 na baitang, ang paksa nito ay ang Paksang Pilipinas. Sa baitang na ito ay i-introduce, ipapakilala ang tungkol sa Pilipinas. Kaya nga sa first quarter, ang content standard nito ay naipamamalas ang pag-unawa sa pagkakakilanlan ng bansa ayon sa mga katangiang geographical gamit ang mapa na sa pagtatapos ng quarter ay inaasahan natin na ang mga bata ay nakapagpapamalas, ipapamalas nila ang kasanayan sa paggamit ng mapa sa pagtukoy ng iba't ibang lalawigan at rehiyon ng bansa. At ang pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto dito sa unang linggo o sa unang quarter ay 7 na pinaghati-hati naman sa 7 linggo. Sa ikalawang quarter, ito ang content standard. Nasusuri ang mga iba't ibang mga gawaing pangkabuhayan batay sa heograpiya at mga oportunidad at hamong kaakibat nito tungo sa likas kayang pag-unlad. At sila inaasahan natin na nakapagpapakita ng pagpapahalaga sa iba't ibang hanap buhay at gawaing pangkabuhayan na nakatutulong sa pagkakakilanlang Pilipino at likas kayang pag-unlad ng bansa pagkatapos ng ikalawang quarter. At ito ay may 5 pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na hinati-hati sa 5 linggo. Sa ikatlong quarter naman ng ika-4 na baitang, inaasahan natin na ang mga bata, batay sa content standard, ay nakapagpapakita ng aktibong pakikilahok at pakikiisa sa mga proyekto at gawain ng pamahalaan at mga pinuno nito tungo sa kabutihang lahat or for the common good. At meron ito ng 5 pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na hinati sa 8 linggo. Mga kaguruan, pakipuna po ang ikalawang kasanayang pagkatuto ay para sa weeks 2 and 3. Ang kasanayang pang-4 ay para sa weeks 5 and 7. At ang huling quarter para sa ika-4 na baitang, ang content standard ay naipamamalas ng mag-aaral ang pag-unawa at pagpapahalaga sa kanyang mga karapatan at tungkulin bilang mamamayang Pilipino. At sila inaasahang nakikilahok sa mga gawaing pansibiko na nagpapakita ng pagganap sa kanyang tungkulin bilang mamamayan ng bansa at pagsasabuhay ng kanyang karapatan. At ito po ay meron ng 5 pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na bibigyan naman ng pansin ng sa 8 linggo. At mga kaguruan po, tingnan natin ang week 2 and 3 sa ikalawang most essential learning competency. Ang pangatlong most essential learning competency naman ay para sa weeks 4 and 5 at yung panghuli ay para sa weeks 7 and 8. Yun po ay sa ika-4 na baitang. At ngayon naman po ay dadako tayo sa most essential learning competencies ng ika-5 baitang. Ito ang ikalawang bahagi ng kasaysayan ng Pilipinas na kung saan ang paksa ay pagbuo ng Pilipinas bilang nasyon. Maganda na, nasa kalagitnaan na ng kaalaman ng mga bata patungkol sa ating nasyon, sa bansang Pilipinas. At batay sa content standard, inaasahan natin ang mga mag-aaral ay naipamamalas ang pagmamalaki sa nabuong kabihasnan ng mga sinaunang Pilipino gamit ang kaalaman sa kasanayang pangheographical at mahahalagang konteksto ng kasaysayan ng lipunan at bansa, kabilang ang mga teorya ng pinagmulan at pagbuo ng kapuluan ng Pilipinas at ng lahing Pilipino. At sa unang quarter, mayroon tayo ng 8 pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na bibigyan na naman ng pansin sa loob ng 8 linggo. Yan po. Ikalawang quarter. Ang content standard dito ay naipamamalas ang mapanuring pag-unawa sa konteksto ng bahaging ginagampanan ng simbahan, sa layunin ng mga paraan ng pananakop ng Espanyol sa Pilipinas at ang epekto ng mga ito sa lipunan. At inaasahan natin ang mga bata na nakapagpapahayag ng kritikal na pagsusuri at pagpapahalaga sa konteksto at dahilan ng kolonyalismong Espanyol at ang epekto ng mga paraang pananakop sa katutubong populasyon pagkatapos ng second quarter. At sa sa quarter na ito, may tatlo lang tayong na pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto. Pero ito hinati-hati sa 8 linggo. Kaya titingnan natin po mga guro ang ibibigay na module na ang bawat module ay meron ng mga aralin. Titingnan natin kung halimbawa ang pangalawang pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto ay para sa weeks 2 and 3 at yung panghuli medyo mahaba ito dahil mahabang talakayan, mahabang aralin. Ito ay pinaghati-hati sa weeks 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Meron po kayo ng guide para dito. Yun po. Tuloy po tayo sa quarter 3. Sa quarter 3 naman, ang content standard ay naipamamalas ang mapanuring pag-unawa sa mga pagbabago sa lipunan ng sinaunang Pilipino, kabilang ang pagpupunyagi ng ilang pangkat na mapanatili ang kalayaan sa kolonyalismong Espanyol at ang impluensya nito sa kasalukuyang panahon. Kaya nga inaasahan natin sila na sa pagtatapos ng quarter ay nakapagpapakita ng pagpapahalaga at pagmamalaki sa pagpupunyagi ng mga Pilipino sa panahon ng kolonyalismong Espanyol. At ang quarter 3 ay may 5 pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na hinati-hati naman sa 8 linggo. Solo po sa week 1 ang unang learning competency, pangalawa ganun din, pero yung ikatlo ay pinagsamang weeks 3 and 4, pang-apat weeks 5 and 6, at yung panghuli ay para naman sa linggong ikapito at ikawalo. Yun po ang ikatlong quarter. At ang panghuling quarter para sa ikalimang baitang ay inaasahan natin ang mga bata. Batay sa inaasahang performance standard ay na nakapagpapahaya ng pagmamalaki sa pagpupunyagi ng mga makabayang Pilipino sa gitna ng kolonyalismong Espanyol at sa mahalagang papel na ginagampanan nito sa pag-usbong ng kamalayang pambansa tungo sa pagkabuo ng Pilipinas bilang isang nasyon. May 4 po itong pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatutunan malaman ng mga bata na hinati-hati naman sa 8 linggo, ngunit ang bawat kasanayang pagkatuto, ang una ay para sa weeks 1 and 2, pangalawa para sa ikatlo at ikaapat na linggo, ang ikatlo naman ay para sa weeks 5 and 6, at yung pang-ikaapat na most essential learning competency ay para sa ikapito at ikawalong linggo. So tapos na po tayo sa ikabaitang 5. Dadako tayo sa panghuling bahagi ng pagpapakilala ng bansang Pilipinas at ang kasaysayan nito. Ito naman ay sa ika-6 na baitang. At ang paksa dito na pagtutuunan ng pansin ay mga hamon at tugon sa pagkabansa. Kahapon po, ipinagdiriwang natin ang ika-48, 48th year anniversary ng Declaration ng Martial Law na ginugunita natin, lalo tayong mga may edad na ang mga nangyari noon. Ganun din po ituturo natin ito sa ating mga bata. At ito po ang most essential learning competencies ng ika-6 na baitang. Sa unang quarter po ay inaasahan natin ang mga bata batay sa content standard ng aralin na naipamamalas ang pagpapahalaga sa kontribusyon ng Pilipinas sa isyong pandaigdig batay sa lokasyon nito sa mundo. Ang unang quarter po ay may 7 pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na ituturo naman na pinaghati-hati sa 7 linggo. Para sa ikalawang quarter, ang content standard ay naipamamalas ang mapanuring pag-unawa sa pamamahala at mga pagbabago sa lipunang Pilipino sa panahon ng kolonyalismong Amerikano at ng pananakop ng mga Hapon at ang pagpupunyagi ng mga Pilipino na makamtan ang kalayaan tungo sa pagkabuo ng kamalayang pagsasarili at pagkakilanlang malayang nasyon at estado. Kaya dito, inaasahan natin ang mga bata ay nakapagpapahayag. Pero ang pagpapahayag ay kritikal na pagsusuri at pagpapahalaga sa konteksto. Dahilan, epekto at pagbabago sa lipunan sa panahon ng Amerikano at Hapon. At ang pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto dito para sa quarter 2 ay 8 at bawat learning competency ay bibigyan ng pansin o ituturo sa 8 linggo. Ikatlong quarter, ito ang content standard. Sa ikatlong quarter, 3 lang ang pinakamahalaga o pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na malaman ng mga bata. At ito ang kanilang content standard na ipapamalas ang mas malalim at pag-unawa at pagpapahalaga sa pagpupunyagi ng mga Pilipino tungo sa pagtugon sa mga suliranin, issue at hamon ng kasarinlan. At inaasahan natin sila na sa pagtatapos ng quarter 3 ay nakapagpapakita ng pagmamalaki sa kontribusyon ng mga pagpupunyaging mga Pilipino sa pagkamit ng ganap na kalayaan at hamon ng kasarinlan. Muli ko pong inaayahan ng mga guro na pagtuunan po natin ng pansin na ang unang pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto ay para sa 3 linggo. Ang pangalawa naman ay para sa mga linggong ika-4, 5, 6 at 7 at solo po ang panghuling learning competency para sa ika-8 linggo. Punta po tayo sa ika-4 na quarter. Ito ang content standard. Ang mag-aaral ay naipapamalas ang mas malalim na pag-unawa at pagpapahalaga sa patuloy na pagpupunyagi ng mga Pilipino tungo sa pagtugon ng mga hamon ng nagsasarili at umuunlad na bansa. At sila inaasahang nakapagpapakita ng aktibong pakikilahok sa gawaing makatutulong sa pag-unlad ng bansa bilang pagtupad ng sariling tungkulin na siyang kaakibat sa pananagutan sa pagtamasa ng mga karapatan bilang isang malaya at maunlad na Pilipino. At ang pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto dito para sa quarter 4 ay 7 at pagtuunan po natin ng pansin mga guro, ang ikatlong kasanayan na inaasahan ay para sa ika-4 at ika-5 linggo at ang pang-apat ay mula ika-7 linggo hanggang ika-8 linggo. Tapos na tayo sa elementarya. Dako po tayo sa sekundarya. At simulan po natin sa grade 7. So natapos na nating ipakilala ang ating sariling bansa mula grades 4, 5, and 6. Lalabas po tayo sa Pilipinas at ang bibigyan po ng pansin ng mga bata ay ang kontinente na kung saan napapaloob ang bansang Pilipinas. Ang paksa po dito ay Araling Asyano. At sa unang quarter po, ang content standard ay naipamamalas ng mag-aaral ang pag-unawa sa ugnayan ng kapaligiran at tao sa paghubog ng sinaunang kabias ng Asyano. At ang inasahan natin sa kanila ay may malalim na nakapag-uugnay-ugnay sa bahaging ginagampanan ng kapaligiran at tao sa paghubog ng sinaunang kabias ng Asyano. Sa quarter 1 po, mayroon ito ng 6 na most essential learning competencies na hinati-hati sa 8 linggo. Ikalawang quarter, ito ang inaasahan natin sa mga bata, batay sa content standard na ibinigay. Kritikal na nakapagsusuri sa mga kaisipang Asyano, filosofiya at relihiyon na nagbigay daan sa paghubog ng sinaunang kabihasnan sa Asya at sa pagbuo ng pagkakilanlang Asyano. Meron 7 ng 6 na pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na ituturo natin sa 8 linggo at mga guro, muli ko kayong iniimbitahan na bigyan ng pansin ang ikalawang kasanayang pagkatuto na nakapaghahambing ang mga sinaunang kabihasnan sa Asya. That's for weeks 2 and 3. At yung at ang ikalima, nasusuri ang kalagayan at bahaging ginagampanan ng kababaihan. Yan, ang kababaihan mula sa sinaunang kabihasnan at 16 na siglo para sa ika-6 at ika-7 linggo. Dako po tayo sa quarter 3. Ito ang content standard. Na ipamamalas ng mag-aaral ang pag-unawa sa pagbabago, pag-unlad at pagpapatuloy sa Timog at Kanlurang Asya sa tradisyonal at makabagong panahon. Ito po ay mula sa ika-16 hanggang ika-20 siglo at ito ang inasahan natin sa mga bata na kapag sasagawa ng kritikal na pagsusuri sa pagbabago, pag-unlad at pagpapatuloy sa Timog at Kanlurang Asya sa tradisyonal at makabagong panahon. Ika-16 hanggang ika-20 siglo. Meron po ang third quarter ng siyam na most essential learning competencies. Medyo mahaba po siya. Mahaba po siya na ang duration nito ay para lamang sa 8 linggo. Siyam na learning competencies, pero pagsasamahan natin, ituturo natin ang unang pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto sa 1 at ika-2 linggo at ang panghuling quarter ng grade 7. Inaasahan natin ang mga bata ay nakapagsasagawa ng kritikal na pagsusuri at pagbabago, pag-unlad at pagpapatuloy ng silangan at timog silangang Asya sa tradisyonal at makabagong panahon. Meron po ito ng siyam na pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na matutunan ng mga bata na ituturo naman, bibigyan naman ng pansin sa loob ng 8 linggo. At mga guro, tingnan po natin ang most essential learning competency number 1. Ito po, halimbawa may isang module. Ang module pong ito ay para sa weeks 1 and 2. Yan, tapos na tayo sa Asya. Lalabas tayo sa Asya. At bibigyan natin ng pansin ang pag-aaral tungkol sa paksang kasaysayan ng daigdig. Para sa quarter 1, ang inaasahan natin sa mga bata ay nakabubuo ng panukalang proyektong nagsusulong at pangangalaga at preserbasyon ng mga pamana ng mga sinaunang kabihasnan sa daigdig para sa kasalukuyan at sa susunod na henerasyon. Ito naman ang ating binibigyan ng pansin. Iniisip natin ang mga darating na salinlahi. Sila dapat ay makinabang at makaranas din ng mga karanasang ating naranasan ngayon. At ang kasaysayan ng daigdig quarter 1 ay meron ng 6 na most essential learning competency na nahati at ituturo sa loob ng 8 linggo. Ikalawang quarter, ito ang inaasahan natin sa mga bata batay sa content standard. Nakabubuo ng advokasya na nagsusulong ng pangangalaga at pagpapahalaga sa mga natatanging kontribusyon ng klasiko at tradisyonal na panahon na nagkaroon ng malaking impluensya sa pamumuhay ng tao sa kasalukuyan. At sa second quarter, meron po tayo ng 6 na most essential learning competencies at ito ay tuturo sa loob ng 8 linggo. Ito po. Yan. Then, para naman sa third quarter, ito ang inaasahan natin sa mga bata. Kritikal na nakapagsusuri sa naging implikasyon sa kanyang bansa, komunidad at sarili ng mga pangyayari sa panahon ng transformasyon tungo sa makabagong panahon. Meron po ito ng siyam na pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na dapat malaman ng mga bata na pinaghati-hati at ituturo sa loob ng 8 linggo. At ang ika-4 na quarter ng grade 8, ito ang inaasahan natin sa kanila. Aktibong nakikilahok sa mga gawain, programa, proyekto sa antas ng komunidad at bansa na nagsusulong ng rehiyonal at pandaigdigang kapayapaan, pagkakaisa, pagtutulungan at kaunlaran. Meron po ito ng siyam na most essential learning competencies at ituturo sa loob ng 8 linggo. Bigyan po natin muli mga guro ang weeks 1 and 2 para sa unang learning competency, weeks 3 and 4 para sa ikalawa. At yung mga susunod na mga learning competencies ay tig-iisang linggo na. Yan po ang patungkol sa kasaysayan ng daigdig. Punta po tayo sa grade 9. Iba po ang paksa dito dahil ito po'y patungkol sa economics. Yan. Ito ang unang quarter at inaasahan natin ng mga bata na naisasabuhay ang pag-unawa sa mga pangunahing konsepto ng economics bilang batayan ng matalino at pagmaunlad na pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay. Ang unang quarter po ay may 6 na pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na ituturo sa loob ng 8 linggo. Bigyan po natin ng pansin ng ikalawang learning competency, that's for weeks 2 and 3, at ang panlimang learning competency ay para sa weeks 6 and 7. Ang iba po ay tig-iisang linggo lang. Ikalawang quarter, ito ang inaasahan natin sa kanila. Kritikal na nakapagsusuri sa mga pangunahing kaalaman sa ugnayan ng puwersa ng demand at supply at sistema ng pamilihan bilang batayan ng matalinong pagdedesisyon ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal tungo sa pambansang kaunlaran. At sa second quarter po ng grade 9, meron pa ito ng 5 most essential learning competencies na ituturo sa loob ng 8 linggo. Ikatlong quarter, ito ang inaasahan natin sa mga bata na kapag mumungkahi ng mga pamamaraan kung paanong ang pangunahing kaalaman tungkol sa pambansang ekonomiya ay nakapagpapabuti sa pamumuhay ng kapwa mamamayan tungo sa pambansang kaunlaran. Ang third quarter po ay may 6 na pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatutong dapat malaman ng mga bata na pinaghati-hati sa 8 linggo. Bigyan po natin ng pansin ang learning competency number 1 and number 3 na ang una ay para sa linggo 1 and 2 at ang ikatlo ay para sa linggo 4 at 5. Isa lang po itong module, subalit tatagal po ang modules sa mga bata sa loob ng 2 linggo kung ito'y pinagsamang 2 linggo. At ang panghuling quarter para sa economics. Ito ang content standard. May pang-unawa sa mga sektor ng ekonomiya at mga patakarang pang-ekonomiya nito sa harap ng mga hamon at puwersa tungo sa pambansang pagsulong at pag-unlad. Kaya inaasahan natin ng mga mag-aaral na pagkatapos ng quarter ay aktibo silang nakikibahagi sa maayos na pagpapatupad at pagpapabuti ng mga sektor ng ekonomiya at mga patakarang pang-ekonomiya nito tungo sa pambansang pagsulong at pag-unlad. At sa panghuling quarter ng ika-9 na baitang, ito po ay may 9 na most essential learning competencies na ituturo naman sa loob ng 8 linggo. At punta na tayo sa grade 10. Bago po itong aralin kasi pinalitan natin yung dati sa una at ito'y patungkol po sa mga kontemporaryong issue. Ang unang quarter po ay inaasahan natin na ang mga batang mga mag-aaral ay nakabubuo ng angkop na plano sa pagtugon sa anong pangkapaligiran, sa hamong pangkapaligiran, kulang ng H po, tungo sa pagpapabuti ng pamumuhay ng tao. Ito'y sagot sa content standard na inasahan natin. Dito po sa unang quarter ay kasali na po dito ang nangyaring sitwasyon natin ngayon ang COVID-19. Ito po ay suliraning pangkapaligiran na binibigyan natin ng pansin, kaya ito po ang mga manunulat po nito ay mula sa ating division para sa grade 10 at dinagdag na po dito ang mga issue patungkol sa COVID-19. Sa unang quarter, may 5 po itong most essential learning competencies na ituturo naman sa loob ng 7 linggo. At sa kalawang quarter, batay sa content standard, ito ang inaasahan natin sa mga bata. Sila ay nakabubuo ng pagsusuring papel sa mga isyong pang-ekonomiyang nakakaapekto sa kanilang pamumuhay. Meron ito ng 4 na MELC, na most essential learning competencies, at ito ay ituturo sa loob ng 8 linggo. Tingnan nyo po na sa bawat pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto, tigda 2 linggo po ang pagbibigay ng pansin ng bata sa bawat learning competency. Ikatlong quarter, ito ay may 4 na most essential learning competencies. Ang content standard nito ay nakagagawa ng mga malikhing hakbang na nagsusulong ng pagtanggap at paggalang sa iba't ibang kasarian upang maitaguyod ang pagkakapantay-pantay ng tao bilang kasapi ng lipunan. Kasi ang issue po dito na pag-aaralan natin ng mga bata ay isyong pangkasarian. At ang inaasahan natin sa kanila na ang mga bata ay may pag-unawa sa mga epekto ng mga isyu at hamon na may kaugnayan sa kasarian at lipunan upang maging aktibong tagapagtaguyod ng pagkakapantay-pantay at paggalang sa kapwa bilang kasapi ng mamamayan, anuman ang kanyang gender. Ito po ay may 4 na most essential learning competencies na ituturo naman sa 8 linggo at mga guro, gusto kong bigyan nyo ng pansin na sa bawat kasanayang pagkatuto, ito po ay para sa, ang una para sa 2 linggo, weeks 1 and 2, yung pangalawa, 3 and 4, yung ikatlo ay para sa linggo 5 at 6, at ang pang-apat ay para sa linggo 7 hanggang 8. At ang para sa quarter 4. Ang content standard dito ay may pag-unawa sa kahalagahan ng pagkamamamayan at pakikilahok sa mga gawaing pansibiko tungo sa pagkakaroon ng pamayanan at bansang maunlad, mapayapa at may pagkakaisa. Kasi ang bibigyan natin dito ng pansin ay mga isyong pansibiko at politikal. Ang mga bata ay inaasahan natin na gagawa ng pananaliksik tungkol sa kalagayan ng pakikilahok sa mga gawaing pansibiko at politikal ng mga mamamayan sa kanilang pamayanan. May 4 po itong pinakakailangang kasanayang pagkatuto na dapat malaman ng mga bata at mga guro. Gusto kong bigyan ulit natin ng pansin sa uling pagkakataon ang para sa quarter 4 na ang una ay para sa una at ikalawang linggo, ang pangalawang learning competency ay para sa weeks 3 and 4, ganon din po ang ikatlong pinakakailangan kasanayang pagkatuto sa linggo 5 at 6, at ang panghuli ay para sa linggo 7 at 8. Meron din po ng paksa para sa grade 11 at 12, ngunit hindi ko ito bibigyan ng pansin dahil ang supervisor po dito ay ang siyang magbibigay. At gusto ko kayong pong iwanan ng isang magandang pangungusap patungkol po sa kahalagahan ng pag-aaral ng araling panlipunan. Ito po, malaki ang bahaging ginagampanan ng araling panlipunan sa paglikha ng lipunang aral na siyang pinapangarap nating maging lipunang iral o iiral sa bansang Pilipinas. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Aban. At nilibot mo po kami sa buong dimension ng Araling Panlipunan, MELCs. Okay, meron po tayo mga messages coming from the FB comment section. Shoutout nga pala sa mga teaching staff ng Osmeña ES at saka from Dimasalang and Rodolfo Titong. Okay, sabi po dito na muna sa FB comment section, we are still watching and thank you very much, DepEd Masbate Province, for this orientation. Before po natatawagin po natin ang susunod po natin na resource speaker, pinapaalalahan po namin kayo ulit na kung meron po kayong mga katanungan tungkol po sa kahit ano po, issues or clarifications sa iba't ibang asignatura po ng MELCs po, paki-click lang po ng link ng Padlet na ibinigay po sa inyo. At meron na po tayo nakuhang mga comments. Later po ay sasagutin po yan ng ating mga authorized official. Alright. Ang ating ikawalong tagapagsalita, usaping kabutihan ng mga bata sa kindergarten, ilalahad niya ng walang preno. MELCs ng kindergarten, PSDS Gen Antipolo, ito todo. Ma'am?
Thank you so much, Ma'am Tintin. To our Lady Captain of the Ship of SDO Masbate Province, Madam Nene Armerioles, to the two ASDSS, Sir Mel and Sir Nong, to our fairy godmother of CID, Ma'am Maria Dorothy L. Daniel, and to our OIC Chief of SGOD, Sir Mark Lupa, to the EPSS, to our beloved PSDSS, school heads, teachers, good afternoon to all of us. Mayong hapon ka natong tanan, marhay na hapon sa inyong gabos, maayo na hapon sa inyo na tanan, and maayo na hapon sa aton na tanan. In kindergarten, we have 241 learning competencies, but this time it is being trimmed down to 66 MELCs, or most essential learning competencies. For first quarter, we have 10 weeks. It is being divided into 10 weeks. For week 1, for most essential learning competencies, nakikilala ang sarili. Halimbawa, pangalan at apelyido, kasarian, gulang o kapanganakan, gusto at di gusto, and use the proper expression in introducing oneself. Halimbawa, I am or my name is blank. For the content standards, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa sariling ugali at damdamin. For performance standards, ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng kakayahang kontrolin ang sariling damdamin at pag-uugali, gumawa ng desisyon at magtagumpay sa kanyang mga gawain. For week 2, we have 2 most essential learning competencies. Ang una, nasasabi ang mga sariling pangangailangan ng walang pag-aalinlangan. At ang pangalawa, nakasusunod sa mga itinakdang tuntunin at gawain o routine sa paaralan at silid-aralan. For content standards, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa sariling ugali at damdamin. Ang pangalawa, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa konsepto ng mga sumusunod na batayan upang lubos na mapahalagahan ang sarili. Halimbawa, disiplina. Pagdating naman sa performance standards, ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng kakayahang kontrolin ang sariling damdamin at pag-uugali, gumawa ng desisyon at magtagumpay sa kanyang mga gawain. Ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng tamang pagkilos sa lahat ng pagkakataon na may paggalang at pagsasaalang-alang sa sarili at sa iba. So for week 3, sort, for most essential learning competency, sort and classify objects according to one attribute, property, example shape, color, size, function, and use. Function or use. For content standards, the child demonstrates an understanding of objects in the environment, have properties or attributes, example color, size, shapes, and functions, and that objects can be manipulated based on these properties and attributes. The child demonstrates an understanding of letter representation of sounds, that letters as symbols have names and distinct sounds. So for most essential learning competencies, trace, copy, and write different strokes, scribbling, freehand, straight lines, slanting lines, combination of straight and slanting lines, curves, combination of straight and curved, and zigzag. For performance standards, the child shall be able to identify the letter names and sounds. For week 4, na isakikilos ang sariling kakayahan sa iba't ibang paraan, halimbawa pag-awit, pagsayaw, at iba pa. Identify the letter number or word that is different in a group. So, there are only 2 competencies in week 4. For content standards, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa sariling ugali at damdamin. Then, the child demonstrates an understanding of similarities and differences in what he or she can see. For performance standards, ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng kakayahang kontrolin ang sariling damdamin at pag-uugali, gumawa ng desisyon at magtagumpay sa kanyang mga gawain. And the child shall be able to actively listen to the sounds around him or her and is attentive to make judgments and respond accordingly. For week 5, nakikilala ang mga pangunahing emosyon, tuwa, takot, galit at lungkot. For content standards, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa sariling ugali at damdamin. For performance standards, ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng kakayahang kontrolin ang sariling damdamin at pag-uugali, gumawa ng desisyon at magtagumpay sa kanyang mga gawain. The child shall be able to critically observe and make sense of things around him or around her. For content standards, the child demonstrates an understanding of similarities and differences in what he or she can see. Then the most essential learning competencies tell which 2 letters, numbers, or words in a group are the same. So for week 5, we only have 2 competencies. For week 6, we have 2. First, recognize symmetry. Example, own body or basic shapes. And second, identify one's basic body parts. For content standards, first, the child demonstrates an understanding of objects that can be 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional. Second, the child demonstrates an understanding of body parts and their uses. For performance standards, we have two. The child shall be able to describe and compare two-dimensional and three-dimensional objects. Second, the child shall be able to take care of oneself and the environment and able to solve problems encountered within the context of everyday living. So, dalawa, ang most essential learning competencies. For week 7, there are also two. Tell the function of each basic body part. Then demonstrate movements using different body parts. For content standards, the child demonstrates an understanding of body parts and their uses. For performance standards, the child shall be able to take care of oneself and the environment and able to solve problems encountered within the context of everyday living. For week 8, name the 5 senses and their corresponding body parts. For content standards, the child demonstrates an understanding of body parts and their uses. For performance standards, the child shall be able to take care of oneself and the environment and able to solve problems encountered. So for week 8, we only have one competency. For week 9, isa lang din. And that is identify one's basic needs and ways to care for one's body. For content standards, the child demonstrates an understanding of body parts and their uses. For performance standards, the child shall be able to take care of oneself and the environment and able to solve problems encountered within the context of everyday living. For week 10, we only have one competency, and that is practice ways to care for one's body. For content standards, the child demonstrates an understanding of body parts and their uses. Performance standards, the child shall be able to take care of oneself and the environment and able to solve problems encountered within the context of everyday living. So tapos na ang first quarter. We now come to second quarter. We start with week 1. For most essential learning competency, we only have one. Natutukoy na may pamilya ang bawat isa. For content standard, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa konsepto ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad bilang kasapi nito. For performance standard, ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng pagmamalaki at kasiyahang makapagkwento ng sariling karanasan bilang kabahagi ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad. For week 2, isa lang din ang competency. Natutukoy kung sino-sino ang bumubuo ng pamilya. For content standard, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa konsepto ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad bilang kasapi nito. For performance standards, ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng pagmamalaki at kasiyahang makapagkwento ng sariling karanasan bilang kabahagi ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad. For week 3, nailalarawan kung paano nagkakaiba at nagkakatulad ang bawat pamilya. For content standard, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa konsepto ng pamilya, paaralan, at komunidad. For performance standards, ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng pagmamalaki at kasiyahang makapagkwento ng sariling karanasan bilang kabahagi ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad. For week 4, we have two competencies na ipakikita ang pagmamahal sa mga kasapi ng pamilya at sa nakatatanda sa pamamagitan ng una, pagsunod ng maayos sa mga utos, kahilingan, pangalawa, pagmamano, paghalik, pangatlo, paggamit ng magagalang na pagbati o pananalita, pang-apat, pagsasabi ng mga salitang may pagmamahal, Halimbawa, I love you, Papa. I love you, Mama. Pagsasabi ng hindi ko po sinasadya. Salamat po. Walang anuman. Kung kinakailangan. Pang-anim, pakikinig sa mungkahi ng mga magulang at iba pang kaanak. Pang-pito, pagpapakita ng interes sa iniisip at ginagawa ng mga nakatatanda at iba pang miyembro ng pamilya. For content standards, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa konsepto ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad bilang kasapi nito. For performance standard, ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng pagmamalaki at kasiyahang makapagkwento ng sariling karanasan bilang kabahagi ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad. So for week 4, we have 2 competencies. Yung pangalawa, identify the letters of the alphabet, example in mother tongue, and orthography. For content standard, the child demonstrates an understanding of letter representation of sounds, that letters as symbols have names and distinct sounds. For performance standards, the child shall be able to identify the letter names and sounds. For week 5, we also have 2 competencies. First, name the places and the things found in the classroom, school, and community. Then the second one, tell that the quantity of a set of objects does not change even though the arrangement has changed. Example, the child should be able to tell that one set of counters placed in one-to-one correspondence and then rearranged still has the same quantity. For content standards, first, the child demonstrates an understanding of acquiring new words or widening his or her vocabulary links to his or her experiences. Second one, the child demonstrates an understanding of objects in the environment, have properties or attributes, example, color, size, shapes, and functions, and that objects can be manipulated based on these properties and attributes. For performance standards, the child shall be able to actively engage in meaningful conversation with peers and adults using varied spoken vocabulary. Then the child shall be able to manipulate objects based on properties or attributes. For week 6, we also have 2. Give the names of family members, school personnel, and community helpers and the roles they play, jobs they do, things they use. And the second one, talk about family members, pets, toys, foods, or members of the ano kita? Nag-ano sa 10? 7 lang. Nag-10 siya. 6 at 6, 7. Then for content standards, the child demonstrates an understanding of acquiring new words, widening his or her vocabulary links to his or her experiences. The child demonstrates an understanding of increasing his or her conversation skills. For performance standards, the child shall be able to actively engage in meaningful conversation with peers and adults using varied spoken vocabulary. Then the child shall be able to confidently speak and express his or her feelings and ideas in words that make sense. Week 7. Naglukso? Naglukso siya. Okay, week 10 na. Amo na lang. dumiretso sa week 10. For week 10, we have 4 most essential learning competencies. First, identify what we wear and use for each kind of weather. Second, observe safety practices in different kinds of weather. Then, third, trace, copy, and write the letters of the alphabet, straight lines, like letters A, E, F, H, I, L, and T. Then combination of straight and slanting lines like letters K, M, N, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Combination of straight and curved lines like B, C, D, G, J, O, P, Q, R, S, and U, and rounded strokes with loops. Then write one's given name. For content standards, first, the child demonstrates an understanding of different types of weather and changes that occur in the environment. Then, the child demonstrates an understanding of different types of weather and changes that occur in the environment. Third, the child demonstrates an understanding of letter representation of sounds, that letters as symbols have names and distinct sounds. Then, the child demonstrates an understanding of letter representation of sounds, that letters as symbols have names and distinct sounds. For performance standards, the child shall be able to talk about how to adapt to the different kinds of weather and care for the environment. Next, the child shall be able to talk about how to adapt to the different kinds of weather and care for the environment. Then, the child shall be able to identify the letter names and sounds. Then, the child shall be able to identify the letter names and sounds. Next, sir. For third quarter, for week 1, we have 2 competencies. First, tell the names of the days in a week, months in a year. Then, second, nakikilala ang mga taong nakatutulong sa komunidad, halimbawa guro, bumbero, pulis, at iba pa. For content standards, the child demonstrates an understanding of concepts of size, length, weight, time, and money. Then, ang batay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa konsepto ng pamilya, paaralan, at komunidad bilang kasapi nito. For performance standards, the child shall be able to use arbitrary measuring tools or means to determine size, length, weight of things around him or her time, including his or her own schedule. Then, ang batay nakapagpapamalas ng pagmamalaki at kasiyahang makapagkwento ng sariling karanasan bilang kabahagi ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad. For week 2, we only have 1 competency. Natutukoy ang iba't ibang lugar sa komunidad. For content standards, we have ang batay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa konsepto ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad bilang kasapi nito. For performance standard, ang batay nakapagpapamalas ng pagmamalaki at kasiyahang makapagkwento ng sariling karanasan bilang kabahagi ng pamilya, paaralan, at komunidad. For week 3, we only have 1 competency. Ito ay naikukwento ang mga naging karanasan bilang kasapi ng komunidad. For content standard, ang batay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa konsepto ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad bilang kasapi nito. For performance standard, ang batay nakapagpapamalas ng pagmamalaki at kasiyahang makapagkwento ng sariling karanasan bilang kabahagi ng pamilya, paaralan at komunidad. For week 4, Isa lang din ang competency. Ito ay nabibigyang pansin ang linya, kulay, hugis at tekstura ng magagandang bagay. For content standard, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa kahalagahan at kagandahan ng kapaligiran. For performance standard, ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng kasiyahang magmasid at magpahalaga sa ganda ng kapaligiran. Okay, for week 5, we have 2 competencies. Identify sequence of events before, after, first, next, last, etc. Then, arrange objects one after another in a series or sequence according to a given attribute, size, length, and describe their relationship. Big, bigger, biggest, or long, longer, longest. For content standards, we have the child demonstrates an understanding of objects in the environment, have properties or attributes like color, size, shapes, and functions, and that objects can be manipulated based on their properties and attributes. Then, second, the child demonstrates an understanding of objects in the environment that have properties or attributes, example, colors, size, shapes, and functions, and that objects can be manipulated based on these properties.
Oh yeah, we're back here at SDO Masbate Province. Opo, puro na lang po ito nakikita nyo, Sir Rolly Javines. Kasi po, nagkaroon po tayo dito ng technical, brownout po dito. Hindi lang po kayo nakakaranas ng mga bagay-bagay ng pag-brownout. Ganon din po kami dito. Oo. Oh, hindi pala brownout sa iba. Sa amin po so nawala na po. Dito, nagbabalik na po kami. Okay, muli po, ibibigay po namin si Ma'am Jenny Antipolo para ipagpatuloy po ang kanyang discussion o pagtalakay ng kindergarten MELCs po. Ma'am.
Okay, for our third quarter, week 6, road count up to 20. We only have one most essential learning competency. Then for performance standard, the child shall be able to perform simple addition and subtraction of up to 10 objects or pictures or drawings. For week 7, we only have one most essential learning competency. Count objects with one-to-one correspondence up to quantities of 10. For performance standard, the child shall be able to perform simple addition and subtraction up to 10 objects or pictures or drawings. Then for week 8, again, we only have one competency. Tell that the quantity of a set of objects does not change even though the arrangement has changed. Example, the child should be able to tell that one set of counters placed in one-to-one correspondence and then rearranged still has the same quantity. For performance standard, the child shall be able to manipulate objects based on properties or attributes. For week 9, we only have one most essential learning competency. Nakikilala ang kahalagahan ng mga tuntunin. Halimbawa, pag-iwas sa paglalagay ng maliit na bagay sa bibig, ilong at tenga, hindi paglalaro ng posporo, maingat na paggamit ng for performance standard, ang bata na kapagpapamalas ng pagsasagawa ng mga pangunahing kasanayan ukol sa pansariling kalinisan sa pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay at pangangalaga para sa sariling kaligtasan. Ang kasugpon sa most learning competency sa paggamit ng matutulis o matatalim na bagay tulad ng kutsilyo, tinidor, gunting, maingat na pag-akyat at pagbaba sa hagdanan, pagtingin sa kaliwat kanan bago tumawid sa daan, pananatiling kasama ng nakatatanda kung nasa matataong lugar. For week 10, for most essential learning competency, we only have one. Ito ay nakikilala ang kahalagahan ng mga tuntunin, pag-iwas sa paglalagay ng maliit na bagay sa bibig, ilong at tenga, hindi paglalaro ng posporo, maingat na paggamit ng matutulis o matatalim na bagay tulad ng kutsilyo, tinidor, gunting, maingat na pag-akyat at pagbaba sa hagdanan, pagtingin sa kaliwat kanan bago tumawid sa daan, pananatiling kasama ng nakatatanda kung nasa matataong lugar. For performance standard, Ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng pagsasagawa ng mga pangunahing kasanayan ukol sa pansariling kalinisan sa pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay at pangangalaga para sa sariling kaligtasan. We now come to fourth quarter. For week 1, name common animals, observe, describe, and examine common animals using their senses, identify the needs of animals, identify ways to care for animals, and identify and describe how animals can be useful. So we have 5 competencies. For performance standard, the child shall be able to communicate the usefulness of animals and practice ways to care for them. For week 2, we have 5 most essential learning competencies. First, name common plants. Second, observe, describe, and examine common plants using their senses. Third, group plants according to certain characteristics, example parts, kind, habitat. Then identify needs of plants and ways to care for plants. And number 5, identify and describe how plants can be useful. For performance standards, Okay, for week 2, we have 5 most essential learning competencies. First, name common plants. Second, observe, describe, and examine common plants using their senses. Third, group plants according to certain characteristics, example parts, kind, habitat. Fourth, identify needs of plants and ways to care for plants. And fifth, identify and describe how plants can be useful. So there are 5. For performance standards, the child shall be able to communicate the usefulness of plants and practice ways to care for them. Then for week 3, we have 1. Classify objects according to observable properties like size, color, shape, texture, and weight. For performance standard, the child shall be able to work with objects and materials safely and appropriately. For week 4, we only have 1 most essential learning competency. Identify simple ways of taking care of the environment. For performance standard, the child shall be able to work with objects and materials safely and appropriately. For week 5, still we have 1. Explore simple cause and effect relationships in familiar events and situations. For performance standard, the child shall be able to talk about how to adapt to the different kinds of weather and care for the environment. For week 6, recognize and name the hour and minute hands in the clock and tell time by the hour. For performance standards, the child shall be able to use arbitrary measuring tools or means to determine size, length, weight of things around him or her time, including his or her own schedule. For week 7, we have 2 most essential learning competencies. Identify the number that comes before, after, or in between, and arrange 3 numbers from least to greatest or greatest to least. For performance standard, the child shall be able to perform simple addition and subtraction of up to 10 objects or pictures or drawings. For week 8, we have 2 most essential learning competencies. First, recognize the words put together, add to, and in all that indicate the act of adding whole numbers. Recognize the words take away, less, and are left that indicate the act of subtracting whole numbers. For performance standards, the child shall be able to perform simple addition and subtraction of up to 10 objects or pictures or drawings. For week 9, add quantities up to 10 using concrete objects. Then subtract quantities up to 10 using concrete objects. For performance standard, the child shall be able to perform simple addition and subtraction of up to 10 objects or pictures or drawings. For week 10, we have 1 competency. Write addition and subtraction number sentences using concrete representations. For performance standard, the child shall be able to perform simple addition and subtraction of up to 10 objects or pictures or drawings. Before I say thank you, let me end this presentation by saying, by using this line, I just forget kung sino ang nagsabi nito, but allow me to say this to you. Change is not easy and is inevitable, but change can lead us to growth and it's not impossible. Thank you, my dear PSDSS, for your all-out cooperation, and to all the school heads and kinder teachers who responded to the call in joining or in attending the webinar, the National Training for Kindergarten last week. In fact, tomorrow, September 23, we will be having our finalization for the output in preparation, in submitting the output in the regional office this last week of September. And that is the parent toolkit. Thank you very much and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Okay, thank you daw po, Ma'am Jen. According to our keyboard warrior, sa 4 po na beses si Puyato, 3 beses na medyo may humadlang. Pero dahil po nakatadhana na maliwanag mo pong mailahad ang MELC po ng kindergarten, ay sa katuparan po natin. Congratulations, ma'am. To the kindergarten teachers, it was really discussed in detail, the performance standards, accounting standards, even the timeline, the number of weeks na kailangan nyo pong ituro ang MELCs po ng kindergarten ay napakaliwanag po. Ngayon naman po ay, eto pa pala, no, mula po sa inyong comments, meron na po kami nakitang emoticon na alam po namin na yan po ay produkto ng inyong, siguro sa sobra nyo pong ka-excited na inyo na pong marinig lahat kung ano ba itong MELC sa bawat asignatura po natin. Everybody's entitled of your own emoticon, pero pasensya po talaga, ganun po talaga, kami po dito ay nakakaranas din ng mga technical glitches. Yun po, kung may nakikita nyo pong kadiliman, ang ibig sabihin po nyon, ang susunod nyon ay kaliwanagan po sa mga ilalahad po ng ating mga speakers. Maraming salamat po sa inyong patience. Eto na po, ang ating siyam na pagkatagapagsalita, EPS Efren Vargas, mga tawa niya ay nakakatawa ng wagas. MELCs ng asignaturang TLA, ilalahad niyo po ito. Ito na po ang iyong oras, sir.
Salamat din sa iyong pagpapakilala. Simulan na po natin ang orientation on most essential learning competencies for EBP TLA. Sa edukasyong pantahanan at pangkabuhayan, technology and livelihood education. Magkaroon po tayo muna ng brief background of learning area. The Education Pantahanan at Pangkabuhayan, EBP, Technology and Livelihood Education, TLE, Technical and Vocational Livelihood, TVL, Education envisions 21st century skilled TVL graduates imbued with desirable work attitudes and positive values that will make them globally competitive individuals who contribute to nation building. To provide quality, the mission of this learning area is to provide quality program that develops learners holistically through intensive training in various specializations, applied technology, enhanced curriculum, intensified partnership, delivery of quality instruction, available resources, adequate training facilities, continuous monitoring and evaluation, and relevant sustainable policies. Here is the APP TVL conceptual framework. Nakikita po natin sa screen ang ang focus ng framework na ito doon sa mag-aaral na kung saan maging technologically proficient. Magpasimula po lang pong grade 4 ay sa signaturang ito ay napag-aralan na po ang 4 components kung saan dito ay napag-aralan ang agri-fishery arts, ICT, home economics, industrial arts. At habang pong lumalago ang ating mga kabataan sa pag-aaral, ang curriculum po natin ay makatuhanang naranasan ng kabataan. Ito po ay ang experiential, integrative, contextualization, constructivism. It is an authentic learning at entrepreneurial learning. At kung buo na po ang bata sa kanyang pag-aaral, ang kanyang pundasyon po na nagkaroon na siya ng knowledge and information, nagkakaroon po siya ng entrepreneurial concepts, process and delivery, at may work values na po siya at kaya niya pong harapin ang life skills. Siya po ay will pass an assessment ayon po sa TESTA regulation. At kung hindi man po niya dito po niya nakuha ang in situ. At kung hindi man po niya makuha sa isang pasada, dito po tayo sa feedbacking, dito po niya nalalaman kung dito po natin papagtibayin ang kanyang mga kakulangan upang muli niyang makapag-assess at makamtan niya ang in situ. At kung siya ay buo na po na may in situ na siya pwede nang magtrabaho o kaya dalhin niya ito sa higher education o kaya sa middle level manpower at magpangsariling kabuhayan pamamagitan ng entrepreneurship. Pas na. Sa grade 4 po, ang edukasyong ito po ang nomenclature nito po ay edukasyong pantahanan at pangkabuhayan at grade 5, edukasyong pantahanan pa rin po at pangkabuhayan. The learner demonstrates basic knowledge, skills, and values in agriculture, entrepreneurship, and ICT, home economics, and industrial arts that can help improve self and family life. Ito po ay may contact time na 50 minutes daily at ang grade 5 naman po ay 15 minutes daily rin po na kung saan the learner demonstrates an increased knowledge, skills, and values in entrepreneurship and ICT, agriculture, home economics, and industrial arts toward improving family life and the community. In a short description, the edukasyong pantahanan at pangkabuhayan consists of 4 components such as agriculture and fishery arts, AFA, home economics, it's E, information, communication, and technology, ICT, and industrial arts, IA. The teaching of the 4 components is not necessarily as they appear in the curriculum guide. Schools are given the leeway to decide which of the four components should be tackled for the first quarter, for the second quarter, and so on and so forth. Why? Because the first reason is the climate may dictate what particular component to be taught in a particular grading period or quarter. Second is, for instance, if the climate is suitable for agriculture in the first grading period, the teacher may teach the AFA, the Agri-Fishery Arts component. Other factors may also be considered, such as availability of the resources, schedule of classes, and the like. The medium of instruction is Filipino in grades 4 and 5. This focuses on the acquisition of basic knowledge and skills in entrepreneurship and ICT, AFA, HE, and industrial arts. In grade 6, technology, the nomenclature is technology and livelihood education, TLE. In grade 5 and 6, grade 4 and 5 is EPP. In grade 6, it is TLE, technology and livelihood education. The standards is the learner demonstrates enhanced and expanded knowledge in entrepreneurship in ICT, agriculture, home economics, and industrial arts toward the improvement of the family's economic life and the community. The contact time or number of hours is 50 minutes daily. This is the preparation and transition stage before the learners ascend to the next level. The medium of instruction is English. In grade 7, technology and livelihood education, TLE, and grade 8, technology and livelihood education, TLE. The learner, in grade 7, the learner demonstrates an understanding of basic concepts and underlying principles in developing fundamental skills in exploratory technology and vocational education, EPP, TLE, TVL. It is taught for 4 hours weekly. The technology and lab education, TLE, for grade 7 and 8 are exploratory in nature. There are 24 mini courses which can be categorized in any of the 4 components. Each mini courses covers 5 common competencies that a high school student ought to possess, which are as follows: use of tools and equipment, maintenance of tools and equipment, observing safety in the workplace, mensuration and calculation, and interpreting technical drawings and plans. In grade 8, this will be taught for 4 hours weekly. In grades 9 and 10, this is technology and livelihood education, TLE. The level of standard is the learner demonstrates an understanding of his or her personal entrepreneurial competencies, PECs, the environment and market, the process, production, and delivery of the technology and vocational education course in which he or she has specialized. The contact time hours is 4 hours weekly. The learners are expected to gain specialized knowledge and skills, at least one TLE, that would enable them to obtain in C2. In grades 11 and 12, technical, vocational, and livelihood track. So the learner demonstrate an understanding of the principles in preparing a creative and innovative business plan as it relates with marketing, operations, and human resource, and simple accounting and financial plans to determine the feasibility and viability of the business of his or her technology and vocational specialization. In grade 12, the learner demonstrates an understanding of the principles in applying the business plan of his or her choice based on her TVL specialization. This will be taught for 640 hours education and training, 80 hours of work immersion. It can be described that technical, vocational, and livelihood is a track that consists of different specializations offered in senior high school, wherein it is expected that learners shall undergo 640 hours education and training plus 80 hours of work immersion. In this grade level, the learners are expected to acquire technical skills which would enable them to obtain NC2. So let's come to the most essential learning competencies for EPP and TLA. UNESCO believes that educational quality, access, and systems strengthening cannot be compromised in times of crisis. It reiterates its stand in spite of the circumstances. Education cannot wait. If learning stops, we will lose human capital. In parallel to this belief, DepEd affirms its commitment in sustaining the delivery of the quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating Philippine basic education services anchored on the Sulong Edukalidad plans. It will continue to strive to produce holistic Filipino learners with 21st century skills. Consequently, the Bureau of Curriculum Development ensures that learning standards are relevant and flexible to address the complex, disruptive, volatile, and ambiguous impact of COVID-19 in the Philippines, particularly in the basic education sector. So here is the comparison of the number of learning competencies in curriculum guide and MELCs, the most essential learning competencies. For grade 4, we have current curriculum guide of 135, and we will find out in the MELCs is only 110. These are being breakdown per quarter. Quarter 1 for CG 22, quarter 2 40, quarter 3 39, quarter 4 34. In the MELCs breakdown per quarter, it is only in the first quarter, it's only 21. Quarter 2 is 30, quarter 3 is 35, and quarter 4 is 24. To sum up all of these, there are a total of 996 current CG, and we can find it out in the MELCs. It is only 726. That means we have 270 remaining competencies in EPP TLA. Di ba? Tama yun. Let's come to know the process and how MELCs were identified in the 4 components of EPP and TLA. It is information and communications technology, agriculture and fishery arts, in home economics and industrial arts. The identified MELCs in EPP TLA are intended only for the school year 2020-2021 to accommodate the necessary adjustment due to the shortened academic year. The curriculum was not revised, and the identified MELCs are lifted from the existing curriculum guide. The duration stipulated in this document is not prescriptive, but are rather suggestive. Nonetheless, the MELCs remain non-negotiable. Kailangan pong ituro natin lahat ito. The following are the premises to be considered in the utilization of MELCs in the teaching of EPP TLA. For grades 4 to 6 of Edukasyong Pantahanan at Pangkabuhayan, Technology and Livelihood Education TLE, there is a quarter zero. Again, this is consistent with the coding of APP TLE curriculum guide as it gives leeway to the school of which among the components needed emphasis per quarter. This is the sample code, APP, grade 4, agriculture, no prescriptive quarter, 0. H means that it is in week 8. 15 corresponds to the competency. In grades, entrepreneurship is embedded in the 4 components of EPP TLE. In grade 4, the components are entrepreneurship, ICT, and agriculture. In the MELCs, we can find it na naipapaliwanag ang kahulugan at kahalagahan ng entrepreneurship, natatalakay ang mga katangian ng isang entrepreneur, natatalakay ang iba't ibang uri ng negosyo. Ito po ay makita rin natin sa agriculture na isasagawa ang mga kasanayan at kaalaman sa pagtatanim ng halamang ornamental bilang isang pagkakakitaan gawain. In grade 5, naipapaliwanag ang kahulugan at pagkakaiba ng produkto at serbisyo. Natutukoy ang mga taong nangangailangan ng angkop na produkto at serbisyo. Nakapagbibenta ng natatanging paninda. Na isa sa pamilihan ang inaalagaang hayop o isda. Natutuos ang puhudan, gastos at kita. In grade 6, matagpuan natin sa MELCs ang produce simple products, buys and sells products based on needs, sells products based on needs and demands in school and community, at sa agriculture naman, uses technology in the conduct of survey to find out market demands for fruits, and conduct survey to find market demands for animal, fish products, and by products, direct consumers or retailers, stories of successful entrepreneurs in animal and fish raising. In home economics, shoes, creative and marketable household linens as means to augment family income. Markets finished household linens in varied creative ways. Conduct simple research to determine the market trends and demands in preserved or processed foods. In industrial arts, demonstrates creativity and innovativeness in enhancing, decorating bamboo, wood, and metal products. Discuss the effects of innovative fishing materials, creative accessories on the marketability of products. And demonstrates resourcefulness and management skills in the use of time, materials, money, and effort. In grade 7 and 8, the components are entrepreneurship, contextualized or aligned to the many courses. In the MELCs, we can find discuss principles and strategies on identifying business opportunities, explore business opportunities, analyze the market needs, determine the possible products and services that will meet the need, select the best product or service that will meet the market needs. Note that the simulation of a simple home-based micro-business aligned to the mini course or courses taken may be employed as an alternative. For grades 7 and 8 exploratory, the last 2 to 3 weeks are allotted for entrepreneurship. There are MELCs that have broad stroke competencies which have to be unpacked by the teachers. Pwede pong chop-chop ito. Most essential learning competencies, buys and sells products based on needs, TLE, TLE, entrepreneurship, uh, ICT entrepreneurship, no prescribed week 2, and competency 3. To unpack MELCs, define needs and wants, identify the needs of the community, and develops a product. Sells products based on needs and demands in school and community, TLE, ICT entrepreneurship, grade 6, week 2, competency 4, prepares costing of product, compute for markup, decide the selling price. Okay. Enumerate sources of family income, TLE grade 6, HE, week 1, second competency. Explain family income, discuss the importance of income, enumerate sources of family income. So, ito na yan. As the sub-learning competencies that are redundant or recurring were dropped to satisfy the 8 to 9 weeks allotment per quarter. We can find it in the curriculum guide. Learning objective 1, collect farm waste, prepare tools and materials for collection of farm waste. Number 2, collect waste following OSH and waste, collection, requirement, and plan. Number 3, collect dangerous and hazardous waste following the hazmat protocol. Wear appropriate PPE as prescribed by OSH, Occupational Safety and Health. In the most essential learning competencies, learning objective 1 is collect farm waste. Prepare tools and materials for collection of farm waste. Collect waste following OSH and waste collection requirements and plan. Collect dangerous and hazardous waste following the hazmat protocol. We will refer this to MELCs of crop production for grades 7 and 8. For grades 7 and 8, exploratory, there is an option to choose 4 mini courses in ICT, AFA, HE, Industrial Art, or one of the components may be chosen for the duration of the whole year. Each mini course is good for 8 to 9 weeks per quarter. So many courses offered in grade 7, 8, school year 2020-2021, computers in ICT, computer system servicing, illustration, technical drafting, in AFA, crop production, animal production, fishery operations, food processing. In HE, caregiving, dressmaking, cookery, nail care, handicraft, front office services. In industrial arts, masonry, carpentry, SMAW, plumbing, DOMRAC, EIM, EPAS, and automotive servicing. In addition to exploratory TLE 7 and 8, MELCs for these grade levels are similar to that of grades 4 to 6, in a way that these grade levels contain quarter 0. Furthermore, quarter 0, that means no prescriptive quarter. Furthermore, modifications below were made to show a clearer articulation of standards. Here are the bases. Merge clustered many courses according to their sector, in consideration that they have the same tools, equipment, materials, and competencies. In the curriculum guide, many courses are agri-crop production 1 and 2 and horticulture. It is combined in one curriculum guide. In the most essential learning competencies, you can find it crop production. Refer to MELCs of crop production for grade 7 and 8. In the curriculum guide, the many courses, carpentry, masonry, plumbing, welding, EIM, technical drafting, it has different CGs, but you can choose 4 or more and offer in grade 7, 8. We can find it in the most essential learning competencies, construction. And we will refer to MELCs of carpentry, masonry, plumbing, welding, EIM, and technical drafting. Number 2, merge and cluster the learning competencies to simplify the teaching days without omitting the value of a skill or concept. In the curriculum guide, learning objective 1, select and use farm tools. Identify farm tools according to use. Number 2, check farm tools for faults. Use appropriate tools for the job requirement according to manufacturer's specifications and instructions. In the most essential learning competencies, learning objective 1, select and use farm tools and equipment. Identify farm tools and equipment according to use. Conduct pre-operation checkup in line with the manufacturer's manual. Use appropriate tools and equipment for the job requirement according to manufacturer's specifications and instructions. We will refer to grade 7 and 8 crop production MELCs. TLE grade 9 to 12, utility and tools, no prescribed quarter, week 1, first competency. Number 3, refreshing the standards to make it clearer for the teachers to understand its context. In the curriculum guide, the content standard is the learner demonstrates as an understanding of estimation and basic calculation. The performance standard is the learner accurately performs estimation and basic calculation. Unit of competency, lesson 4, apply safety measures in farm operations. In the most essential learning competencies, in the content standard, the learner demonstrates an understanding of estimation and basic calculation needed in the workplace. We will refer this to the MELCs of crop production, grade 7 and 8. In the performance standard, the learner accurately performs estimation and basic calculation needed in the workplace. We'll refer to the MELCs of crop production, grade 7 and 8. Okay. Number 4 is drop learning competencies that was already captured in other competency. In the curriculum guide, we can see that in learning object 1, collect farm waste. Prepare tools and materials for collection of farm waste. Collect waste following OSH and waste. Collection requirements and plan. Collect dangerous and hazardous waste following the hazmat protocol. Number 4, wear drop. Wear appropriate PPE as prescribed by OHS. So in the most essential learning competencies, we can see that in the learning objective 1, collect farm waste, wear appropriate PPE as prescribed by OHS is not found anymore. We refer this to the MELCs of grade 7 and 8 crop production. In learning objective 1, prepare the necessary tools and equipment for the specific nail care activity. Number 1, objectives was being dropped. Classify the tools and equipment used in nail care. Identify the tools. Number 2, and number 2, identify the uses of tools and equipment in nail care according to task requirements. Use tools and equipment according to task requirement. Observe safety procedure of using tools and equipment. So, number 1 is being dropped. Classify the tools and equipment used in nail care. So, we refer to the MELCs of grade 7 and 8, nail care. Number 5, adding learning competency to fully attain the learning outcome. In the curriculum guide, we can see in learning objective 2, perform preventive maintenance of tools and equipment. Objectives 1, 2, and 3, and the most essential learning competencies. Number 4 was added, store tools and equipment in designated areas in line with farm procedures. We refer this to the MELCs of grade 7 and 8 crop production. The following are the premises to be considered in utilizing MELCs in the teaching of EVP and TLE. For most of the TLE and TBL specializations, the curriculum guides remain as is. MELCs were not identified because the competencies are based on the training regulations, TR of TESDA, which were not amended or modified for the present situation, but will be delivered through flexible learning modes as stated in Circular Number 62, Series of 2020. However, regardless of the learning modalities, nominal hours remain the same, except for the following suggested specializations. Sample MELCs for these specializations are suggested to be used. For the TLA-TVL specializations, consider the available resources in school, at home, or in the community in choosing what courses to offer since health is the utmost concern. In instances when the learners cannot physically attend a class, the learners should still be able to perform the task as stated in the curriculum guide. On the other hand, in cases when competencies are not feasible, attainable due to various circumstances, the teacher may give an alternative activity provided it is aligned with the substituted learning competency. Thank you very much for listening. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Vargas, for, again, a very comprehensive discussion of the MELCs overview. And ayun po, nakita po natin sa huli pong mga paragraph po ni Sir, sa statements, it was indicated there that if the competence or activities for a certain competency hindi po applicable po or feasible po para sa ating mga learners, as long as it is anchored to the CG and the MELC given by the DepEd, pwede pong mag-contextualize po si teacher. Thank you so much, sir. Ang ating pong ikasampung tagapagsalita, EPS Marma L. Capillan, yan ang pangalan. Nakalakip sa kanyang bawat ngiti at galaw, mga ideyang kayang ibigay kahit saan at kahit kailan. MELCs ng MAPP ipapaliwanag, bigyan po natin siya ng daan. Ma'am?
Thank you, Miss Tin. Good afternoon, Ma'am Nene, Sir Nong, Sir Mel, Ma'am Dottie, Sir Mark, and everyone joining us in this activity. Advance Merry Christmas to all. Okay, so just like the other learning areas, MAPE or music, arts, PE, and health have also undergone similar processes before a set of most essential learning competencies came into being. So it started actually with the mapping of essential and desirable learning competencies, followed by identifying of the prerequisite knowledge and skills within learning area. And then, of course, the analysis of the interconnectedness of the prerequisite knowledge among learning competencies and across learning areas. And this process steps actually gave us a set of the essential learning competencies, or what is known to all of us as the ELCs. Now, from this set of essential learning competencies, the most essential learning competencies were taken, and one of the biggest considerations, therefore, is endurance, as mentioned earlier by Sir Wancho in his session. To simply discuss how the processes were conducted, let's take this example. So let's have this original CG in music grade 1, quarter 1 as one example. You would notice on the screen that the original CG in music grade 1, quarter 1 has actually 8 learning competencies. Now, these 8 learning competencies have undergone the 3 sub-process steps that I have mentioned. The mapping, the identification of the prerequisite skills, and of course, the analysis of the interconnectedness of the prerequisite skills, not only within grade 1 music, but of course, within the learning area, meaning from music grade 1 to grade 10, and then across learning areas. Now, from these 8 essential or learning competencies rather, from the curriculum guide, original curriculum guide, the group who actually worked on this have only considered 6 learning competencies as essential learning competencies. And then later, from these 6 essential learning competencies, only 4 were considered as most essential learning competencies. That's why for this school year 2020-2021, grade 1, quarter 1 in music, there are only 4 most essential learning competencies. So nakita na po natin yung proseso. From the 8, it was cut down to 6, then later it was reduced to 4. 4 being the most essential learning competencies. Now, may I just remind, or this is just actually a reminder to all of us, that the MELC or the set of most essential learning competencies that are at hand now is not actually meant to replace the existing curriculum. So it's just given to all of us as our guide or reference on what must be taught or what must be prioritized for this school year. So this is only in effect for school year 2020-2021. On the screen is actually a sample. By the way, during the previous sessions with the other supervisors, you have heard about rephrased or rewarded curriculum guides or learning competencies rather. So let's have this example for music, arts, PE, and health education. Second column is actually showing us the most essential learning competency. The learning competency in the original curriculum guide. So grade 2, quarter 2 for music, the original learning competency was demonstrates the melodic contour with movement. Then in MELC this time rather, that was rephrased to demonstrates melodic contour through movement, music writing on paper or on air, and then visual imagery. So you see the difference. It's still demonstration, however, kumbaga, sinimplify, in-specify yung pinaka-target competency niya. Okay, now in arts, the sample given is for grade 10, quarter 1, and the original learning competency was determine the role or function of artworks by evaluating their utilization and combination of art elements and principles. This was reworded or rephrased to explain the role or function of artworks by evaluating their utilization and combination of art elements and principles. So the word determine was changed to explain the role. Determine the role to explain the role. Okay. For physical education, the sample given is grade 1, quarter 3. The original LC was describes the difference between slow and fast, heavy and light, free and bound movements. The new learning competency as part of the most essential learning competencies is demonstrates the difference between slow and fast, heavy and light, free and bound movements. So the word describes was changed or was rephrased to demonstrates the difference. Okay. For health education, grade 2, quarter 1, the original LC was discusses the important functions of food. The new LC as part of the MELC is discusses the most or the important function of food in a balanced meal. So there is an addition of a phrase, a balanced meal, to the original learning competency. Let's try to check this time the comparative data of the number of learning competencies from the original CG to ELCs up to MELCs. So the table on this screen is actually showing us the different, the total number rather of learning competencies in the CG, in the essential learning competencies, and in the most essential learning competencies. And you would see actually the reduction. The graph, the bar graph depicts the reduction from the CG, original CG to ELCs to MELCs. And the total number of MELC as compared to the original CG, learning competencies in the original CG, is only 998, which is 91% only of the total number of ELCs. So 91% lang po siya. From 1102 to 998, that is 91%. Now, comparing, of course, yung total number of MELC, which is 998, to the total number of learning competencies in the original CG, which is 1443 or 1,443, that is only 69% of the original CG. So, ang laki ng binawas. 69, that would mean a reduction of 31%. Okay. Let us try to check this time where this 998 belong in the different components. So 998 is the total number of most essential learning competencies for music, arts, PE, and health from grades 1 or from grade 1 rather to grade 10. So let's try to check where the numbers are actually distributed. In music, from grade 1 to grade 10, there is a total of 223 most essential learning competencies. And that is only 62% of the original, of the learning competencies rather in the original CG, which is 358. So 998 minus 223, Ilan na po yun? And then we have for arts, the total number is 334. And that is only 86% of the original CG. For PE, there are only 165 most essential learning competencies, which is 46% of the original CG, which is 356. For health education, we only have 276 most essential learning competencies for school year 2020-2021. And that is only 81% of the 339 original learning competencies in the original CG. So the total number of most essential learning competencies in MAPP, which is 998, is distributed to music with 223, arts with 334, PE with 165, and health education with 276. So that's that's about 998. So earlier, the other learning areas have also mentioned about retention, merging, and dropping of learning competencies. Let's try to check it this time with MAPE. So let's have this example. Music, grade 1, quarter 1. Let's see what has been retained and what have been merged. In the example, you would see there that there are 2 learning competencies in the original CG which were retained. So that is included as part of the most essential learning competencies for music, grade 1, quarter 1. The reason for the retention is actually, according to the people who worked in this, it was found out that these 2 learning competencies are very important in the introduction of the concept on rhythm. So hindi siya pwedeng tanggalin. Now, a sample of the merged competencies here, which is actually the most essential learning competency number 3 in grade 1, quarter 1 music. So there were 3 competencies which were merged: performs echo clapping, claps, taps, chants, walks, and plays musical instruments with accurate rhythm in response to sound in groupings of 2s, 3s, and 4s. And the third one is maintains a steady beat when chanting, walking, tapping, clapping, and playing musical instruments. So these 3 were merged, and the result is this third most essential learning competency, which is performs steady beat in accurate rhythm through clapping, tapping, chanting, walking, and playing musical instruments in response to sound in groupings of 2s, 3s, and 4s. The reason for the merging is that to give more focus on keeping a steady beat while doing the body rhythm. So that was the reason for the merging of these 3 learning competencies. Another example of merged competencies is for grade 1, quarter 1, still in music. The 3 competencies which were merged are the following: performs simple ostinato patterns on other sound sources, including body parts. Another one is play simple ostinato patterns on classroom instruments. For example, sticks, drums, triangles, nails, coconut shells, bamboo, empty boxes, etc. And then the third learning competency from the original CG is creates simple ostinato patterns and groupings of 2s, 3s, and 4s rather, through body movements. So the result of the merging is the most essential learning competency, which states that creates simple ostinato patterns in groupings of 2s, 3s, and 4s through body movements or instruments. Ano ngayon ang reason? These 3 learning competencies were merged because they are about the creation and performance of simple ostinato patterns. Nakakabulol din pala tong mga terms natin sa music, ano? Anyway, let's move to the next example here. This is still music, grade 6, quarter 1. One example of a learning competency that is trapped here is identifies through conducting the relationship of the first and last measure in an incomplete measure. So this has been dropped because this is already subsumed in the last most essential learning competency. Meaning, absorb na po siya doon sa isang MELC. Then, meron naman pong retain. Kung may na-drop, may na-retain. And tatlo po yung na-retain natin. So, they are now part of the most essential learning competencies in grade 6, quarter 1, music. So, why are these retained? Because they are considered enduring competencies. Kasi nga, the learning can go beyond the classroom. And then, this, of course, will allow the students to follow rhythm and conducting gestures. Of course, this remains with the learner. Still with grade 6, music grade 6, quarter 1, ito yung dinrap uli, and then ito yung na-retain. And then you have in the last column the reasons for the dropping, and of course the reasons for retention. Grade 7, quarter 1, still music. 3 competencies were merged, and the result is performs music from Luzon lowlands with own accompaniment. So galing po to sa tatlong learning competencies in the original CG. So this was merged since the word performs can be a collective term for singing, dancing, and playing instruments. Siyempre nga naman, pag sumayaw, pinasayaw mo, pinakanta mo, pinaplay mo ng instrument, that's performance. Okay. Then 3 also were retained. And this includes, of course, analyzes the musical elements of some lowland vocal instrumental music selections. The other one is explores ways of producing sounds on a variety of sources that is similar to the instruments being studied. And of course, evaluates music and music performances, applying knowledge of musical elements and styles. So these are part of the most essential learning competencies in music. Bakit po siya na-retain? Because they are considered important in the achievement of the content standard and performance standard. Let's move to arts. The given example is grade 1, quarter 1. There are 5 learning competencies that were dropped. The reason for dropping these learning competencies is that they are already subsumed they are already subsumed in the retained and merged learning competencies. And what are these retained learning competencies? Andito po siya, meron tayong 4. 4 yung retained, and then 2 po yung merge. So yung number 4 po natin, ang sabi po dyan, LC4 and LC8 were merged because LC4 may be subsumed in LC8. And doing this optimizes time for both the teacher and the learner. And of course, yung retention, andyan na po yung kanyang reason, and it says that they are significant in the attainment of the CS and the PS, or the content standard and the performance standards. And another reason for that is wala daw, free of issues in grammar, structure, and developmental appropriateness. So those were the findings for grade 6 arts. So let's have grade 4 arts quarter 1. Wala pong na-drop na learning competency. But there are merged and retained learning competencies. And then the reasons, of course, sabi dyan, there were no drop LCs because all the retained LCs significantly contribute to the attainment of the content standard and performance standard, and most especially, the grade level standards. Walang itulak kabigin. Kailangan sila lahat. And then, of course, the merge LCs optimizes the time for both the teacher and the learner. Still with grade 4, quarter 1, meron din na po silang ni-reward. Yung LC5 po natin in the original CG, which is shares ideas about the practices of the different cultural communities, this was rewarded to role plays ideas about the practices of the different cultural communities. So the word or the phrase share ideas was rewarded to role plays ideas. Kasi nga performance to it. Okay, so let's have physical education. The sample given is for grade 1, quarter 2. Meron pong na-drop, meron din pong na-retain. So you would notice meron tayo dyang under drop, may naka-highlight po ng red. And then you would see, ayan, part pa rin po siya, drop siya pero nakalagay siya sa most essential learning competencies. Ano ang explanation po dyan? According to the people who worked in this, the highlighted is one of 4 PE curriculum standards, specifically valuing physical activities for enjoyment, challenge, and social interaction. Without early positive experiences in PE, the motivation, be it intrinsic enthusiasm or desire for lifelong physical activity participation, whether in organized or unstructured formats like play and recreation, will not be required by or developed in the learner. So most of all, the consequence of this standard leads to habitual physical activity participation to achieve and maintain health, enhancing levels of fitness, which is the first PE standard. So kaya andyan pa rin po siya. Sinabay pa rin siya as most essential learning competencies. So, kumbaga, after a thorough study, they still considered it to be very essential and be included as one of the most essential learning competencies. So, retained, dalawa po yan, ay tatlo rather. So, kasama siya sa list of most essential learning competencies in PE grade 1, quarter 2. And then the reasons, of course, ito yung reasons niya. These LCs are very essential in the development of motor skills and the enhancement of reflexes, which allow for safe, successful, and satisfying participation in the activities. So let's have grade 6, quarter 2, PE. Merong 4 na retained. The reason is that it encourages learners to be more physically active, to value physical activity. And then it incorporates physical activities that encourages health or that encourage health-related fitness and allow every student an equal opportunity to participate and succeed. Ilan ang drop po natin as shown on the screen? Okay, there are 8 learning competencies from the original CGs which were dropped. So similar with others, ang reason po niya is subsumed na po siya sa ibang learning competencies. Kasi sabi nga natin, 'di ba, part of the processes yung tiningnan ang interconnectedness ng mga prerequisite skills among or within the learning area and across learning areas. So let's move to health. The example given is for grade 3, quarter 2. One drop learning competency as it is thoroughly discussed in the first quarter. Sabi di quarter 2 kasi ito eh. Pero, na-discuss na siya sa first quarter, kaya drain up na po siya. So, nakita siya nung tiningnan ang interconnection. By the way, I was so lucky that I was able to attend one of the series of workshops that were conducted as part of this activity. Yung tinitingnan yung connection ng isang learning competency with the other competency within the learning area across grade levels and across learning areas. So I was able to attend one in Cebu in October 2019. So that was last year. Retention was due to the importance of the competency in building the concept of common childhood diseases. So yung identifies common childhood diseases is still part of the most essential learning competencies. Then tatlong competencies were merged. The reason for that is yung isang LC daw is already enough to accomplish the goal. And the goal is to understand the concept of the general risk factor. So kasama po siya sa MELC. Grade 3, quarter 2, 4 competencies were retained as they are considered important in understanding the concept of preventive measures for common childhood diseases. So kasama po siya. Grade 6, quarter 4, 1 retained, 2 competencies were merged. The reason for that is the 2 LCs is leading the learners in the discussion on the components of consumer health. Retention of 3 learning competencies, and the reason is that it's very essential in the realization of the content pertaining to consumer health. So, hindi siya pwedeng tanggalin. Okay, let's have the learning competencies for PE and health in the senior high school. This is actually known to many senior high school as HOPE or Health Optimizing PE. So this is PE and health, most essential learning competencies. Kung makikita po ninyo sa screen, 4 po yan, lahat po yan retained. Pero hindi lang po actually 4 ang learning competencies ng grade 11, first and second quarters. There are actually 8 learning competencies and 8 learning competencies rather that were retained and 7 were dropped. So there were 15 in all, 15 learning competencies in the original CG. 8 were retained and 7 were dropped. Definitely, yung drop na mga learning competencies are already subsumed in the different or in the 8 learning competencies or in the other MELC. So, yan na lang po ang natira sa senior high school natin for grade 11, first and second quarters. So, these are just examples. The ones that I have shown are actually examples of drop, merge, and retained learning competencies. Yung iba po, makikita nyo po yun sa ibibigay naming complete set ng learning or complete set rather ng presentation. I don't know if the presentation will be given to all of you, but definitely the copy of the most essential learning competencies are already given to your school heads. And I hope all of you have already a copy of the most essential learning competencies, not just in MAPP, but in all other subject areas. So, I think that would be all for MAPE. May I leave you with this quotation from Saint Francis of Assisi. According to him, start by doing what's necessary, then do what's possible, and suddenly you are doing the impossible. So, ladies and friends, we understand that things this time are not the same. Things in the workplace are not the same compared to the previous scenario that we have that we once have in the school. So the new things are actually, or new things are coming out, and these new things are always coupled with a lot of challenges. And these challenging conditions at times or sometimes may seem to be very gigantic and overwhelming. And the worst is sometimes these overwhelming conditions are actually frustrating. And that's one thing that we want to avoid. So to avoid frustrations, siguro let's just take things one at a time. Take small things one at a time. Start with what is necessary or with what is essential. Alam ko madami tayong responsibilities with the new normal. But hinay-hinay lang po tayo. sa hinay-hinay po natin later, yung small things natin or small actions, small steps, later we would see that this has already brought us to our great desires. Desires which in which we once thought as impossible. So maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat and good afternoon.
Ayan po, tapos na po ang ating maliit pero terribly po na EPS ng MAPP. Nilibot po natin yung music, arts, PE, at saka health. At napakagaygantik din po ng mensahe pong kanyang ibinigay bago po niya nilisan po ang ang lugar na to. Eto po pala, no? Meron po tayong comments dito na kalawa. Ayan, congratulations din daw po sa ating mga EPSS, sa ating mga tagapagsalita, sa napaka-knowledgeable po at napakaklarado pong mga tinalakay po sa iba't ibang asignatura. Yung MELCs po, syempre. Hindi ko may isa-isay shout out. Sorry po, ano. So, ito na lang. Shout out po sa lahat ng mga teachers, school heads, and PSDSs from the 1st Congressional District to 2nd Congressional District and 3rd Congressional Districts. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Ayan, mga ka-Shield Plus. Yan, the last but not the least, ang ating huling tagapagsalita. Ready na po kaya siya? Dahil po sa oras na po ito ay meron po siyang trainings na ginagawa po para sa ating mga senior high school teachers, sa newly hired teachers po natin. Okay, EPS Martinez Payos, mapa-personal o social media man, simpatikong ngiti at words of wisdom, sa karamihan nagbibigay kulay at buhay. Tayo po ay mag-antabay, MELCs ng senior high school, kanya rin pong ibibigay. Let's give it up to Sir Martinez Payos. Ayan, habang hinihintay po natin. Okay, ito po reminders po sa magbibigay po ng inyong issues and concerns sa pamamagitan po ng ating Padlet link po na ibinigay po ng ating ICT at ang iba rin po ay nakapost po sa aking timeline sa Christine Banderos Canales. Ang iba rin po ay makikita nyo po sa Shield po natin. Pakilagay po ng kung anong asignatura, subject na meron po kayong concern at ganun din po kung anong school kayo. Lahat po ng issues nyo po ay dapat po nakapaloob lang po sa ating MELC. Ayan po. Sir Martin, ang mo po? Microphone. Okay na po. Wala pa si Sir. Ayan, from Ma'am Sonia Jacinto, ay nagpapasalamat po siya sa ating lahat dito. And still watching from San Vicente ES, Kawayan West, Judy Barol Gabunada. Mga new comments pa natin. Ito ay nagpapalakpakan po sila. Still watching daw po. Ayan, meron po. Ayan, maraming nagwe-welcome na po agad kay Sir Martinez Payos from Sir Zeus S. Piloy. Ayan. Ayun nga, sabi ng isa ni Sir Roy Lario, kailangan nga siguro ng insurance sa mga bagay-bagay kasi ang CP ko kinulang sa endurance. Low bat. Ayan, Sir Roy. Endurance po talaga, Sir Roy, Hello daw, Sir Martin, watching from Valid National High School. Kanina po pala, meron po tayong viewer from Kidapawan. City Division. Ma'am, kung hindi ko na masyadong naalala yung pangalan niya, siya po ay nanonood po sa ating FB Live. Our orientation and the most essential learning competencies for teachers and school heads. Hello, Ma'am Marivey Constantino. Shout out din po sa mga taga Purudaw National High School. Inaabangan daw po ni Sir Romeo Dolieson ang mga coach ng ating mga APSS. Ay, grabe po talaga. Ma'am Grace Marico Hasul. Thank you, Ma'am Marma Lambuho Capellan. Ayan, salamat daw po sa nagbibigay, lahat ng nagbibigay ng kaalaman po sa kanila. Sabi, ito po, si Sir Luntabo, thank you very much, Ma'am Marma, sa napaka-essential po natin. Okay, they are waiting for Sir Martin's turn. Okay, magbabasa po ako dito ng inyong mga mensahe habang naghantay po tayo kasi andun po siya sa Winter's Farm. Ayan. Sa ilang saglit lang po ay masisilayan nyo na po ang kanyang simpatikong mga ngiti. Ayan na po. Ready na po si Sir Martin. Ayan.
Ayan ang screen ko.
Naririnig ka na po namin, Sir Martin. Ayun, may napakahabang mensahe po na babasa ko pero masyadong mabilis. Ito po, para sa po ma-recognize na mga, hindi naman po mga, ayan na po, Sir Martin Spayos.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good,
Where's my screen?
good afternoon, sir. Kitang-kita ka po namin, sir.
Naman kadili, makita na akong presentation.
Ada,
Okay na.
Sinda,
Sinda.
ingat.
Okay na.
Kung gusto mo mag-discuss, here. Amo na ina, ang kita
Okay na.
mo na lang.
Pwede ni-action eh.
Yan. Sige.
Okay na. Bati na
Go.
ako to. Hello. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello po, sir. Good afternoon
Good
po. Rinig ka na po.
Clear po ako. Clear, okay.
Clear as crystal po.
Okay. Magandang hapon sa lahat ng... Ano yan?
Sir, di ka po nakikita yung ano mo lang po. Ang
Ayaw na.
slides mo lang po. Oh.
Wala man sinda na ano.
Ayan, kitang-kita ka na po, Sir Martin, Ma'am Melody. Okay na po. So, aalis na po ako saglit.
Where's MELCs? Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm the last to present because in K-12 education system, yung pinakahuli din ay ang 11 and 12. After grade 7, 8, 9, and 10. Hello.
Okay po, sir.
Okay na? Oo. I'm going to present the most essential learning competencies in senior high school. This is generic actually. That's why you will notice that this is different from the other presentations of junior high school. So I'll start with the core subjects. Actually, there are 18 core subjects under our with MELC in senior high school. But I understand Ma'am Rijoso has already presented the MELCs in general mathematics and other mathematics subjects in senior high school. Same with Ma'am Marma, a while ago presented also the grade 11 and grade 12 PE and health MELCs. So for the first subject, which is 21st century literature from the Philippines in the world, here are the learning competencies under this subject. In quarter one, I just lifted this from our MELCs. I just selected the first quarter MELCs.
For 21st century, let one competency is writing a close analysis and critical interpretation of literary text in doing an adaptation of this, which requires the ability to identify first the geographic, linguistic, and ethnic dimensions of the Philippines. Also, the representative text and authors from each regions. Also in this subject is compare and contrast the various 21st century literary genres in the ones from the earlier genres period, citing their elements, structures, and traditions. Discuss how different contexts enhance the text, meaning, and enrich the reader's understanding. Produce a creative representation of literary text by applying the literary skills. So that's for the first subject. Actually, we have here 18 subjects in senior high school core subjects. The next subject in the corresponding MELC is contemporary Philippine arts from the regions. The MELCs, the essential learning competencies under this subject, researches on various contemporary art forms, techniques, and performance practices. Likewise, describes various contemporary art forms and their practices from the various regions. Analyzes contemporary art forms based on the elements and principles. That's for contemporary Philippine arts from the regions. Actually, there are 12 essential competencies under that subject, but I just selected 3. For disaster readiness and risk reduction, ito yung may pinakamaraming competencies. Siguro dahil sa napakahalaga ng subject na ito as far as senior high school is concerned on disaster readiness. That's why meron itong more than 30 learning competencies, but just the same, I'll just present a few. One, of course, what disaster is or explain the meaning of disaster. Differentiate the risk factors underlying disasters. Describe the effects of disasters on one's life. Analyze disaster from the different perspective, like physical, psychological, sociocultural, economic, political, and biological. Okay, that's for disaster risk reduction. Another subject with the corresponding MELC is Earth and Life Sciences. This is core, meaning true to all tracks. One competency is to recognize the uniqueness of Earth being the only planet in the solar system with properties necessary to support life. Another competency is to explain that the Earth consists of 4 subsystems across whose boundaries matter and energy flow. Another is identify common rock-forming minerals using their physical and chemical properties. Ito yung kay Sir Mini Chudoro. I don't know kung na-discuss niya rin ito kanina, but these are the MELC in Earth and Life Sciences. In general math, discussed by Ma'am Imelda, Ma'am Eps Rijoso, is one competency represents real-life situations using functions, including piecewise functions. Another, evaluate functions, perform addition, subtractions, multiplications, division, in composition of functions, and lastly, solves problem involving functions. That's for general mathematics competencies. For the subject Introduction to Philosophy of the Human Person, this is a humanities subject. Distinguish holistic perspective from partial point of view. Another, realize the value of doing philosophy in obtaining a broad perspective on life, and realize that the methods of philosophy lead to wisdom and truth. That's for introduction to philosophy. We have also two Filipino subjects in senior high school, core subjects as that. One is komunikasyon at pananaliksik sa wika at kulturang Pilipino. I-open daw dito. Ang mga competencies niya, Pilipino ito na iuugnay ang mga konseptong pangwika sa mga napakinggang sitwasyong pangkomunikasyon sa radyo, talumpati at mga panayam. Another, natutukoy ang mga kahulugan at kabuluhan ng mga konseptong pangwika. And another, na iuugnay ang mga konseptong pangwika sa sariling kaalaman, pananaw at mga karanasan. That's for komunikasyon at pananaliksik sa wika at kulturang Pilipino. Another core subject is MIL or Media and Information Literacy. Under this subject are the following competencies. 1. Describe how communication is influenced by media and information. Identify the similarities and differences between and among media and literacy, information, and technology literacy. Lastly, explain how the evaluation of media from traditional to new media shape the values and norms of people and society. Next subject, oral communication and context. English ito ng senior high school. This is in grade 12 na sa atin sa offering, English. Competencies are, explains the functions, nature, and process of communication, differentiates the various models of communications, uses various strategies in order to avoid communication breakdown, examines sample oral communication activities. Those are the competencies under oral communication and context. Another Filipino subject, pagbasa at pagsusuri ng iba't ibang teksto tungo sa pananaliksik as differentiated from the other Filipino subject, which is competencies are most essential. Natutukoy ang paksang tinatalakay sa iba't ibang tekstong binasa. Natutukoy ang kahulugan at katangian ng mahalagang salitang ginamit ng iba't ibang uri ng tekstong binasa. Nakasusulat ng ilang halimbawa ng iba't ibang uri ng teksto. That's for Filipino subject. Another subject offered in grade 12, first sem is personal development. Pansariling, ano ba yan sa Pilipino ang development? The competencies under this subject, per dev or personal development, explain that knowing oneself can make a person accept his or her strength and limitation in dealing with others better. Also, another, discuss the relationship among physiological, cognitive, psychological, spiritual, and social development. The third competency under personal development, discuss developmental tasks and challenges being experienced during adolescence. I don't know. That's per them. PE, Physical Education and Health, grade 11 and 12. Ang PE sa grade 11 is exercise and fitness. While in grade 12, Ang description natin ng physical education is dance. So the essential competencies under the subject is one is self-assess health-related fitness or HRF, status, barriers to physical activity assessment, participation in one's diet. Sets frequency, intensity, time, or fit. These are physical education terms. Fit goals based on training principles to achieve and or maintain health related fitness. So HRF and fit are the two very important terms in this subject. For physical sciences, core subjects offered in grade 11 second semester. The competencies are in physical sciences, give evidences for and describe the formation of heavier elements during star formation and evolution. Another, explain how the concept of atomic number lead to the synthesis of new elements in the laboratory. Third competency is determine if a molecule is polar or non-polar given its structure. And lastly, explain the effects of intermolecular forces. O yan, these are scientific terms na ngayon lang natin nabasa o narinig ko. Another subject in English in senior high school is reading and writing skills in English. So reading and writing skills, and their competencies are: one, compare and contrast patterns of written text across disciplines. Another, evaluate a written text based on its properties, coherence and cohesion, language use, and mechanics. Fourth, explain critical reading and reasoning. And fourth, determine textual evidence to validate assertions and counter claims. That's for reading and writing subject. Another subject, mahirap ituro, is mathematics subject in senior high, which is statistics and probability. This is a prerequisite subject for practical research. Actually, so senior high school, the learner cannot proceed to practical research without first undergoing this subject in a senior high, which okay. Competencies under statistics and probability illustrates a random variable, both discrete and continuous. Computes probabilities corresponding to a given random variable, interprets the mean and variance of a discrete random variable, illustrate random sampling. Okay. Parang nahirapan ako doon. Except for a very well versed teacher in research. Okay. Another subject is understanding culture, society, and politics in senior high school. Mga pang-college ng mga subjects na ito. And the competencies under the subject is discuss the nature, goals, and perspective of anthropology, sociology, and political sciences. Another competency is analyze the concept, aspects, and changes of culture and society. Third, explain the importance of cultural relativism in attaining cultural understanding. And fourth competency, analyze the forms and functions of social organizations. That is for understanding culture and society subject. So that's all in senior high school, the most essential learning competencies with 18 core subjects. We will be giving actually the teachers also a copy of this through a link or to be sent to the senior high school principals group. And you will notice that these competencies actually are also the very same competencies which are found in our modules from Region 5, which are now being printed by senior high schools and to be distributed to our learners camps October 5 during the opening of classes. Thank you very much to everyone, and muli magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gwapo po talaga si Sir, simpatiko. Ayan po, caretaker po ng senior high school. Caretaker po talaga. Maraming salamat po, Sir, sa napaka-komprehensibo din po. Katulad po ng ibang asignatura, mga year level po natin. Na-discuss po ng napakaganda. Kaya nga po dito sa ating sa Padlet po natin, konting issues lang po ang aming nabasa at nakita po or ewan ko lang kung hindi po ko nakapag-access po yung iba, pero base po sa ating narinig at napanood po ay napakaliwanag naman po ng kanilang mga ginawang discussion talakayan po. Okay, so kanina po from the first speaker, si Sir Juancho Azares, sana naman po from the House and the Wise of the MELCs, naunawaan naman po natin ang development po ng MELC ngayon para po mag-umakma po tayo ang DepEd po sa ganitong krisis po ng pandemic. At mula naman po sa ating unang asignatura hanggang sa huli po ay naibigay naman po ng buo ng kaukulang pong kaalaman at kung paano at bakit po ang bawat mula sa content standards, sa performance standards, sa timeline, at may mga tips pa po na ibinigay at mula po sa inyong comments sa comment section, nasabi nyo nga po, inaantay nyo palagi ang mga quotes ng ating mga APS na sabi nga ninyo ay nagbibigay sa inyo ng motivation. Maraming salamat ma'am po at naging napaka-positive po ng inyong responses po sa siyempre, pinagpaguran po ng ating EPSS and of course, the whole SDO Masbate province because really here in SDO Masbate province, we shield today for a better school of tomorrow. Eto na po tayo ngayon sa pagsagot po ng konting issues at katanungan po na ninyo. Unahin po natin dito sa siguro po ito sa kinder teacher po na hindi po ma-download yung modules. Sir and ma'am, siguro po ang ating bandwidth po sa inyong area ay mahina ng activity. Ganun po talaga, pag nasa Google Drive ay antayin lang po natin o pumunta po kayo sa isang mas strong po yung net connectivity. Ganun po talaga yon. Lahat po ng ibinigay sa inyo na materials, for sure po, sila po ay downloadable. Dahil po sa ibang area naman po na malakas po ang kanilang net connection, ay successful po ang kanilang download. Tungkol naman po sa question in terms of making a weekly home learning plan, kailangan po ba kailangan po align with MELC? Siyempre naman po. At kung meron po kayong mga katanungan kung paano gagawa, refer to the unnumbered DepEd Memorandum dated July 21, 2020. Andun po yung suggested strategies po, na nirelease po ni Yusek Antonio. At marami po kayong malalaman tungkol po doon sa kung paano natin i-execute po or gagawin yung weekly home learning plans. Meron pa po. Okay, yung ibang katanungan po dito. Ito po. Eksakto po ano natin. The Memorandum, DepEd Memorandum of Curriculum Instruction 2020, 162. From the Office of the Undersecretary Diosdado M. San Antonio, and it is entitled Suggested Strategies Implementing Distance Learning Delivery Modalities for School Year 2020-2021. Katulad ng sinabi ko, nirelease po ito ng July 21, 2020 at composed ng how many pages? Napakarami din po, 20 plus para basahin po natin at advice rin po namin, lahat po tayo ay dapat ayan, thank you, Sir Rene. Dapat po tayo ay palagi pong updated. Hindi lang po mga issuances na galing po sa SDO Masbate Province. The website is available just in case meron pong malakas na internet connectivity po. Opo. Meron naman pong isang katanungan pa. Eto po napakahirap daw po ng context of the discipline of the subjects math and MAPE. Ay, andito po si Ma'am Rioso para sagutin po ang mga katanungan. Sabay na lang po ma'am na sagutin mo kung ang MELC po sa week 1 ay composed of 3. In Math 3 specifically, ihatag po ba ang module 1, 2, 3 sa mga bata? Thank you and God bless. Yan ma'am. Bigyan po natin si ma'am ng ilang minuto. Gusto niyo isang taon? Hindi, joke lang. Okay? Opo, sige, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon. As to the context of this discipline in mathematics, which is very hard to understand because the language is not suitable to our place, may I inform our teachers in the field, our school heads, that grades 1 to 3 mathematics, which were written in BCol, were already contextualized. LRMDS downloaded already the contextualized mathematics 1 to 3. So this discipline was contextualized using 3 languages such as Minasbate, Hiligaynon, and Sinibuanong Bisaya. So hopefully your school head and PSDSS already downloaded the contextualized modules for this subject, just like MAPE. We contextualized also MAPE because the modules were written in BCol. And for question, hapot po, kung 3 po ang MELC sa week 1, pareho po sa Math 3, ihatag po ba yun ng module 1 to 3 sa mga bata? Because, as I have mentioned during my time this morning, mathematics is the only discipline which has 9-week or 10-week duration. In the time allotment, the budget of work, we have the only discipline which is given a time allotment of 9 weeks or 10 weeks. For grade 3, we have 9 weeks, but we have more modules. For week 1, we have 3 modules because these 3 modules are interrelated with one another, such as visualizing numbers up to 10,000, giving the place value, reading and writing numbers. These 3 competencies can be merged into, can be done in 1 week by the learner because the competencies are interrelated. We have many modules, so we need to divide these modules to suit the 10-week or 9-week duration per quarter. So, thank you, ma'am.
Alright. Ayan, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Rioso, sa clarifications po na ibinigay po ninyo. Okay, ito po, last one na lang po, sabi po dito, ay ano lang po ito. Some of the learning competencies in the MELC are challenging for the community learning facilitators or to our parents, especially in the higher grade, to administer to their children. Of course, we really recognize that one. Kaya nga po, andito po yung natin na inaasahan po na lalo na sa bawat isa sa teacher po natin na magtulungan, teamwork po talaga ang kailangan at kailangan po nating mag-research din, mag-aral ulit, or yan, magbasa para po sa ating mga learners, and even to our parents po, alam naman po natin, it is a reality po talaga ng iba, hindi nga po nakapag-aral, paano po matutulungan. But this pandemic really teaches us that education is everybody's accountability and responsibility. Wala po tayong ibang magagawa kundi magtulungan po tayo. Gawin na lang po natin ang ating role sa bawat isa. Maraming salamat po sa comment na to kasi eto po ay reminder po sa, ayun na nga, sabi ko nga kanina, magtulungan, teamwork, cooperation, at eto yung greatest lesson na ibinigay po sa atin ng Diyos, I think po ng God Almighty, na pinapakita po na manatili po tayo pa ring matatag. Ang DepEd po, inatasan po tayo na magbigay ng edukasyon para po sa ating mga kabataan po at kahit po rin po sa mga adults, the non-formal. So we cannot do away, but we have to do our task with passion and commitment. Yun na nga po sa palagi ko pong sinasabi at narinig po natin to sa ating mga bihasa po na mga kawani po ng gobyerno na sa kahit anong hirap gagawin po natin dahil pagkatapos po ng lahat ng sakripisyo at paghihirap, alam naman po natin ang patutunguhan nito ay magkakaroon po tayo ng isang komunidad na punong-puno ng mga kabataan at mga tao na responsable at edukado. Hindi lang po edukado pero marunong pong, yun nga po, kanina sa ESPN, yung tunguhin po talaga na ang inaasahan po natin ay sila po ay makipaghalubilo sa mga tao, makipag-ugnayan sa tao, na ang kabutihan po talaga ay para sa lahat. The heart of education, I think, ay nasa lahat po. Anyway, equally important naman po lahat ng ating mga learning competencies from different disciplines po, Pero yun nga po, tinuturo lang po talaga nito na maging mabuti ang tao, ang lahat. Yun na po, para it is a safe place to live in, tapos hindi po nakakatakot para po sa susunod po na henerasyon. At alam po nila na ang kanilang mundong gagalawan po ay hindi po punong-puno ng takot sa puso at manatili po silang maayos ang pamumuhay. Yun naman po ang ating obligasyon. Kasi hindi naman po lahat ng nag-aaral ay makapagtapos ng college or ano. Ang importante po ay nabigyan po natin sila ng karapatang edukasyon na matuto lamang na harapin po ng may katapangan ang buhay. Dahil alam po natin na marami pong unos na dumarating sa bawat tao. Yun po talaga ang ating, katulad ngayon sa pandemic na to, bilang mga guro at mga school leaders, wag po tayo panghinaan ng loob. Given the fact na marami po tayong scarcity of resources, punong-puno nga tayo ng mga post sa FB na tayo po nagmamalimos or na humihingi po ng solicitations. Sabihin na po nating limos, pero yun po ay limos ng pagmamahal. Patuloy po nating po yan sa ating mga puso na ito po ginagawa po natin para sa PBB, para sa bayan at bata. Di po ba? Because education must continue. Ipagpatuloy po natin yan. Dahil pagdating ng panahon, mawala man na tayo dito sa mundong ito, meron po tayong legacy at ang legacy iniwan po natin ay tatatak po sa puso ng bawat sino man. Yun po, di ba? Sobra ko lang daldal po so you're still watching, salamat naman po. At wag po makalimot, after 5 o'clock hanggang 7 po ay magche-check out po tayo. At yung iba po na hindi po nakapag-comment ay you are given the opportunity to express your takeaways from this one-day event na ibinigay po sa inyo ng SDO Masbate Province. Ano na po? Okay, meron pa. So I'm going to read some comments here. Meron tayong mga bago. Okay, good afternoon daw po sa lahat. So siguro po masyado po silang nasiyahan. Ito na. Nag-assume na lang po ako na ang bawat isa ay nasiyahan po. Sino ba naman po ang hindi? Kasi po, clearly discuss po ang MELC, paano at bakit. At siguro naman po as a teacher, kung lahat naman po tayo ay siguro may na-miss po tayo na pero in your own way, in your creative way, your resourcefulness, anumang kakulangan po natin sa ngayon, ay inyo pong maibigay. Maraming katanungan na naglalaro po sa inyong isipan. Mula daw po sa San Isidro National High School, San Isidro Claveria, Masbate, maraming salamat po mga ma'am and sir. Kaya po natin to, tiwala lang. Tama po, Sir Vicente Castañeda. Tiwala lang po. Palagi pong tiwala. Hindi po tiwala lang sa tao, kundi po sa nakakataas. Yun po ang importante. Ma'am Andy Mitilio, thank you so much, SDO Masbate. God bless us. Mabuhay po ang lahat ng mga guro. Kawawa naman ang hindi guro. Joke lang. Okay, mabuhay po talaga tayo dahil isa rin po tayo sa frontliners na susuong po sa ano yan, tawag natin dito? Sabihin na natin nangangapa po tayo sa kadiliman kahit po well-planned, pero along the way there are challenges. Sabi nga po ni Sir Richel Dolores, tama po, basta sama-sama at nagtutulungan, lahat ay kayang-kaya at meron po mga emoticons sa grabe po yung braso niya, adya. Maraming salamat po, Richel Dolores. From Evelyn Trans, thank you so much to all EPSS at SDO Masbate for sharing their knowledge. Gano'n naman po talaga. Tayo po ay magtutulungan para mapadali po ang lahat at kahit mahirap, gumagaan po yan. From Sheena Saludaga Villamor, you're watching still right now. Maraming salamat po sa komprehensibong talakayan sa MELCs. Ayan po. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Sheena. Kala ko meron pa. Ang daldal ko talaga. Ayan po, Annalyn Del Rosario. Thank you po sa lahat ng mga speakers na ibahagi nila. Marami akong natutunan tungkol sa MELCs. Maraming salamat naman po. Isang araw lang po ito na activity, pero alam naman po ninyo ang preparasyon ay ilang araw po yan at pinagpuyatan, pinagpaguran. At mula po sa mensaheng ibinibigay po ninyo sa mga comment section, lugod po kaming nagagalak at natutuwa sa inyong mga sinasabi. From Pableto Alba Jr., thank you very much, SDO Masbate Province. Likewise to the speakers for the inputs and clarifications given, and God bless. Maraming salamat po, Sir Alba. Okay, it's already 4:34 and that time check is brought to you by SDO Masbate Province. From Serieng, sa Nepsi Oy, batchmate ko to, kaklase ko to Sir, thank you so much, SDO Masbate and facilitators. God bless us all. Ayan, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Iris. Kapag ganito mga mensahe po ang aming nababasa, kami po ay nagpupursigi pa at patuloy na nag-iisip ng mga kahit ano pong mga pwede pang maitulong, mga project, programa po para sa inyo, capability building. Ayan po. From Elizabeth Unilongo. Sorry pa kung medyo, wow! Watching from Inas, ESM lang Central District, SDO Cotabato. Ayan. Tayo po ay live na live kahit po sa Planet Venus. Watching from Kidapawan City Division, another teacher from Kidapawan. Thank you po, Sir Ben Bostillo. Ayan, kitang-kita pala ang beauty ko doon. Salamat naman. Ay, sir, ayan, joke lang po yon, pero totoo po yon. Minsan lang tayo maging artista. From Ma'am Mary Ann Baring, thank you so much po, SDO Masbate. This is a big opportunity to me as a new teacher to be part of this webinar. And thank you so much sa lahat ng mga speakers. Wow, new teacher si Ma'am. Magandang ano po yan, Ma'am. Kumbaga, salvo para sa isang new teacher na katulad mo. Kahit pandemic ay, eto po, ay ang tawag natin dito, training ground para sa iyo na nagsimula ka po sa isang klaseng sitwasyon na napakahirap, new normal po na maituring po natin. At lahat po ng narinig mo, ma'am, sana po ay isa puso po natin. Maraming salamat po sa mensahe mo. Ayan. Ayan, from Ma'am Sinaida Rivera Garpo. Ayan, thank you so much po, SDO Masbate Province, at sa lahat ng mga EPSS for their very comprehensive discussion. Bakit ako andyan? Thanks also to my idol, Ma'am Tintin Canales. Idol pala ako ni Ma'am. Sana sa kagandahan. Thank you, Ma'am. Ayan, dating kasamahan po natin dito sa SDO. Ayan, a principal also from Dimasalang. Mahilig ka, sir, sa Dimasalang, Thanks po, Madam. Ba't puro lang sa akin to? Christine Banda Rosas Canales for ably hosting today's orientation in the MELCs. Ayan po, kala ko nga hindi ko kaya maraming salamat po. Margot Gracia, sorry po ha kung na-murder. It was so great. Thank you sa lahat ng speakers. Informative kaayo. God bless us all. Ayan, mga Cebuano, ang galing. Mula sa Burias, Tikaw at Masbate Mainland, ang kanilang pagbati sa lahat at ganun din po kami para sa inyo. Maraming salamat po talaga sa pag-antabay mula pa kaninang umaga kahit po hapon. Nung kahapon po nag-wait po kayo para sa registration. Sorry po sa konting inconvenience. Nakaset po talaga yung attendance checking po natin on the day, tapos may nakaset po na date para po matrace po namin ilan po talaga ang mga teachers and keyboard warriors ang nakaantabay po sa DepEd tayo, SDO Masbate Province, yung real time po. Pasensya na po sa konting inconvenience. Kung hindi po kayo sa susunod po kasi, ayan, kung hindi po kayo sign in agad, ayan, antay-antay lang po at maging patience lang po, Ganon din po talaga, kahit po ang inyong love life, inaantay po talaga natin yan. Kasi, alam nyo na. Eto na po, ladies and friends, our ESDS Raimundo M. Canton Host para po sa kanyang nakalimutan ko tuloy, sir. Yung meron akong description nito. Ito na lang po, challenge na ibibigay po sa ating lahat. Sir Raimundo M. Canton Host.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Tin. And maraming salamat sa ating Curriculum Implementation Division headed by Ma'am Dorothy L. Daniel. It's been a heavy day, but I know and I'm sure marami tayong napulot at marami tayong natutunan. Ito ay napaka-fruitful na araw para sa ating lahat. Ladies and gentlemen, to my fellow teachers in SDO Masbate Province, a curriculum must be crafted, delivered, and most of all, must be functionally, a curriculum must be crafted, delivered, learned, and most of all, must be functionally utilized and practiced in the daily lives of our learners, and that is what we call functional literacy. My dear school heads and teachers, the curriculum is already crafted. The most essential competencies are already selected. The central office curriculum on instruction division, the regional office CLMD, our SDO CID, of course, with the support of our education program supervisors, division coordinators, na nag-labor po, nag-prepare, nagpakahirap na i-select, i-comment, i-ayos ang ating mga MELCs para sa ating lahat at para sa inyo. The challenge now is on the delivery. How the students will learn the competencies in how will they use it in their daily lives. Of course, that will positively contribute to moral and community development and nation building. We are in these very challenging times. We recognize the threat, the anxieties, fears of this COVID-19 pandemic, plus the limited resources and facilities are the challenges that we need to manage. But most of all, the challenge that we need to overcome is how are we going to restructure, recalibrate ourselves in this situation. We think of the safety and welfare of all of us, of our teachers, of our learners. But being the main duty bearers of giving educational service to our clientele, we cannot give if we are not ready in SDO Masbate province. We need your, we need our commitment. We need our dedication to deliver our duties. My dear teachers and school heads, with all my hopes and prayers, with the guidance of our dear Almighty, and on behalf of SDO Masbate Province, headed by SDS Denny R. Merioles, we count on you, we believe in you, and we trust in you. And together, we can make things happen. God bless us all. Good afternoon.
Functional literacy binigyang diin, safety ng teachers gayon din. Higit sa lahat, kabutihan ng mag-aaral na siyang pangarap naglahat. TY Match ASDS Raimondo Canton Hos, isa sa mga lude naming tapat. Maraming salamat po. At ngayon naman po ay, syempre po, ay Thanksgiving prayer to be led by Ma'am Emilda Alvarez, PSCS po.
May I request everyone to please bow and feel the presence of the Lord while saying a prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Most High God, we acknowledge that you are sovereign, our mightiest helper in times of need. We humbly bow before you, admitting that we need you in our midst. Lord, thank you for the gift of life and for creating all the wonderful things of this world for us. Thank you for despite our shortcomings, you accepted us and never failed to show your love towards us. Above all, thank you so much, Lord, for making this online orientation on the most essential learning competencies for teachers and school heads a fruitful and a successful one, despite of the unstable internet connectivity. For we learn the how and the why of MELCs. For it serves as a ladder to make our teachers and school heads to be more inspired in helping our children. May the teachers and school heads be guided by these MELCs in doing their task after attending this online orientation. Before we end, Lord, may we ask you to give us all a sense of responsibility that we may do our part with the guidance of our school's division superintendent, with the two assistant schools division superintendents, and the two chiefs in making our division a heaven of peace and prosperity. Help us to grow daily in genuine love of God, the children, teachers, school heads, and all DepEd employees, so that peace and success may happily reign in all schools and offices in the division of Masbate Province. All this we ask through the Spirit of Jesus, the Holy Spirit of perfect love. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, before po na mag-close po tayo, we would like to acknowledge of course, mga tulong po, yung committee po natin, especially sa organizer, Sir Rene Atibagos. Yes, organizer siya pa, floor director and everything. To the ICT people from Sir Ruel, Sir Jade, and Sir Jerry, maraming salamat po. Siyempre po, ang ating mga speakers po natin, mga EPSS, hindi ko na po maisa-isa kasi naipakilala po na po natin bawat isa. Ganun din po sa support staff, sina Ate Lu, si Ate Doris, si Ate Norma, and my partner po sa sa registration, sa attendance po, si Sir Rainier. And of course, yung mga kabilang po sa programa po natin, si Ma'am Helen Cady, si Ma'am Imelda Alvarez, sino pa po ayan po, Ma'am SDS and RTSDSS. Maraming salamat po sa lahat. Okay? Till next virtual orientation, kung ganun din po ang ating setup pa rin. So, hosting live from SDO Masbate Province, this is EPSA Christine Canales saying here, the SDO Masbate Province, we shall today for a better school of tomorrow. God bless everyone. Have a nice day. Do not forget to sign out using the link po given. It will close at 7 o'clock in the evening. Thank you po!